Our main lead was wandering through the freezing cold, desperately hunting for some food to feed his girl. When he finally returns with a little bit of food, she gives him what he thinks is a sweet reward. For Lin, that small gesture was more than enough to make him happy. Little did he know, a selfish, ungrateful woman is far more dangerous than any apocalyptic ice age. Do you know what hurts the most when you are betrayed? It always comes from the very people you trusted and kept closest to your heart. And that is a lesson he was about to learn the hard way. But how do you serve the perfect revenge? Well, our guy is about to show everyone exactly how it's done. But why was he out there freezing, looking for food in the first place? Only a few days after the World Cup ended, a massive disaster hit, pushing the entire planet into a freezing ice age. Suddenly, humanity entered a brutal era where everything was frozen solid. If the extreme cold didn't take your life, starvation would finish you off. And that's why Lin had to venture out into the freezing wilderness. While he was out risking his life, his girlfriend stayed warm inside, waiting for him to bring something back. Lin had wandered into a completely unexplored area this time. The untouched snow made it obvious that no human had ever stepped foot here before. But suddenly, the quiet surroundings shattered. A sudden earthquake tore right through the solid ice. This was completely unprecedented in this frozen wasteland. The ground split open right beneath him, sending Lin plunging straight down into the abyss. To avoid falling to his death, he slammed his ice pick into the wall to slow his fall. Miraculously, his desperate attempt saved him. He ended up landing safely on a thick, soft pile of snow at the bottom. In that moment, Lin felt like fortune was truly on his side. But his relief vanished instantly as the sound of deep, heavy breathing echoed closer and closer. This was Lin's terrifying introduction to the monsters lurking beneath the ice, beasts that hunted humans for sport. And right now, Lin looked like the perfect warm meal. Without wasting a second, he bolted as fast as his legs could carry him. But he wasn't alone down there. Another mysterious presence had been tracking his every move from the shadows. Even running flat out, Lin couldn't outpace the beast behind him. Just as the monster was about to tear him apart, a sharp icicle fell from above, impaling the creature instantly. He had cheated death once more. Yet again, luck pulled him back from the edge. Before he could even celebrate, a massive avalanche triggered, burying him completely. Being buried under that heavy snow was practically a death sentence, with only his hand visible above the frozen surface. Unbeknownst to Lin, the mysterious watcher stepped out of the shadows and approached his buried body. As he lay trapped, Lin felt a bizarre, cold energy seep deep into his body. But whatever happened, it didn't kill him. He was still breathing. Fortunately, nothing else went wrong after that bizarre incident. Since this new area was completely barren, Lin had to head back empty-handed, except for a single chocolate bar he managed to find. To escape the extreme surface cold, humanity had moved entirely underground. Walking back, he saw desperate people fighting over scraps, a grim reminder that in this world, nobody is your friend. Keeping his guard up, he watched every corner as he made his way through the dark corridors. Arriving home, he used their secret knock. After risking his life in that frozen hell, his girlfriend embraced him warmly, whispering sweet things that instantly made him forget the cold. But before getting comfortable, he made sure to lock the door securely. In this lawless underground, security was always the top priority. He gave her the rare prize, the chocolate bar, and she rewarded him with a sweet kiss. However, the moment he mentioned that was all he could find, her warm smile vanished and she coldly turned her back on him. As the days went on, Lin worked even harder and gathered enough supplies to actually start growing his own food. Suddenly, he heard their secret knock at the door. Suspecting nothing, he opened it, only to be struck violently in the head with a baseball bat, sending him crashing into the wall. It was a betrayal. Chen Ming stood there, blaming him, accusing him of greedily keeping all the food for himself. She'd already replaced him with another guy, a thug who had the audacity to tell Lin that a loser like him didn't deserve such a woman anyway. The man even claimed he was doing Lin a favor by ending his miserable struggle in this frozen world. They brutally beat him while his ungrateful girlfriend watched and laughed hysterically. And just like that, Lin's life came to a tragic end. But his story didn't end there as things took a bizarre turn. He felt that familiar, strange energy coursing through him once more. A sudden jolt ran through my body, and I gasped awake. I was absolutely certain that my life had just ended. The memory of that agonizing pain was still fresh. There was no way a mere nightmare could feel that real. But as soon as I looked out the window, the truth hit me. I was back to a time exactly 24 hours before the global freeze began. Against all odds, I had successfully traveled back in time. I vividly remembered this specific day. The streets were filled with angry crowds protesting against the corrupt leaders. Meanwhile, the wealthy elite were busy partying, mockingly looking down on the struggling lower class. Even criminals and thieves were out doing what they do best. Now, there were just under 23 hours left before total catastrophe struck. This was definitely real. I wasn't hallucinating. Those strange lights in the sky had reappeared, signaling the beginning of the end. If this was truly the past, my phone was about to ring right about now. And surely enough, Right on cue. My manipulative, backstabbing girlfriend was calling my phone. The cruel things she said to me in my past life were burned into my memory. I had been so blinded by her beauty that I completely ignored her toxic nature. I picked up, and without even saying hello, she demanded money. It was time to cut her out of my life for good. I told her we were finished in a cold voice and hung up before she could say another word. Now that I had a clean slate, I wasn't going to let that selfish woman ruin my life again. I had to utilize every single second to prepare for what was coming. In his previous life, he was clueless that the deep freeze would start in 24 hours, and within just 4 hours, everything would be buried under heavy snow. With the city already in total chaos from protests, the sudden disaster would turn it into a living hell. He had exactly 1 hour to gather all the essential supplies he could manage. Alongside food and water, he also needed a reliable weapon to protect himself in the coming lawlessness. With that in mind, he decided his best bet was to find a firearm. A couple of patrolling cops spotted him and thought he looked highly suspicious walking around so late, deciding to detain him. One of the officers got out of the patrol car and shouted at Mo, telling him to freeze right there. Aiming his gun directly at Mo, he barked an order to raise his hands in the air. While his partner radioed in about a suspect spotted on 4th Avenue, the officer demanded to know what was in Mo's hands. Mo calmly observed how tense and nervous the cop actually was. He slowly explained that he was only holding his mobile phone. With the apocalypse clock ticking down, he realized he couldn't afford to waste a single second dealing with aggressive cops. He hoped they would just do a quick check and let him go without any trouble. The officer warned him to stay put, saying nobody should be walking around at this hour. The second cop then demanded to see the contents of his backpack, ordering him to hand it over. Mo claimed it was just standard office supplies, reaching in to pull out a harmless blue notebook. Mistaking the notebook for a weapon in his panic, the jumpy officer pulled the trigger and shot at him. The bullet sped directly towards Mo with lethal speed. For a split second, he feared his second chance at life was about to end before it even began. But he refused to die like this again, commanding himself to survive no matter what. Suddenly, a surge of electric blue energy flared up in his eye. As the bullet drew closer, a strange, powerful aura erupted around his body. He was utterly baffled by what was happening to him. He could clearly track the path of the bullet, making him wonder if time itself had slowed to a crawl. Realizing this was real, he casually tilted his head to dodge the oncoming bullet. Angered, he yelled at the officer, reminding him that he had no right to shoot an innocent citizen. Refusing to waste any more precious time on these idiots, he charged forward. The bullet zipped past him and embedded itself into the pavement. Where the bullet hit, a frost immediately began to spread across the ground. Mo moved with blinding speed, leaving an afterimage as he delivered a devastating punch that shattered the cop's jaw. The officer crashed hard onto the pavement, right beside his chubby partner. The overweight cop began to shake violently with fear as he witnessed the scene. Terrified by how easily his partner was taken down, the remaining cop pointed his gun shakily, demanding to know what kind of monster Mo was. Mo calmly replied that he didn't know either before taking him out, leaving only a scream echoing through the dark streets. Soon, the panicked cop radioed back to headquarters, reporting an officer down and a suspect escaping with a firearm, while Mo sped away, leaving a trail of blue energy, cursing his luck. With a streak of neon light marking his path, Mo ran back to his place, apartment 409, and collapsed in exhaustion as his power faded. Breathing heavily, he struggled to process what had just happened, questioning how he possessed such insane speed. To test if his new power was real and controllable, he picked up the confiscated gun. He pointed the gun straight at his mirror reflection and pulled the trigger. Instantly, his frosty abilities kicked in, his eye glowing with a bright cyan light. With lightning speed, he moved forward and caught the flying bullet right out of the air. A huge grin spread across his face as he realized he had actually awakened an incredible superpower. But as he noticed frost forming on his shoulder, he wondered how this was possible before the apocalypse had even begun. He wondered if moving at near supersonic speeds was causing his body to freeze. He deduced that this power gave him control over physical speed and velocity. It might sound simple, but combined with his future knowledge, he was already miles ahead of everyone else. Suddenly, a knock at the door broke his train of thought. When he checked, it was his elderly neighbor, Mrs. Fang. The old lady asked him if he had heard that loud gunshot noise. He quickly made up an excuse, blaming the TV volume and apologizing for disturbing her. She sighed and warned him to be careful, reminding him of the chaos at the local supermarket. With the streets getting increasingly dangerous, safety was paramount. Mo thanked her for the warning, and she headed back to her flat, telling him not to stress too much. With that, she shut the door, leaving him to his thoughts. Mo immediately refocused his attention back on gathering survival resources. The supermarket she mentioned was the perfect target to stock up on food and essentials. With a sneaky grin, he decided it was time to raid the store's inventory. At the store, the tired cashier yawned while the security cameras recorded the shelves. Mo was spotted browsing, but in a flash, he disappeared from view. Before the girl could even process what happened, a massive transaction receipt popped up on her screen. Reading the note at the bottom, she found a warning advising her to go home and stay safe. She was completely baffled. First, robberies, and now mysterious, helpful receipts. Just as she was trying to figure it out, two suspicious-looking men walked into the supermarket. One of them was visibly carrying a handgun. The cashier sighed in frustration, annoyed by yet another robbery. The robber pointed the gun at her face, telling her to hand over all the cash from the register immediately. As he urged her to hurry, a freezing, frosty mist began to seep into the shop. The intense cold was so sudden that the robber's pistol began to freeze over. Within seconds, the entire interior of the supermarket was covered in a thick layer of ice. As one of the thieves shivered and wondered about the sudden drop in temperature, a heavy step echoed at the entrance. His buddy told him to look at the entrance, where they were confronted by a tall figure clad in sleek, white armor. The panicked robber screamed, demanding to know what kind of freakish monster they were looking at. His partner opened fire, but the bullets miraculously deflected off its freezing, blue-tinted armor. Realizing their weapons were useless, the thief shrieked in absolute terror. As they kept shooting blindly, the monster reached out, grabbed one of them, and slowly began to peel the skin off his face with its sharp claws. It tore the man's face off completely, complaining that human flesh tasted terrible. Terrified but desperate, the cashier raised her phone to record the horrific scene. She successfully live-streamed the creature tearing the robber apart. Some police officers on duty watched the viral stream, joking about how crazy online content had gotten. Suddenly, the stream cut out, replaced by an official government emergency warning. Loud sirens began to wail across the entire city, urging residents to take immediate shelter. Mo looked outside as the emergency broadcast announced measures for public safety. The sudden speed of events caught him off guard. The frozen apocalypse was starting earlier than he expected. The broadcast warned of an extreme, unexplained drop in temperature, ordering everyone to seal their homes. This deadly cold front was sweeping in, with Brooklyn right in its path. Exactly 1 hour and 9 minutes had ticked away since the initial warning. In an apartment inside Building 58, the radio continued blaring the urgent warning. It kept repeating that citizens must follow the official safety directives. Officer Joe remarked to his colleague that things must be critically bad if the high-level departments were stepping in. A young woman calmly smoked a cigarette while watching the news, while Mo worked with a screwdriver, confident that his plans wouldn't fail. Elsewhere, Luo DeLong flicked his lighter open, demanding answers from a tied-up prisoner. The battered and bloodied hostage whimpered, begging that he truly knew nothing. DeLong showed him a photo on his phone, demanding to know why he had drugged the mob boss's daughter. The victim cried out, claiming he had no idea who she was back then. Leaning down, DeLong coldly advised him to start praying for his soul. He pinned the man's hand down and drove a sharp blade straight through his palm. He pointed to a small container, talking about counting the items inside. Inside that box lay 6 freshly severed fingers. When a henchman asked how to dispose of him, DeLong replied that lust must be cleansed with fire, ordering them to throw him into the building's boiler. Without hesitation, the thugs tossed the screaming man into the furnace. They slammed the heavy steel door shut, locking him in. One thug worriedly noted the old furnace might burst under pressure, but his partner told him to stop whining. Luo was waiting for his crew to finish up. But before they could leave, the henchman noticed a strange noise coming from the tank. A violent blast tore through the room, destroying everything. They grabbed each other in panic as the flames and smoke consumed them. Meanwhile, Mo put down his screwdriver, finishing his work. Mo proudly announced that his indoor greenhouse setup was fully operational. With these provisions, he could easily survive locked inside for months. Yet, stockpiles eventually empty. His goal was complete, long-term self-sustainability. He intended to build a perfect underground sanctuary that produced its own resources forever. Checking his phone, he saw the freeze had been spreading for an hour. He had to accelerate his preparations, knowing every second wasted was a risk to his life. Just then, another knock on his door interrupted him, leaving him puzzled. Opening the door, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Officer Joe apologized for the interruption, prompting Mo to ask what the issue was. Joe explained that the main heater had failed during this extreme cold wave, warning everyone to bundle up. Mo recalled a similar incident from his past life. They hadn't fixed it in time back then, leading to total system failure. He knew he couldn't let that happen again. He was determined to prevent that disaster this time around. He needed to get his hands on it and repair it immediately. He offered to go downstairs and take a look at the machinery. With that, he stepped out and shut his door tight. As they headed up, the cops questioned his direction, while Mo asked if the heating unit wasn't located on the upper levels. Joe corrected him, stating the main boiler room was actually in the basement. They had to take the stairs down to the lower level. Mo remembered Mrs. Fang mentioning that basement boilers were illegally installed here. Since she had warned him, he assumed the safe, legal heating unit was upstairs. He briefly questioned if his memories of the timeline were getting mixed up. Stepping into the cellar, Joe shivered, complaining about the freezing air. Mo spotted something highly unusual about the rising smoke nearby. Instead of being hot, the vapor rising from the pipe felt ice cold. Joe guided him closer to the giant heating tank. Mo made a few quick adjustments to the controls, hoping that resolved the issue. But as he pulled his hand back, he noticed a strange blue fluid coating his fingers. The other cop stepped closer, asking if everything was all right. Suddenly, two pale, monstrous creatures lunged from the dark, crushing the cop's skull while shrieking about growing their fingers back. Mo recognized them as white armor monsters, while Joe lost his mind in terror, screaming at the horrific sight. Frozen in absolute fear, the old cop couldn't even bring himself to run. With their targets cornered, the monsters raised their claws, ready to strike. Without wasting a second, Mo triggered his power, lunging right in front of Joe and shoving him to the ground just as the white armor lunged to strike. As he bolted, he mumbled under his breath about how the old man had nearly gotten himself decapitated. That's when he spotted the door, which was thankfully still wide open. He immediately made a mad dash straight for the exit. If he pushed his legs to their absolute limit, making it out alive was actually possible. However, the white armor was hot on their heels, its massive jaws gaping open right behind them. Mo couldn't believe his eyes, wondering how on earth this monster was matching his sheer speed. In the blink of an eye, the beast's claws missed him by a hair's breadth. It clicked in his mind that carrying old Joe was probably the heavy dead weight slowing him down. Scooping the old man up, he offered a quick silent apology, preparing himself to chuck him straight toward the exit. With every bit of muscle power he could muster, he launched old Joe through the air. Joe sailed through the air like a rag doll, screaming at the top of his lungs about what the hell was happening. He slammed hard onto the ground outside, instantly blacking out from the impact. Spinning back to face his pursuer, Mo was immediately greeted by the monster lunging headfirst at him. Out of breath, the young guy barely managed to slip past the devastating strike. Strangely, the armored beast kept muttering a single word over and over, finger. Mo tried to piece things together, wondering if his energy was somehow linked to old Joe and how the mechanics of his power actually operated. He remembered how holding the old man capped his speed, and how letting go boosted his pace but left his power feeling restricted. But there was no time to think as the creature whirled around for another assault. Parrying the blow, Lin Mo reasoned that his state wasn't caused by the monster, as throwing Joe had clearly triggered a bizarre reaction in his energy flow. He couldn't help but question if there was a deeper bond tying their systems together. Glancing down at the small stones scattered across the floor, a realization suddenly washed over him. In his previous life, humanity stood absolutely zero chance against these armored beasts, leaving him with no choice but to run for his life. But things were completely different this time around. He was no longer the helpless target running away. He was the one doing the hunting. Bending down, Mo scooped up a single pebble from the floor. Running was no longer on his agenda. Clutching the pebble tightly, he wound up like a professional baseball pitcher, channeling his raw energy straight into the stone. With explosive power, he whipped the stone straight at the approaching monster. His theory was spot on. His ability worked specifically on targets that had been imprinted or touched by his energy. Thanks to kinetic acceleration, the force multiplied exponentially, turning a simple pebble into a projectile with the devastating power of a railgun. Crimson fluid splashed violently across the cold floor. But it wasn't the monsters. The blood was actually trickling down from Mo's own eye. Shocked, he stared at his hand, realizing the blood oozing from him was a strange blue color, leaving him utterly confused. Puking up more blood, Mo collapsed to the floor, completely paralyzed as darkness began to take over. His final sensation was a freezing chill, but right before everything went black, old Joe rushed to his side, shaking him and begging him to keep his eyes open. Over at Joe's place, his wife noted that the biting wind outside made it impossible to get him to a hospital, while the young guys struggled just to force the front door open. Zhao barked orders at them to seal off the draft and crank up the heater immediately. His wife anxiously pointed out that the boy appeared to be suffering from some kind of toxin, as they desperately yelled at him to stay awake. An officer tracked down Mrs. Feng to bring up Lin Mo, but she snapped at him to shut up and go locate Xiao Zhou instead. Stepping into the room, Xiao Zhou politely asked Zhou for a moment of her time. She suggested leaving Lin Mo under her care, to which Zhou agreed, confident the kid would pull through. The doctor pointed out that the officer needed to clean up the messy stairwell, marveling that the boy was somehow surviving despite a dangerously low body temperature. She couldn't help but wonder if he was some sort of genetically engineered cryo-human. Starting her audio log, the doctor noted that the male subject was in a deep coma, showing severe signs of unknown poisoning. While his vitals were highly irregular and his body temperature sat at a chilling 10 degrees Celsius, his pulse and neural reflexes remained shockingly stable. Shutting off her device, she muttered about how absolutely mind-boggling the entire case was. Now that the centrifuge had finished separating the blood components, she needed to analyze the data. What she discovered was unlike anything in medical science, as the sample looked perfectly normal before undergoing the separation process. However, once spun down, strange blue particles completely separated from the red cells. Knowing the chemical breakdown would take a while, she turned her attention to examining his physical symptoms. From a distance, the strange patterns on his skin easily looked like standard veins, but a closer look revealed they were more like an intense allergic flare-up. Right then, Lin Mo's eyes snapped wide open. The doctor asked if he was finally back with them, as the disoriented youth tried to piece together his surroundings. She warned him not to start pacing around like a madman, while he demanded to know her identity. Sparking up a cigarette, Xiao Zhou explained she was an underground medic who couldn't share her real name, so he could just refer to her as Dr. Zhou. She questioned how he got into this mess, admitting she'd never seen anything like it and desperately wanted to know what went down in that basement. She made it clear that his unique biology had fully captured her curiosity. Out in Brooklyn, the outside temperature had plummeted to a brutal minus 29 degrees. Historically, the absolute limit for human survival stood at a record low body temperature of 13.7 degrees. Even though we can handle 0 degrees for a bit, staying in it for too long freezes tissue and completely wrecks cells. Anything under 32 degrees triggers severe hypothermia, making survival in minus 29 degrees basically impossible. Especially not when your internal body temp drops below that 13.7 threshold. Laying out the facts, she slid the thermometer out of his mouth and held it up for him to see. Right now, his body temperature was registered at a shocking 11.5 degrees. The very fact that his heart was still beating was nothing short of a medical miracle. Lin Mo wondered if his awakened ability was behind this physiological anomaly, but he couldn't afford to waste time analyzing it. He had to get back on track and execute his plan immediately. Dr. Zhou offered a knowing smirk, claiming she knew exactly what he was thinking. But as Lin Mo tried to stand, he slipped on a puddle, hitting his head, prompting an annoyed Zhou to scold him to stay put in his fragile state. However, his clumsiness wasn't what was actually bothering her. She had successfully pinpointed the bizarre secret hidden within his body. She bluntly asked if he possessed superpowers, leaving the boy completely stunned as he wondered how she figured it out. Still, he had no intention of playing her games or wasting precious minutes. He let out a scoff, asking if she was seriously joking with him. Zhao countered smoothly, reminding him that she had analyzed him thoroughly through a medical lens. The youth reasoned that as long as his speed acceleration remained functional, he could easily make up for any lost time. But his thoughts were cut short when more blue blood began dripping onto the cold tiles. The doctor asked if he was all right as he suddenly began hacking up more of the strange fluid. He instantly knew that using his speed was out of the question, and his memories warned him of the terrible side effects heading his way. Meanwhile, DeLong approached a door, advising his men that they should probably show some manners after meeting with the doctor. His lackeys quickly nodded in agreement. Finally, he came to a halt right in front of apartment 509. On the other side of that door, Zhou and Lin Mo were hiding out. The young man tensed up, instantly realizing trouble was knocking at their door. Gritting her teeth, Zhou told him to stop slacking and get up immediately. Insisting they had to move, she reached out her hand to pull him up. Sitting up on the stretcher, Lin asked what the big emergency was, but she snapped at him to lay right back down. This wasn't the time for a Q&A session. Still, the young man wanted some logical explanation for this sudden panic. Zhao warned him that if he valued his life, he'd follow her lead, stay put, and not make a single sound. With a deep breath, she hit the control switch to open the entrance. Luo DeLong walked in with a fake, polite smile, offering a half-hearted apology for dropping in unannounced. Dr. Zhou met his gaze coldly, demanding to know what business brought him there. He smoothly asked if they could chat inside, and she casually gestured for him to do whatever he wanted. Once inside, Zhou directly asked him what he wanted from her. The mobster mentioned he had heard rumors that the tenant from 409 was getting medical help here, and he had a bone to pick with him. Zhao calmly lied, telling him that the guy he was looking for had already succumbed to poisoning. DeLong let out a theatrical sigh, remarking on how truly tragic that was. Recognizing Luo DeLong's voice, Lin Mo was deeply confused, since in his past timeline, this guy had frozen to death before this meeting ever took place. If only his acceleration was working right now, he could have easily taken care of DeLong permanently. Catching a slight movement, the mobster spun around, noting that while Dr. Zhao worked tirelessly, he swore he saw the corpse blink and offered to double-check the body himself. Zhao stood her ground, cold and firm, reiterating that she had already told him the objective facts. DeLong casually flicked his lighter close to her face. He reminded her that since she had patched up many of his boys, he owed her a debt, so she shouldn't get angry. But she also shouldn't forget who protected this clinic, demanding a straight answer. With a parting warning to think it over, he walked out, leaving Zhao to mutter about his arrogance before telling Lin Mo to sit up since the coast was clear and he clearly had questions. Lin Mo immediately questioned why DeLong was targeting him now without any past life motive, and why she had gone out of her way to cover for him. But before diving into the mystery, his primary concern was where his clothes were, leaving the doctor amused by his odd priorities. Meanwhile, the temperatures in Brooklyn had taken a nosedive down to minus 40 degrees. One of DeLong's thugs noted that back in the day, he looked down on his dad for spending his life maintaining heating furnaces, but now, he realized his old man was a genius. His partner scoffed, telling him to stop getting emotional about his dad just because the weather outside was completely ruined. When DeLong asked if they honestly believed this disaster would just blow over in a couple of days, the subordinate quickly shut his mouth and apologized. The thug pointed out that while government warnings used to play every 20 minutes, the internet had now gone completely dead, as if society had officially thrown in the towel. It felt as if this brutal frost was divine retribution designed to wipe humanity off the map. Tied securely to a chair, Joe spat back, asking why God hadn't gotten around to punishing a parasite like him yet. Stepping closer, DeLong argued he was merely maintaining order in the building, asking if his new system wasn't incredibly fair. But Joe snapped back, pointing out that forcing residents to scavenge supplies under the threat of turning off their heat was pure extortion. The crime boss smirked, asking if exchanging vital warmth for food wasn't a perfectly balanced trade. Zhao scoffed, calling him nothing more than a blood-sucking leech. Turning away, DeLong mused that it was a real pity Lin Mo wasn't around to enjoy the benefits, leaving Zhao deeply unsettled by the implication. Back in the clinic, Joe called out to ask if Lin was dressed yet, completely unaware that the weakened youth was struggling just to put on his shirt. Shuffling in, he asked what she wanted, prompting her to ask if he had any clue how long he'd actually been out. When he guessed around 6 hours, she shocked him by revealing he had been completely unconscious for 6 full days before filling him in on the chaos. With DeLong monopolizing the heat and demanding supplies in exchange, desperate residents ventured out into the freezing cold, effectively marching to their own graves. Lin Mo spat out a curse, noting that no matter the lifetime, that guy was always a heartless monster. He then asked if there was any medical method to get his physical strength back. Smirking with her cigarette in place, she confirmed there was, but reminded him she didn't run a free clinic, so her help came with a catch. Lin Mo immediately agreed, telling her he'd accept whatever terms she set as long as he was capable of fulfilling them. Tilting his chin up, she told him he had to become her personal research subject, promising no harm would come to him since she was just fascinated by his biology. Grinning back at her, Lin Mo simply replied that they had ourselves a deal. She explained that his blood contained a unique chemical component she hadn't quite identified yet. What she did know was that it absorbed external heat radiation and converted it into physical energy, though absorbing too much left his core freezing. To put it plainly, his body had turned into a massive battery, meaning his current weakness was just extreme starvation. Lin Mo clarified, asking if simply stuffing his face would bring his strength back. She nodded, warning him that he'd need an insane amount of calories, and her current food reserves were nowhere near enough. He assured her not to sweat it, confident he could source enough food on his own. Slipping into the emergency stairwell, he felt relieved he'd hoarded rations beforehand. Carefully dodging DeLong's patrols as making it back to his room meant winning this round. Swiping his keycard and opening the door to 409, he was greeted by a room completely covered in solid ice. Lin Mo realized they must have completely cut his line, which could easily freeze an ordinary person to death. Thanks to DeLong's pettiness, his apartment was now a glorified igloo. He immediately cracked open a storage box, knowing it held his highest calorie emergency rations. Inside, row after row of heavy chocolate bars were neatly stacked. Smiling as he thought of Ming Ming, he silently resolved to buy a better brand of chocolate in his next life. He sank his teeth into the frozen chocolate bar with everything he had. But feeling no immediate energy boost, he realized a few bites wouldn't cut it, meaning he had to seriously up the intake. He began shoving chocolate down his throat, feeling a scary, insatiable hunger deep within that felt like it was dragging him to the brink of losing his mind. Suddenly, a thug pushed the unlocked door open, laughing that they didn't even need to chop off the owner's fingers to get inside, only to stop dead when they saw the mountain of supplies and Lin Mo quietly finishing his final treat. Aiming their guns at him, they demanded to know his identity and how on earth he had managed to unlock the place. Back in her lab, Jo studied the freshly printed simulation report, realizing to her horror that the energy reversal process was directly interfering with his brain's neural pathways. If he consumed too much glycogen too quickly, he would undergo a monstrous transformation. One of the thugs barked that they didn't care who he was, declaring all his gear was theirs now. But right then, Lin Mo's icy blue aura flared into a blood-red light as he completely lost his sanity. 3 days prior, Jo had inspected the boiler room, trying to figure out what catastrophic failure had caused room 409 to freeze. She spotted a bizarre substance crystallizing on the floor and leaned in for a closer look. Scraping it into a vial, she noted that the strange compound was incredibly intriguing. Glancing up, she noticed a security camera pointed directly at the scene. She realized she'd have to sneak into the security room to uncover what really went down. Over the PA system, a harsh voice crackled to life, demanding the attention of all building residents. The speaker ordered them to ration their food supplies carefully to avoid unnecessary waste. One of DeLong's thugs grabbed Zhao, grumbling about her weight, while his partner warned him to follow orders and watch the boiler. DeLong's broadcast continued, explaining that every resident had to offer a small fee in exchange for their daily heating. A tipsy resident slurred, asking if this was some sick prank by old Joe, but his sober friend warned him that the tone sounded dead serious. The mob boss made his message loud and clear so no one would underestimate the gravity of their new reality. Striding over to the main control panel, he announced he'd be cutting off the heating temporarily to ration power. Sporting a manic, psychotic grin, he pulled the heavy lever and cut the power. In a flash, Lin Mo's mind snapped back to consciousness, finding himself staring at a mysterious figure who asked him about his deep-seated hatred. Dressed in prison garb, the young man asked what exactly he was expected to hate. The shadowy figure pressed further, whispering DeLong's full name, asking if he loathed the man. Lin Mo spat, that of course he hated him, his aura flaring as he lunged forward and grabbed a nearby thug by the throat. As a violent crimson energy enveloped the struggling thug, Lin Mo's own eyes glowed with the exact same terrifying red hue. In his delirious, blood-fueled state, he mistook the lackey for DeLong himself, muttering that human meat didn't taste much different from beef. With monstrous strength, he launched the man straight through the window, sending him plummeting to the pavement below, engulfed in crackling red flames. Passersby gasped in horror at the burnt, smoking corpse on the sidewalk, deducing he must have fallen all the way from the 4th floor. His partners screamed, wondering what kind of alien freak Lin Mo was as he approached. Spotting the swirling red energy that looked like a localized aurora, he realized he stood zero chance, yet made a desperate last-ditch charge anyway as the hooded figure simply smiled. Keeping Luo DeLong's image in mind, Lin Mo flashes right behind the henchman, completely blinding him with his raw speed. Lin Mo taunts him to throw a punch, but when the henchman swings, he finds himself hitting nothing but thin air. As the thug tries to turn around and strike again, Lin Mo teleports behind him once more, channeling Luo DeLong's authority to order him to stay put. The hooded figure pulls his arm back, waiting for the henchman to charge, then triggers his eye power to dash forward, clean slicing his opponent in two. Just then, the door flies open, and Ming Ming shouts Lin Mo's name, startling him instantly. Looking up, he sees Ming aiming a gun directly at him before she fires a dart right into his midsection. Stunned, he gasps, asking why she did that. Zhao calmly explains it was only insulin, causing Lin Mo's surging energy to quickly fade away. As he collapses right into her arms, the doctor explains that the shot was necessary to cool down his dangerously high body temperature. However, her jaw drops when she looks past him and notices that every single plant in the room has suddenly blossomed. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of miracle had just taken place. Throughout history, extreme hunger has driven humanity to dark extremes, sparking wars and even forcing people to turn on each other. Only when farming technology advanced did human civilization finally find some peace and stability. Yet, that ancient threat has returned, because growing food in a frozen wasteland is next to impossible. Just as history is poised to repeat its darkest cycle, an exception appears, sleeping peacefully with his head resting against the freshly grown greenery. Apologizing under her breath, Zhou notes he barely had any uptime and needs more rest, though her curiosity gets the better of her as she picks up a freshly grown tomato. Without waiting any longer, she takes a crisp bite of the fruit. Testing the flavor, the doctor admits it's actually delicious, and the yield is massive enough to sustain the entire complex. Elsewhere, 2 survivors trudge through the deep, relentless snow. Suddenly, the girl's stomach lets out a loud growl, making her blush with embarrassment. Her companion asks if she's holding up okay, and she quickly brushes it off, saying she can handle it. Her partner pats his coat pocket, suddenly remembering he might have a chocolate bar stashed away. Though she politely declines, he insists, mentioning that DeLong almost swiped it earlier and he's sure it's hidden in his jacket. His wife sighs, telling him to stop searching, reminding him that they actually gave that chocolate bar to their daughter just this morning. The husband freezes, looking at her in complete disbelief. Chuckling sheepishly, he calls himself useless for forgetting. But before he can finish, a massive claw strikes from the shadows, instantly crushing his skull. The wife paralyzes in sheer horror, completely frozen by the sudden brutality. Towering over her is a massive, white-armored beast that picks up her husband's remains and casually begins to eat them. As hot blood splatters across her face, the terrifying beast looks down at her and growls that she looks like a tasty treat. Staring up in absolute terror, she gasps, wondering what kind of nightmare she is looking at. Suddenly, a blonde guy yells at her to run, snapping her out of her daze. She flees as the stranger tells her to follow him if she wants to survive. The armored beast lunges forward, barely missing her as she panicked, tripped on the uneven snow, and crashed hard onto the frozen ground. Sobbing and begging for mercy, she scrambles to stand, but just as the beast closes in, the blonde guy lights a rag-stuffed alcohol bottle and hurls it, creating a brilliant explosion right on target. Embers rain down near her as the monster is swallowed by fire, screaming its hatred for the heat, which buys the terrified woman just enough time to make a break for it. Reaching a nearby building, she desperately hopes she managed to lose the creature. She spots an elevator, thinking safety is just a button press away, but her heart drops when she realizes the beast is still hot on her heels. Sobbing hysterically, she mashes the call button while the white-armored predator slowly closes the distance, calling out to her. The terrified girl screams at the elevator to speed up, but the blonde hero suddenly appears and commands her to shut her eyes tightly. Before she can register the surprise, intense flashes of light burst out, blinding the monster, who roars in frustration. Seizing the moment, the blonde raises a guitar pick, strikes a pose, and blasts a heavy rock riff. Powerful sound waves ripple through the air, sending the creature into absolute agony as it screams about its hatred for rock music. The woman, Dorothy Perez, had spent her childhood dreaming of wearing a white coat and saving lives as a doctor. Although she eventually settled for being a nurse, she found herself completely miserable with her mundane existence. That was until she met Matt, whose shy demeanor over shared meals captured her heart, filling her world with excitement. Naturally, the two eventually tied the knot. Not long after, they welcomed a beautiful baby girl into their lives. To top it all off, they finally managed to move into a brand new apartment. Yet, deep down, she knew how fragile peace was, whether the threat was a sudden ice age or home invaders. Having survived so much, she dreaded what was next, desperate to comprehend how this random guy was holding off a nightmare using nothing but a guitar. Without a doubt, it was the most absurd spectacle she had ever witnessed. Striking a final chord, the guitarist raises his hand high in a dramatic finish. The beast lunges forward, complaining about the annoying racket, but the exhausted musician simply stomps on a floor trigger. Instantly, heavy metal spikes rain down from above, impaling the monster and pinning it helplessly beneath the debris. Trapped and broken, the creature's hand gives one last, feeble twitch. Dorothy falls to her knees in relief, weeping that the nightmare is finally over, though she still watches the wreckage with caution. Seeing her distress, the blonde hero offers her a reassuring hand, softly telling her that she's safe now. Later, Dorothy sits quietly by a crackling campfire, deep in her own thoughts. As she stares at a blood-stained family photo, the guitarist hands her a clean rag, gently suggesting it's time to let her husband's memory rest. Sitting down next to her, he adds that while mourning is natural, the priority now is keeping the living safe in this brutal world. Dorothy looks at him, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. To break the rising tension, the man lights up a cigarette and tells her not to stress, though it only makes things feel a bit more awkward. Dorothy finally introduces herself, prompting the blonde to awkwardly stammer out his own name, Corbin. Looking away shyly, she offers her thanks, which Corbin graciously accepts. Dorothy breaks the silence by asking if he was out scavenging for supplies as well. Corbin admits his circumstances are a bit unique, opening his guitar case to retrieve something he wants to show her. He explains that he actually traveled all the way from Seattle to locate a missing friend. Unfortunately, the sudden freeze hit right as he arrived, leaving him completely stranded. Passing her a photograph, he points to a guy in a hat, mentioning they used to rock out together in a high school band. Dorothy's eyes widen as she recognizes the face, identifying him as the tenant from apartment 409. Suddenly, a massive tremor rattles the ground beneath them, prompting Corbin to look around in alarm as the entire city shakes. He stares in horror at a squad of monsters, one slamming the ground, another bleeding from a slit throat, and a freakish one with long, whip-like arms. An entire legion of these pale, mutated monsters is marching forward. Dorothy gasps as she realizes their path leads straight toward her apartment complex. Back with Lin Mo, he finally groggily wakes up, confused about his blackout and startled to see a woman's silhouette right in front of him. Thoroughly confused, he tries to piece together his surroundings. Zhao steps out from behind him and asks if he's awake, casually mentioning she attached a little device to him, which immediately makes Lin Mo suspicious. Realizing he's securely strapped to a chair, he listens as the doctor explains she added a safety feature, pointing to a high-tech collar around his neck. Throughout human history, collars have served various purposes, with their symbolism shifting drastically over time. In ancient eras, they were grim symbols of captivity, representing total ownership and control. Today, however, they've taken on a completely different, adult connotation. Zhao quickly clarifies that his collar isn't for any kinky business. Lin Mo retorts that he wouldn't even have thought of that if she hadn't brought it up, reminding her that he agreed to be a test subject, not a literal prisoner. Dismissing his complaints, she explains it's a vital monitoring device to track his unique biology, asking if he remembers how his body absorbs and retains heat. She believes there is a secondary mechanism at play, and this collar will test her theory. When his blood sugar spikes, he triggers a new form, turning the collar from blue to red. Highly skeptical, Lin Mo asks what on earth she means by a secondary state. Instead of answering, the doctor counters by asking if he recalls anything from 20 minutes ago. Realizing his mind is a total blank, Lin Mo is caught off guard. Zhao gently touches his cheek, assuring him that his amnesia is fine since finding these answers is exactly what her research is for. Though Lin Mo hates how she always seems to hold the upper hand, he knows that unraveling this mystery is his only ticket to turning the tables on her. Typing a quick command, Joe initiates an injection. Lin Mo looks over at his IV line, asking what she is pumping into his veins. He squints, reading the label. It is a highly concentrated 25% glucose solution. Turning back to monitor the results, the doctor says her immediate priority is cataloging his physical reaction. As Lin Mo demands answers, Joe flashes a playful smile, saying she nearly overlooked a key step. She kneels right in front of him, making him tense up and ask what she's planning to do. To his utter bewilderment, she places a small potted plant right between his thighs. Staring down, he looks at the green leaves in absolute confusion. Suddenly, his vision blurs red, and the glowing patterns on his skin begin to flare with crimson light. Within seconds, a massive wave of crimson energy floods the entire chamber. He roars at the doctor for tricking him, But suddenly, his alter ego manifests beside him, commenting on how fascinating the setup is. Walking past Joe toward the bound, Lin Mo, the phantom touches the plant, causing it to rapidly grow and sprout ripe tomatoes. He looks Lin Mo in the eyes, asking if he can finally perceive him. Confused, Lin Mo demands to know what's happening, while his double simply smiles and welcomes their reunion. Lin Mo frantically tries to alert the doctor that he's hallucinating his own twin, but the entity calmly informs him that she is completely deaf to their conversation. Realizing his shouts are met with total silence, Lin Mo asks if this quiet dimension is the creature's doing. The projection replies that while he plays a part in it, he isn't the sole reason. Annoyed by the riddles, Lin Mo demands to know his true identity and why they share the exact same face. The figure explains that they are actually parts of a single whole. He points out that without this perfect fusion, neither of them could have unlocked this level of power. Slipping off his hood, he offers to settle the mystery of his identity once and for all. Stripping away the disguise, he reveals his true face. Lin Mo's eyes widen in sheer astonishment at the sight. Staring into the copy's glowing blue eyes, the entity asks if he finally remembers. Lin Mo gasps, realizing this is the parasite from the cavern, and the entity nods, pointing to the distinct matching seal on Lin Mo's back. Explaining that his supernatural strength and self-healing come entirely from their bond, the parasite morphs into a beautiful woman and playfully suggests they should learn to cooperate. The National Security and Logistics Bureau, popularly known as the ASLN, stands as one of the elite, self-governing divisions of the government. This massive security division possesses its own specialized medical wing, highly skilled administrative staff, and a formidable military force. Following the collapse of the central government, this bureau became humanity's final line of defense as someone suddenly calls out to Xiaoluo. On her desk rests a framed photo of herself and Zhou. As someone asks if the system is still offline, Xiaoluo dryly notes that Miss Barbara has posed that exact query 28 times over the last 48 hours. Hearing this, Barbara lets out a heavy sigh, glancing over at her associate. When Xiaoluo starts detailing server bugs and hardware failures, Barbara cuts her off, yelling that she gets the picture. As a level 4 biochemistry chief named Ripley, she scoffs, complaining that the tech guys are just passing the buck to avoid work. Barbara shifts focus, asking if the update is complete, to which Xiaoluo replies it is nearly finished. Declaring that close enough, she orders the draft sent directly to her first, leaving her assistant to wonder about the distribution list. Sneering, Barbara dismisses the concern, claiming their ball director wouldn't bother reading a single page of it anyway. Knowing time is running out, she quickly opens a highly classified government brief. She silently dreads that history is repeating itself, while her bald superior complains that they have no time for academic debates. Frank Kordick, a level 2 minister, yells that between the erratic weather and the cyber attacks, their entire communication grid is dead. He rants that their field teams have been radio silent for 48 hours, and their sleeper agents haven't even been properly deployed yet. They are backed into a corner and need to make a move immediately. Just as he begins a grand speech about how war never changes, Barbara shuts him up with a swift kick right between his legs, telling him to save the political drama for later. Stepping into the containment room, she asks if he finally understands why she is in such a rush. Frank stares in absolute shock as Barbara reveals that the white-armored beast was captured right outside their emergency shelter. Inside the cell, the creature mutters incoherently, acting as nothing more than a mindless husk. Zhao Luo chimes in, confirming that the specimen was once a normal human being. When Frank doubts her, Barbara points toward the beast's neck, telling him to look closer. Squinting, the bald boss spots a familiar operational collar, realizing this monster was one of their own field agents. He demands answers, and Barbara explains that the tragedy unfolded right before they lost all communications. They picked up a distress beacon near the base, but by the time recovery teams located him, Agent Silverhammer was already dead. She adds that within 24 hours of recovery, his corpse mutated into the monstrous creature before them. Xiaoluo adds that according to intelligence from the CIA, these entities were being tracked even before the freeze began. Pointing to a screen, she notes that the security footage from a supermarket caught the first 2 anomalies, which they have dubbed husks. As Lin Mo's face fills the monitor, she adds that their agency has designated him as number 0. Meanwhile, Lin Mo is completely baffled, marveling at how a creepy cave insect just transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. Smiling coyly, the parasite teases him about human bashfulness around nudity before boldly sitting on his lap, leaving Lin Mo wondering if this frozen time reality is all a dream. Reading his mind, the parasite tells him he's welcome to view it that way if it makes him comfortable. Startled, Lin Mo gasps, realizing she can hear his inner thoughts. She confirms she can, reminding him that their bodies are completely fused, though Lin Mo complains that her way of explaining things is incredibly creepy. She notes that Zhou's glucose injection is the only reason he can perceive her, prompting Lin Mo to realize this is a mental projection and ask if she's finally fully active. Twirling a strand of her hair, she clarifies that his blood is what holds her essence, granting him those incredible powers. When the youth asks why she chose his body as a host, she simply smiles and calls him an incredibly intriguing specimen. She explains that she is entirely non-human and originates from outside this dimension, leaving Lin Mo repeating her words in absolute shock. She adds that her kind must host within local life forms to perceive and interact with this world's physics. Lin Mo groans, muttering that her explanation sounds like the plot of a terrible fantasy novel. She explains that her nameless race drifts across dimensions outside of time, unable to touch the physical world without a native host to act as their anchor. With a soft sigh, she concedes that such concepts are likely too complex for human minds to fully grasp. She explained how they longed to hear their names spoken and watch civilizations rise and fall, yet remained helpless spectators, unable to leave any real proof of their existence. Lin Mo jokingly asks if she's giving him a lecture on existentialism, noting that her deep speech makes her sound incredibly isolated. Caught off guard, the parasite freezes for a second before bursting into laughter, mockingly asking if he's actually pitying her and if this is what humans call empathy. She admits that if humans can feel this way, then picking them as hosts was definitely the correct move. Wrapping her arms around him, she teases that his confused look is adorable, though she has some seriously bad news to share. The second their fusion was complete, Lin Mo instantly became prime prey for the creatures known as husks. Outside, a pack of white-armored, wolf-like beasts begins gathering, closing in on the apartment complex. Their leader sniffs the air, detecting the sweet scent of food mixed with the stench of arrival, and orders his pack to breach the building. Without hesitation, the beasts smash straight through the walls of the building. When Lin Mo demands to know what these husks actually are, she simply smiles and tells him he'll see for himself in a moment. She adds that if he ever needs her help, he already knows the trick to call her up. With a sudden clap of her hands, the parasite restarts time, and reality snaps back to normal. In that exact instant, a small glass vial slips and plunges toward the floor. And right next to where it lands, a severed head crashes onto the ground. Chaos erupts in the hallways as a terrified girl flees from a white-armored beast, sprinting past the bodies of neighbors caught in the sudden onslaught. Panicked residents rush down the stairwell, but one unfortunate man gets trapped by two monsters, desperately pounding on a door that jammed at the absolute worst time. The beasts close the distance in a flash, impaling him right through the door as they break it down. Luo Delong's henchmen, who are busy guarding Officer Zhao, draw their weapons in a panic as the monsters burst in, screaming in confusion at the terrifying sights. Zhao can only watch in horror as the two thugs are instantly skewered, realizing these things look terrifyingly similar to the monster he encountered earlier. As he stares, he spots glowing red spots pulsating on their bodies. He wonders if those glowing marks mean they're actively draining blood from their victims. Since the beasts haven't spotted him yet, he knows this is his only window to make a run for it. With no tools nearby and the smooth pillar offering no sharp edges to cut his bindings, breaking the ropes normally is impossible. Desperate, he falls back on a painful trick from his younger days, grabbing his thumb and forcefully dislocating it to slip his hand right out of the bindings. Zhao chuckles quietly, glad that those old battle scars from his youth made his joints so incredibly loose. Thanks to those past mishaps, slipping his fingers out of joint is practically a breeze now. Keeping his movements dead silent, he begins to sneak away while the beasts remain distracted. But then he stops, realizing he can't afford to walk out of this chaotic mess empty-handed. He decides to hunt for the security vault, knowing the foolish thugs had no idea it was actually packed with weapons. Just as he makes his move, one of those white-armored beasts steps directly into his path. Staring at the creature, Joe can't help but curse his terrible luck out loud. Meanwhile, Dr. Joe observes that the plants are indeed reacting to Lin Mo's energy and growing at an unnatural speed, prompting Lin Mo to ask if she can please reverse this mess. The doctor warns that while he can indeed shrink them back, overusing his abilities like this will drain him completely and leave him utterly exhausted. Having gathered enough experiment data, she finally agrees, but Lin Mo frantically snaps at her to stop talking and just do it. Suddenly, a violent tremor rattles the walls, and Dr. Joe freezes, wondering what on earth is causing that noise. The heavy door begins to shake violently, as if something massive is trying to break in. Terrified by the sudden aggression, the doctor panics and asks what is going on. Lin Mo's eyes widen as he braces himself, wondering if one of those creatures has already found them. Right on cue, a beast smashes through and bursts into the room. He immediately recognizes the signature white-armored plating on the creature. The parasite's voice echoes softly in his ear, confirming that this thing is indeed a shell. Lin Mo whips his head around, demanding to know why she's still hanging around, but she gently presses a finger to his lips, telling him to stop whining because if he doesn't move right now, Dr. Joe is as good as dead. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo triggers his speed and darts forward, silently complaining about why every single woman in his life is so incredibly high maintenance. He scoops Dr. Joe up in a princess carry, quickly apologizing and begging her not to sue him as he takes off. Using his accelerated speed, he sprints out of danger, leaving the room behind in a blur. Finding nothing but empty air where its target used to be, the monster violently smashes into the wall. Lin Mo lands safely a short distance away, still cradling the doctor, and hurriedly asks if she's unhurt. But as he looks down, He notices her cheeks are flushed red with embarrassment. Gently placing her hand on his chest, she smiles and remarks that experiencing his speed firsthand was surprisingly thrilling. Lin Mo quickly sets her down and helps her stand as they both turn to face the approaching beast. Dr. Joe asks what that thing is, and Lin Mo replies that while he has no clue, it's clearly lethal, stepping in front of her to shield her. She reminds him not to push his powers past his limits, and Lin Mo nods in agreement. He adds that he wants to admit something. Even though she can be incredibly messy, her efforts actually made a huge difference, offering her a genuine thank you. Stunned by his unexpected sincerity, the doctor blushes and demands to know why he's picking this chaotic moment to be nice. Getting into a fighting stance, Lin Mo grins and says they can worry about details later, promising to give her a proper thank you once they survive. But before he can strike, several more of those white-skinned beasts crawl into the room, surrounding them. The sudden ambush catches him completely off guard. He wonders if these things are coordinates that hunt together in packs rather than acting alone. While taking down one beast is a walk in the park, fighting an entire horde is guaranteed to drain his energy completely. Seeing his hesitation, Dr. Joe teases him, asking if he's backing out of thanking her, to which Lin Mo replies that she might have to put that on hold. The beasts lunge at him all at once, forcing him to accept that a head-on clash is his only option. He squares his shoulders and readies himself to take on the incoming horde. Pulling out her tablet, Dr. Joe decides this is the perfect opportunity to push his limits, noting that his energy level is currently at a full 100%. Lin Mo ducks under a vicious swipe, realizing that keeping his speed active nonstop will cause him to collapse long before all these beasts are dead. Suddenly, he grabs one by the throat with a grin, realizing he just needs to activate his speed in short bursts and hurls the beast straight into the oncoming pack. The beasts quickly recover and coordinate their next strike, making Lin Mo realize they aren't brainless, though he has no intention of being their dinner. Focusing his power into his eyes, he activates his speed, causing time to slow to a crawl so he can easily read and predict the beast's every move. By effortlessly dodging their swipes, he realizes he doesn't even need to waste energy accelerating his entire body. Applying the same logic to his counterattacks, he charges forward with laser focus. Even without a weapon, accelerating just his fists to extreme speeds allows him to unleash devastating supersonic shockwaves, shattering everything in the vicinity with the blast. Lin Mo glares at the remaining monsters and asks if they're finally scared, because he's only just warming up. Staring at the data, Dr. Joe notes that while his calorie burn remains high, his overall efficiency has skyrocketed, having used less than 10% of his total energy so far. With a smirk, she remarks how fascinating he is, calling him her favorite lab rat and telling him he's free to go wild with those supersonic punches. Lin Mo mutters a complaint, knowing all along that she was treating him like a walking science experiment. As the beasts charge him again, Lin Mo readies his fist, yelling that the doctor is a complete scammer before unleashing a massive shockwave. Lin Mo exhales slowly, trying to catch his breath after that massive exertion. The veins in his neck bulge with a blue glow, and energy still crackles around his arm, yet his glucose levels have only dipped to 83%. The doctor walks over, impressed by how quickly he mastered the trick, while Lin Mo just glares back at her in silence. Exhaling a cloud of cigarette smoke, she demands answers, noting that since he seems to know far too much about these creatures, her test subject needs to spill everything. Down in the boiler room, the massive body of the white-armored beast lies slumped over in a pool of dark blood. Old Joe is lying completely knocked out beneath the creature's heavy frame, but suddenly, his eyes snap wide open. Glancing around in confusion, he mutters to himself, asking what happened, before noticing the blood splattered across the floor. With a grunt, he yanks his blade out of the monster's stomach. Trying to piece together his memories, he shoves the heavy carcass off his body. He recalls the brutal struggle against the beast, realizing that without that iron lever, he'd be a dead man right now. Stepping out of the room, a chilling thought hits him. What if another one shows up, and luck isn't on his side next time? Suddenly, the phone in his pocket begins to buzz, making him wonder if the cellular network is actually back online. To his surprise, the incoming call is from a completely blocked, unknown number. Pressing the phone to his ear, a mysterious voice on the other end greets him warmly, calling him Josh Castillo and asking if he prefers the alias Mr. Curved Blade. Lin Mo fills Dr. Joe in on everything he knows, though he makes a mental note to keep his death and time travel experiences a complete secret. As she changes into a fresh outfit, the doctor nods as if she expected his answers, casually asking him to help zip her up now that he's finished talking. He obliges and zips it up while she explains the gear is a prototype hazmat suit from her old job, leaving Lin Mo utterly confused by the sudden fashion show. She points upward and tells him to take a look at the ceiling. She explains that because those beasts crawled through the vents, they've likely ruined the heating system, asking if he hadn't noticed the freezing draft. Suddenly, a strange scuffling sound echoes from just outside their door. Both of them cautiously creep toward the entrance to investigate. Peeking out, they find a little girl standing there. The doctor dismisses her as just a kid, but Lin Mo recognizes her as his neighbor's daughter. The frightened girl suddenly bolts down the hallway, and Lin Mo immediately gives chase, while the doctor mutters in the background about how much she despises children. Lin Mo freezes as he looks down the corridor, horrified to find the entire floor stained in blood as the little girl points trembling fingers ahead. Catching up, Dr. Joe notes the dead bodies are all apartment residents, while Lin Mo notices something far more sinister. Every single one of them was shot. He kneels down to comfort the girl, warning her that this place is unsafe, but she just keeps pointing toward old Joe, who is lying motionless on the ground. Lin Mo feels a pang of guilt, remembering how, in his previous life, old Joe was the kind soul who shared his food, only to eventually fall prey to those same armored beasts. Placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, Lin Mo sighs, whispering that good-hearted people really do finish last in this cruel world. Out of nowhere, old Joe's hand shoots up and grabs Lin Mo's wrist, startling the boy so badly he lets out an incredibly dramatic shriek. Coughing weakly, the old man wheezes that he isn't quite dead yet and still owes Lin Mo a favor. The little girl tugs at Dr. Joe's hand, looking up with wide, hopeful eyes to ask if she's a real doctor. She explains her mother told her doctors carry a red cross, pointing to the emblem on the back of Joe's hand, and begs her to save Uncle Joe. After a cold pause, Joe's expression softens slightly, and she steps forward, announcing she'll make a rare exception and treat him free of charge. Kneeling down, she asks what dragged him to death's door, and Joe sighs, explaining that after escaping the boiler room, he aimed for the security vault, only to find the ground floor crawling with beasts. With no other choice, he rushed up the emergency stairwell, gathering a small group of desperate survivors along the way. With the white-armored beasts snapping at their heels, their only path of survival was to keep climbing higher. But that's when things took a horrific turn. Luo DeLong suddenly blocked their path with a gun, cold-bloodedly shooting survivors in the head and leaving their bodies behind to slow down the pursuing monsters. When Joe screamed at him in outrage, DeLong casually replied that sacrificing the weak to buy time for the strong is just how survival works, continuing his shooting spree. Aiming his pistol at the helpless girl, he sneered that the strong dominating the weak is a law written by God himself. He pulled the trigger, but Joe courageously threw himself in front of the bullet to shield the child. Leaving them for dead, DeLong fled further up the stairs, while Joe slumped against the wall, slowly bleeding out until darkness took him. Zhao adds that luck was on his side as the bullet missed his organs, but the massive blood loss means he needs to find shelter immediately. Lin Mo mutters Luo DeLong's name through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with fury as he steps forward, prompting Joe to ask what he's planning. He glances back over his shoulder, his eyes flashing as he activates his acceleration powers. Further up, DeLong continues to gun down fleeing residents, completely ignoring their desperate pleas that they are human beings just like him. But he laughs them off, calling them nothing but sheep to be slaughtered, glad that their corpses will delay the monsters while he hides in the old warehouse, which should be the safest spot left. He kicks open the warehouse door, hoping to find food and gear, but suddenly freezes as an icy, murderous presence radiates from the corridor behind him. Lin Mo slowly pulls back his hood, glaring at the criminal and calling out his name with pure venom as they stand face to face once more. Panicking, the gangster fires wildly, screaming that he already sent him to hell, but Lin Mo effortlessly weaves through the bullets, dashes forward, and delivers a devastating kick that snaps DeLong's leg. In a flash, he slices off the man's gun arm with a claw-like strike and clamps his hand tightly around DeLong's head. As Lin Mo drags him toward the edge of the balcony, DeLong screams in terror, begging to know why he's doing this since they haven't even crossed paths in this lifetime. Lin Mo initially fumes at the statement, but suddenly realizes that, technically, the atrocities from his past timeline haven't actually occurred yet. When he first returned to the past, revenge wasn't his goal. He simply wanted to build a quiet sanctuary to survive this apocalypse. But seeing the sheer cruelty around him, he realizes how naive he was to think he could just ignore the scum while innocents were slaughtered. This realization fills him with a burning rage, not just at the monster standing before him, but at his own foolishness for trying to play safe. Igniting DeLong's body with a burst of pure energy, he hurls the screaming gangster off the balcony into the waiting horde below, declaring that in this frozen wasteland, he will hunt down and destroy his enemies 100 times over. Inside, Dr. Joe and the little girl huddle close to a metal barrel, warming their hands over the crackling fire. The doctor remarks that the building manager used this hidden spot as a warehouse, which is a massive stroke of luck since it's packed with surviving supplies. Lin Mo sits quietly on a nearby crate in the corner, thinking that while he finally took his revenge, the empty feeling inside hasn't entirely faded. The doctor snaps him out of his thoughts with a sudden smack to the back of his head, demanding to know what's going on in that brain of his. She mentions she always knew he had some history with that scumbag, adding that while absolute power usually drives people insane, his control is surprisingly different. After she offers a quiet thank you for taking care of DeLong, Lin Mo asks if she, too, has some bad history with organized crime. Her eyes glaze over as flashes of her dark past resurface, remembering a man pointing a gun ruthlessly at helpless people. Noticing her silence, the young man stands up and gently tells her she doesn't have to talk about it if it makes her uncomfortable. He notes that while this warehouse is their safest bet for now, the lack of a working heater means they are going to freeze soon. Looking around, everything in the room still seems perfectly sealed and untouched. However, with old Joe badly wounded and little Maggie being just a child, huddled around a burning trash can isn't a long-term solution. With those white armored beasts prowling the halls, their first priority is to barricade the doors using whatever scrap metal they can find. But if they want to survive the freezing cold, someone has to make a dangerous trek down to the main generator room. The doctor sighs, pointing out that the entire apartment complex is infested with those beasts and warns of the consequences if they fail. Right as they are discussing their plans, little Maggie lets out a soft, shivering sneeze. Lin Mo worries that she'll catch hypothermia if they just sit idly, and Dr. Joe nods, declaring there is only one logical path forward. Deep inside the dark, metallic resonance of a garbage chute, the echoing sound of footsteps can be heard. Suddenly, Lin Mo tumbles out, eating dirt as he lands face first, muttering curses about having to crawl through trash, until he looks up and freezes. Staring at a massive, pulsing organic core, he realizes to his horror that those white-armored beasts have merged with the humans to build a massive nest. Hearing a sudden scuffle behind him, he whips his head around, fearing another beast, only for Dr. Joe to crash land directly on top of him. Groaning from underneath her, Lin Mo points out that she's pinning him to the floor and preventing him from standing up. The doctor glares down and retorts that she would gladly move if he'd stop grabbing her waist. Before they can argue further, a heavy thud echoes nearby, and she instantly presses her hand over his mouth to signal silence. The massive beast turns its head, sniffs the air for a tense moment, and then slowly ambles past their hiding spot. Once the coast is clear, Joe whispers to ask what that abomination was, while Lin Mo demands to know why she insisted on tagging along in the first place. She explains that firing up the main generator is a two-person job, and given his current exhaustion, he'd probably pass out before he could finish. But before they can relax, the nearby beast suddenly shrieks and charges straight toward the very wall they are hiding behind. Lin Mo panics, realizing this creature is far more grotesque and powerful than the usual armored beasts. And in his current depleted state, a fight right now would be suicide. Remembering the doctor's theory that these beasts don't actually consume human flesh, but merely harvest and store their blood, Lin Mo can't help but wonder, where exactly is all that stolen blood being delivered? Peering through the window, Maggie asks Joe what's going on. The old man is horrified to see white-armored beasts swarming the building, along with a female creature on the ground whose stomach is unnaturally bloated. Corbin notes that she seems completely dead, while Dorothy points out that she's no longer a threat to them. Suddenly, a flashing light catches their attention from inside the building, revealing someone attempting to communicate. When Dorothy questions what Morse means, Corbin clarifies that it's a signaling system that translates specific light patterns into letters and numbers. The person flashes a warning from the window, signaling them to stay away from the area. While Corbin is taken aback by the message, Dorothy eagerly asks what the signals translate to. Though he can only decipher a small portion, Corbin informs her that they are actually being told to head over. As they head toward the building, Dorothy hesitates, prompting Corbin to remind her that her daughter is likely inside, though Joe strongly advises against taking such a dangerous route. Inside the nest, Lynn realizes they must push forward along this path, but a white-armored beast stands guard, blocking their way. With no other options, he prepares to confront the creature directly. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoes from the ceiling, successfully distracting the beast. Taking advantage of this ideal diversion, Lynn and Joe quickly slip past. The doctor notes that the fleshy veins covering the ground appear to be linked to the people who died here. Lynn agrees, finding the concept of using humans to construct a nest incredibly unsettling when a sudden threat rises right behind him. A skeletal, white-armored monstrosity emerges from the shadows. It slowly morphs into a humanoid shape, closely resembling a lech. Plunging its hand into its own stomach, the beast pulls out its own intestines to shape a sword, immediately swinging the blade down at them. Sensing the impending danger, Lynn curses under his breath. Joe pushes Lynn out of harm's way, trying to speed up their escape. As the beast lunges to strike them both, Lynn rushes to protect Joe, taking a severe slash to his back to shield the doctor. Retreating from the blow, he clutches his wound and warns that this particular white-armored beast is far faster and stronger than the others. Lynn grips his injured shoulder, shocked by the overwhelming power of the creature. The beast lets out a chilling sound, locking its gaze directly onto Joe. Lin Mo wonders why the monster is targeting the doctor instead of him, but has no time to think as it charges with its bone sword. Lin manages to shove Joe out of the way, but gets sliced by the weapon once again. The enemy is simply too swift for Lin to keep up, and he realizes that if this relentless onslaught continues, neither he nor the doctor will make it out alive. A grim thought crosses his mind. Is he about to meet his end once more? The parasite manifests, suggesting they escape and asking if fleeing isn't exactly what humans do in moments like this. After all, in this frozen wasteland, there is absolutely no room for mercy. It is a harsh reality where survival of the fittest is the only equalizer. If he simply leaves the doctor behind, his chances of survival will shoot up. Lin flatly refuses to run, knowing that if he cowered out now, he would be no better than Luo DeLong. He declares that he doesn't need to discard his humanity to survive, which catches the parasite completely off guard. Lin explains that since she is bound to him, she should feel his pain, how his chest tightens and suffocates him whenever innocent lives are lost. That ache is the proof of his humanity, mirroring the skeletal remains of his ancestors whose healed fractures proved they never abandoned their own. With that conviction, Lin has only one clear goal in mind. Armed with this unique power, he decides to fully utilize it, causing glowing veins to spread across his body and horns to sprout. The dark veins slowly begin to wrap around and swallow the symbol on his necklace. Sweating in absolute terror, Joe watches the white-armored beast swing its sword at him. But the lethal blow is suddenly intercepted. A massive, bluish-white armored entity stands defiantly in front of them, leaving Joe to ask and wonder what it could be. It is Lin who has taken on this monstrous form, declaring that he will use this strength to protect those in need. He realizes his new appearance closely resembles the hostile white-armored beasts. However, clenching his fist, he knows deep down that they are entirely different. Channeling energy into his hand, a vibrant blue aura envelops his transformed body. Intrigued, the parasite notes that she clearly chose the right host, and that he is about to experience the true nature of power. With a burst of speed, Lin rushes forward to deliver a powerful punch. He lands the strike, though the creature manages to raise its guard in time. Pressing the attack, Lin fires off a horizontal kick, but the agile beast slips away. Though Lin's speed has dramatically increased, it's still not quite enough to land a solid hit as the monster continues to dodge. Watching the clash, Joe wonders what is happening as Lin's skin forms a protective outer layer, seemingly drawing energy directly from the air and converting it into raw power. Considering their environment, the parasite wonders if this could be an inexhaustible energy source, pondering the true nature of this strength. As the enemy attacks, Lin decides to ignore his monstrous appearance for now and focus entirely on the fight. Despite his newfound power, managing this battle is incredibly tough. He barely dodges a lethal strike and responds with a grazing blow of his own. As their blows clash, Lin remembers his ability to speed up time and wonders if he can manipulate it in reverse. The beast delivers a sharp diagonal slash before immediately bypassing Lin, sprinting directly toward Dr. Joe instead. Lin channels his energy into his fist, slamming it directly into the nest. This sudden shockwave freezes the monster mid-strike, halting it mere centimeters away from Dr. Joe. Knowing his plan worked, Lin prepares to move instantly, intending to finish the threat in one clean move by unleashing a flurry of slashes on its back, naming the technique Shadow Fist. As time resumes its natural flow, a violent explosion erupts. Joe falls to the floor, drenched in the monster's blood, as Lin reaches out a hand to help him up, insisting that they must escape immediately. Noting that the temperature has climbed to a comfortable 26 degrees, Joe probably just the ancient pipes creaking. He reassures the old man that his mind is playing tricks on him, since those white-skinned monsters are mostly gathered on the lower levels anyway. But before he can finish his sentence, the ventilation shaft violently gives way. A bizarre-looking silhouette tumbles out, landing right before them. Joe raises his crowbar, feeling vindicated, while Lin prepares to use his abilities, wondering if this person has been transformed by a blood nest. Just then, Maggie cries out excitedly for her mother. Dorothy answers her daughter, questioning how she ended up there, as Corbin loudly complains about how incredibly hot the heating shaft is. Maggie explains that after a white-armored beast broke into their house, a blonde man ended up shooting several people. She adds that Uncle Joe rescued her despite getting hurt, and then the dark-haired uncle stepped in to save him. Corbin casually addresses Lin Mo as a brat, which shocks Lin that this stranger actually knows his name. The blonde fellow runs over excitedly, exclaiming how much he has missed his friend. Lin backs away, trying to place the face, but Corbin wraps him in a tight hug, babbling about how he walked all the way from Aberdeen and crossed the continent just to find him. Startled, the youth instantly activates his power, punching Corbin square in the face and demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Lin wonders why this guy feels so familiar, even as the blonde protests the sudden assault. He complains that not even his own father has ever struck him like that. Lin questions if this guy is from the same timeline as the doctor, since he clearly knows him, yet Lin is certain he never made any friends back in Aberdeen. Corbin grabs Lin's arm again, enthusiastically talking about starting a new band where Mo would be like Slash's right hand and he'd be Hendrix's left, prompting Maggie to ask if they are close friends. Frustrated and confused, Lin just wants to discover this blonde guy's identity, realizing that while most timeline anomalies can be chalked up to the butterfly effect, this makes no sense. Even if the future had changed, Corbin's presence was a complete mystery, leaving Lin with no choice but to consult the parasite. Entering his inner consciousness, he calls out to her with questions, but when met with silence, he realizes she only shows up when she wants to, proving how self-centered the entity truly is. Joe cuts in to point out that they have no time to dwell on the past, though Lin snaps back that he doesn't even know this guy, while Corbin whines that he didn't travel all this way just to be made fun of. Shifting focus, the doctor highlights their current predicament, noting that although the heating is fixed, a far more severe threat has emerged. Since the white-armored beasts are offspring of that maternal creature, and the surrounding nests are channeling blood to her, the entire structure will soon be assimilated. Warning that ignoring the nests will let them take complete control, Lin finishes the thought, realizing they will eventually have to fight that terrifying skeletal variant wielding the intestinal sword. Lin confidently suggests he can handle the beast with his current abilities, but Joe cautions him that the situation is far more complicated. He explains that the indicator light remains solid blue and glows even more intensely whenever Heisha is active. Lin guesses that Hesha refers to his dark transformation, wondering if utilizing that form drains a massive amount of heat. Joe confirms that entering that state drains immense thermal energy, and they currently lack the heat required to sustain it. Yet, since Lin is their only shield against these beasts, the overall outlook remains incredibly grim. Lin Mo realizes that if he wants to stay alive and protect his companions, securing a reliable heat source is his highest priority. Suddenly, a clever plan comes to his mind. He asks the doctor if there are any extra wooden planks available, prompting a curious Joe to ask what he plans to do with them. Taking the tool from Joe, Lin asks to borrow what he calls the sacred weapon of physics, arguing that whether they face the external blood nests or the mutant variants, the core issue remains the same. The root of all their current troubles boils down to a single issue. Activating his ability, he moves quickly to gather the resources, noting that while hunger might drive them, they desperately need sustenance to have the energy to fight. Seeing his actions, Joe finally catches on. He realizes Lin is setting up a makeshift hydroponic farming system. Amused by Lin's unconventional thinking, Joe asks if he seriously plans to farm here, but Lin responds that it's all about utilizing their natural skills and working hard. With their small group growing, securing a food source is vital, as a desperate, starving crowd is always a recipe for disaster. Exhaling a cloud of smoke toward Lin, Joe asks how he plans to accelerate the process, since crops won't simply grow overnight. Clenching his fists to prepare, Lin patrols the corridors and notices that all the corpses and bloodstains have vanished, suggesting a predator, likely that massive variant, is gathering them. With the blood nests quickly creeping up to their floor, he realizes they have very little time left to act. Though Lin wants to unleash his dark form to eradicate the threat once and for all, he must first secure adequate heat and food to sustain himself. Corbin cuts into his thoughts, calling out to him and asking where he is sneaking off to all by himself. Lin demands to know how he tracked him down, but the blonde shrugs it off, saying it's obvious, teasing that Lin simply ignored him because having a clumsy friend is embarrassing. Corbin adds that he gets it. Now that Lin works for a major corporation, a drifter like him probably looks bad on his resume, leaving a bewildered Lin to wonder what on earth he is talking about. Corbin keeps rambling, glad that they can finally talk in private, while Lin finds his constant chatter incredibly grating. The blonde puts a hand on his shoulder and wonders why his buddy is so quiet, only for Lin to point ahead and announce they are in deep trouble, as they stand face to face with the massive beast inside the blood nest room. In a flashback under a bridge, Corbin talks to a rat named Jerry, noting how similar their situations are. Since they both had been kicked out, they were stuck hiding under the bridge, forced to rely on each other to survive. He tells the rat that it doesn't have to leave if it doesn't want to. As the rain pours down, Lin suddenly shows up and calls out his name. Lin mentions he knew exactly where to find him because this is his usual hideout whenever he gets kicked out, asking how badly his dad beat him this time, prompting Corbin to ask if he only came to mock him. Lin reassures him that's not the case, but points out that even if they are runaways, hiding under a dingy bridge is a terrible plan. He suggests that if they are going to run away, they might as well do it with some style. Corbin laughs and asks where he managed to pick up such cheesy movie lines. Ignoring the comment, Lin extends his hand and invites Corbin to join him. He adds that running away with a close friend is the only way to do it in style. Corbin agrees, joking that he's only tagging along to keep Lin from running away from his own problems. Lin softly offers his gratitude in return. Back in reality, Lin grabs the blonde by his collar, screaming at him to move as he drags him along to escape the towering monster. Corbin complains that being dragged away like a rag doll is far from stylish. Once they gain some distance, Lin notes that the nests have already taken over the 4th floor, making it urgent to retrieve their crop seeds. Corbin keeps whining about wanting a stylish escape, prompting an annoyed Lin to ask why he's obsessed with that at a time like this. The blonde argues that Lin was the one who came up with the line in the first place, but Lin completely denies ever saying it. As Corbin accuses him of playing dumb, Lin continues to deny it, their bickering cut short by a sudden shockwave. Their argument is violently cut short as a massive blow shatters the wall beside them. The massive hand of the beast bursts right through the solid concrete structure. Barely dodging the attack, Lin realizes they might already be out of time. He is stunned as the beast breaches the wall and grips his head, threatening to crush his skull instantly. Seeing the danger, the blonde readies a Molotov cocktail, catches the monster's attention, and hurls it while screaming at the beast to let his friend go. Trying to shield itself from the flames with its free hand, the monster flings Lin aside as it struggles to extinguish the fire. The impact sends Lin crashing straight into the pulsating mass of the blood nest. He immediately feels the sticky, organic veins of the nest wrapping around his limbs. As he struggles to break free, the nest begins to slowly absorb him into its mass. Creeping veins cover his face and consume his hands, leaving a desperate Lin cursing his luck, fearing his journey ends here. Opening his eyes, he looks down to see the small, youthful hands of his childhood self. Confused, Lin wonders what is going on and tries to figure out where he is. Staring into the deep roots, he notices a strange, white-armored humanoid figure trapped within the fibers. As Lin wonders if the creature is still breathing, it suddenly snaps its eyes open. Shocked by its sudden gaze, the dreamscape shifts beneath Lin, and he finds his feet touching solid ground in a completely different memory. He sees a vision of his childhood self holding hands with a young Corbin. Recognizing the talkative blonde from Aberdeen, Lin wonders who he is talking to, only to realize he is looking at his own past self. He wonders if they truly were childhood companions, questioning if this is indeed a forgotten memory of his. But his younger self yells back, clarifying that he isn't referring to the blonde boy. He insists he was Kurt's friend, not Lin's, angrily calling him a thief. Snapping back to reality, Lin opens his eyes to find the dark veins almost completely enveloping him. Kurt grabs his hand and pulls hard, telling him that letting himself die in a place like this would be absolutely pathetic. Successfully dragging Mo out of the organic trap, Kurt asks if he's all right, while Lin shudders at how close he came to becoming monster food, still baffled by the bizarre visions. However, he pushes those thoughts aside for now, knowing they have more immediate problems to deal with. He refocuses on their current threat, wondering how they are going to defeat a giant beast that seems completely immune to fire. Kurt readies another Molotov cocktail, joking that since the beast is so tough, he'll gladly serve it another drink. Lin stops him, advising against making any reckless moves. He explains that while the fat of these white-armored beasts burns easily, this particular variant absorbs heat to boost its rapid regeneration, prompting Kurt to admire how calmly Lin is analyzing the situation. He hurls the Molotov, hoping to burn the creature to ashes before it can heal, but Lin asks if his warning went completely over his head. That's because, this time around, the beast doesn't even try to block the incoming wave of flames. Knowing he can't let this monstrosity roam free, Lin resolves to unleash his black form. Yet, despite his best efforts, absolutely nothing happens. He then recalls the doctor's warning. His current energy reserves are completely drained, making it impossible to trigger the black form or stand a chance against this beast. But right then, a sudden realization hits Lin. The way this creature absorbs heat felt incredibly familiar from the start, especially since the doctor noted his Haishan state behaves the same way, sparking a wild plan in his mind. Right then, the giant beast slams the earth, sending him flying backward. Flashback to his previous life. Their fortress was hit by another attack, and they stood praying before a cross, hoping a fallen soul would finally find rest. Lin Mo reflects on how they had been constantly losing their allies for a whole month. They kept shifting bases to dodge those white-armored monsters, but they were always tracked down, forcing them into an endless, exhausting cycle of running. To the old man's utter shock, Lin Mo turns to old Joe and declares he's finally reached his limit. After everything they'd been through, Lin Mo was done running away. Snapping back to the present battle, he realizes his theory was spot on, since he can draw energy from his surroundings. His body absorbs the heat from the raging fire and converts it into pure power. As the young warrior undergoes his transformation, Kurt watches in disbelief, asking why on earth Lin is growing horns. With his Heisha state manifesting, his fist turns pitch black, and he unleashes a devastating, full-power punch straight at the massive beast. Guarding his face against the violent shockwave, Kurt struggles to comprehend what is unfolding. He's left speechless because his friend just sent that massive titan sailing through the air with just one strike. Addressing him as Corbin, Lin demands his full attention, warning him that whatever assumptions he held about him in the past no longer apply. He's a completely different person now. Astonished, Corbin compliments his incredible new look, eagerly asking where he managed to find such a badass outfit. The blonde guy was trying to convince himself that his buddy wasn't actually a monster, but Lin quickly shuts down his denial. Switching focus, Lin notes that the giant beast is going to be a massive pain to take down, asking how many Molotovs Kurt has left, prompting Kurt to take a quick count. He pops open his guitar case to reveal a healthy supply of explosives still waiting inside. But the impact of the blow wears off quickly, and the monster shakes off the daze, rising to confront them once more. Panicking, Corbin asks what the plan is, wondering if it's time to hightail it out of there. Lin hesitates, as flashing memories of his tragic past flood his mind. Steel-willed, the young man resolves to stand his ground, joking that running away would simply be too dull. Staring at him, Corbin realizes his friend is a changed man, calling him by his old nickname, Little Black. Knowing the monster won't go down without a serious fight, Lin notes that despite its insane healing rate, it's still incredibly sluggish, stepping directly onto the beast's head. Preparing another heavy strike, the youth unleashes a flurry of blows that puncture deep holes all over the creature's torso. Leaping backward to catch his breath, Lin yells that it's now Kurt's moment to shine. He chucks every last Molotov from his guitar case, triggering a massive, fiery explosion right on top of the beast. It turns out the beast's thick layer of fat is highly combustible. If the wounds are sliced deep enough, the fire will consume the fat instantly, though it's only a matter of time before its regeneration kicks in. Taking advantage of the blaze, Lin clasps his hands to strike, absorbing the intense thermal energy from the burning fat of the white armor, turning his enemy's own flesh and blood into his personal battery. Sudden wings sprout from his demonic form as a tidal wave of energy surges from his body. With a ground-shaking stomp, he lunges forward, obliterating everything in his path with a violent aura blast. Lin plants his foot to absorb the momentum, pointing a finger at the Titan before closing the distance and lightly touching its nose. The sheer release of kinetic energy from that single touch instantly disintegrates the monster's entire physical frame. Observing from a safe distance, Corbin is left wondering if he just witnessed a sonic boom. Meanwhile, Lin notes to himself that no level of rapid healing can save a creature if its entire body is utterly vaporized. Still, he knows this victory wouldn't have been possible without Kurt's timely support, proving that despite his sketchy vibes, the guy came through. Pulling his buddy to his feet, Lin asks if he's doing all right, silently musing that while the guy seems incredibly goofy, he's definitely no fool. But when Kurt asks why he's acting so polite and eagerly suggests going downstairs to fight another round, Lin immediately takes back his compliment, realizing he is indeed an idiot. The moment they step inside the apartment, Corbin lets out a loud shout. Looking around room 409, the realization dawns on him. They came here specifically for the seeds and nutrient solution. He immediately bombards Lin with questions about where on earth he learned farming and how he tracked down these supplies. He also demands to know when Lin unlocked his strange abilities, leaving Lin to mentally groan about how he still managed to get stuck with an idiot even after reincarnating. Suddenly, a crackling voice attempts to make contact through Lin's necklace. While Lin is caught off guard, Corbin is completely distracted, asking where he bought such a sleek piece of jewelry. Telling him to put a lid on it, Lin clamps his fingers firmly over Corbin's nose. Corbin screams that he's being choked and that his nose is bleeding, prompting Joe to chime in over the link, asking what the two of them are up to. Lin confirms if the accessory doubles as a transmitter and reports that he has only just made it to the target room. The doctor chimes in with some positive updates, explaining they uncovered some old equipment in storage, including a functional vintage radio station. On top of that, they discovered gardening tools that likely belonged to a former resident who loved planting flowers. When Lin dryly asks if that's all the good news she has, the doctor presses on, revealing she has a personal favor to ask. Arriving back at the doctor's residence, Lin is filled with disbelief that he has returned here of all places. Corbin remarks on how a rundown building like this could house a full-blown laboratory. Lin corrects him, saying it's just a clinic, though he silently agrees as they search for the specific capsule the doctor requested. Spotting a massive, suspicious flask, Lin wonders about its true purpose, realizing Kurt's wild theories might actually hold some truth. Maybe she isn't just a simple medical doctor after all. Noticing a prominent biohazard symbol, he begins to suspect she was actively researching the white armor, leaving him desperate to uncover her true identity. When Corbin boots up the computer, Lin smacks him on the head, warning him to keep his hands off other people's devices and asking what would happen if he wiped out crucial data, though Kurt insists he knows what he's doing. A sudden thought strikes Lin regarding the potential data stored there. He rudely dismisses Kurt as a mere sidekick to get him out of the room, which instantly pisses his friend off. Lin orders him to head out and scavenge for actual useful items, while Corbin snaps back, warning him not to mess with his precious guitar. Sitting down at the desk, Lin begins browsing the files, hoping to uncover some vital secrets. Pulling up some hidden files, Lin discovers an old photo of a younger doctor, identifying her as Shire and spotting a strange identification tag around her neck. This confirms his suspicions. The doctor has been keeping major secrets from him all along. As the base doors slide open, Joe welcomes Lin back and asks how the mission went. Corbin eagerly brags that everything was a massive success, while Joe stands slightly apart, quietly observing everyone. Lin explains that since they could only access a few floors, he could only gather the seeds left in the apartment, and unfortunately found no ready-to-eat food. Joe reassures him it's not his fault, placing the blame instead on Luo DeLong for hoarding their resources. When she asks for assistance with the planting process, Lin declines, reminding her that old Joe is still recovering from his injuries. Zoe steps forward, suggesting she could be of use given her background in botany and biochemistry, looking to Lin for his approval. Lin nods in agreement, though his eyes remain fixed on the doctor with deep suspicion. Kurt jumps in to volunteer as well, but quickly backtracks after receiving some very telling glares from the group. Lin tells him to run along and play with Maggie, since he's useless for this job anyway. Once they're away from the group, Joe brings up the special item she had asked him to retrieve. Pulling out the heavy container, Lynn asks if this is indeed the object she wanted. But as she reaches out to grab it, he takes a step back, telling her to hold on a moment. He demands some answers before handing it over, determined to find out who she truly is. Wearing a knowing smirk, Joe simply asks if he hasn't pieced the puzzle together yet. Reading her expression, Lynn starts to suspect she left those clues behind deliberately. Joe keeps quiet, her silent, enigmatic smile remaining firmly in place. He wonders if that capsule was just a clever setup to draw him to her clinic, questioning what the former biochemical agent, Joe Shuyu, is really plotting. Snatching the flask away, Joe tells him he's only half right. It wasn't a trap, but rather the ultimate key to mankind's survival. She reminds him of his transformation into Haishan, pointing out his resemblance to the monsters and suggesting there is a direct genetic link between them. This harvested organ only proves her theory further. Even outside a host body, it continues to draw in heat, behaving exactly like Lin does in his transformed state. Confused, the young man asks how any of this is connected to saving humanity and why she chose to expose her secret past now. Joe tells her favorite subject to relax, explaining that whether they need food or energy to fight the mother outside, they have to fix their agricultural issue immediately. She guesses that when he set up the hydroponic system, his plan was to use his red limit state to boost plant growth. However, he currently lacks the power to even activate that form. Even with environmental heat absorption, his internal organs aren't optimized enough to store that level of energy. But if she integrates this new organ into his body, his absorption capability will skyrocket, allowing Lin Mo to successfully access the red limit. Lin pauses to weigh his options, but before he can utter a word, Joe forcefully jams the flask right against his stomach. In short, if they want to survive, he has no choice but to absorb this thing. The youth nervously asks if his body might reject it, but his cutoff is dark. Corrupting veins begin crawling all over the glass. Startled, Joe gasps, demanding to know what is happening. The dark veins suddenly morph into a terrifying face, unleashing a wave of pure, crushing energy. Lin Mo is equally clueless, wondering if his inner black fury is hungry for a piece of the white armor's flesh. As the glass container shatters into pieces on the floor, Joe realizes that the young man's body has already begun the forced assimilation process. He plunges headfirst into the red limit state, collapsing in pain as a monstrous entity bursts forth from his back. The doctor is left in shock, wondering if his ultimate power source is actually a parasite, baffled by how his human frame could harbor such a colossal beast. Enveloped in his red limit glow, Lin merely responds with a calm, confident smirk. Finally, it was time to get to farming. He mentions that the seedlings will grow naturally now, noting that the shelves are fully sterilized and clear of any algae, with only a couple of minor details left to handle. But before he can finish, a quiet rustling sound catches his attention from the top shelf. Little Maggie is poking at one of the tiny plants, curiously asking why it is so incredibly small. Lin explains that it's a fresh lettuce seedling, leaving the little girl confused about what a seedling even is. Smiling, the young man tells her it's basically a baby lettuce, just like she is a baby herself. The little girl pouts, arguing that she's definitely much bigger than a tiny plant. Then, she curiously asks what exactly lettuce is supposed to be. Dorothy chimes in, explaining that it's the crunchy green leaf she always loves finding in her burgers. Hearing this, Maggie excitedly asks if they can all go grab burgers together once her father returns. As Dorothy struggles to find the right words to explain her husband's fate, Kurt suddenly appears behind Lynn and casually blurts out that her dad isn't coming back, leaving Lynn completely flabbergasted by his lack of tact. To break the awkward tension, Lynn quickly cuts in and redirects the conversation, asking Corbin if he brought along the wheat seeds needed to bake some bread. Corbin confirms he has them, and Lynn immediately asks if they also have tomato and cucumber seeds to complete the ultimate burger recipe. Turning back to little Maggie, they ask if she's ready to eat a giant, delicious burger. When they promise they can cook it up as soon as their tiny lettuce sprouts, Maggie eagerly asks how long they'll have to wait. Lynn jokingly boasts that if they were in ancient Greece, he'd be worshipped as the god of harvest, promising her that plants grow at lightning speed under his care. Hearing this, Maggie cheers and yells that it's absolutely amazing. Dorothy smiles and thanks them for their kindness, prompting Lynn to formally introduce himself as the resident from apartment 409. The woman sighs, admitting that since they are stuck in this nightmare, being able to grow crops quickly is their only hope to avoid starving or freezing to death. Kurt jumps in to back him up, assuring her that his friend is incredibly gifted and isn't exaggerating one bit. But before Kurt can spill the beans about his supernatural abilities, Lynn quickly grabs him by the collar and drags him aside, warning him to keep his mouth shut because they need to keep this secret. Confused, Kurt asks why they need to be so secretive. Lynn tells him to stop asking questions, his mind flashing back to Joe's revelation about her involvement in a classified fire in the field initiative during her intelligence days. The program operated under maximum security, with its various departments kept completely in the dark about each other's activities. Yet, she still managed to dig up some highly sensitive intelligence. It was a covert operation to plant sleeper agents among normal civilians using heavy drugging, brainwashing, and deep hypnosis, establishing human surveillance networks while the NSB supposedly kept the nation safe. She had no idea if the NSB was still active or if some of those hidden watchdogs were lurking right there among them. If those handlers discovered what Lin was capable of, he'd be in serious danger, making absolute secrecy their only shield. Lin nods in agreement, giving Kurt a sharp whack on the skull to emphasize the point while promising he has a plan to keep things under wraps. Rubbing his head, Corbin walks off with Dorothy, reassuring her that she has absolutely nothing to worry about since Lin is basically the god of farming. The young man casts a glance around, searching for any prying eyes, but is relieved to find himself completely alone. Stretching out his hand toward the soil, he closes his eyes to focus his energy, preparing to begin the process. He unleashes the red limit, completely unaware that a hidden lens is capturing his every move and transmitting the feed. High above, a satellite console beeps as operators attempt to restore communication links, rebooting the systems to scan the skies for any active signals. Technicians question what is going on since the entire zone is completely frozen, realizing they must gather ground data to locate any remaining functional hardware by deploying their final 3 operational drones. However, due to the extreme freezing temperatures, the drone batteries are draining rapidly, forcing them to secure as much reconnaissance data as possible before losing contact. One of the staff members asks their superior what exactly they are hoping to find, to which he replies that he is scanning for anything that could be of value. She warns the team to keep a low profile, hoping that with a bit of luck, they might stumble upon a signal from some survivors or an active rescue unit. One operator reports that his sector is completely quiet, but suddenly spots some strange, pulsing veins crawling up a nearby skyscraper, telling the team to hold on. As the drone steers closer to investigate, the eerie biological veins begin to jam and distort the video feed. Before they can react, the drone is instantly crushed to pieces. The mother lifts her blood-stained hand, prompting the remaining drone operators to scramble in shock and begin recording the horrific sight. But then, the massive entity starts tearing away the bioveins wrapped tightly around its body. A massive, horrifying appendage bursts out from deep within the building's framework. The violent tremor rattles the entire building, sending shockwaves right into Lin's apartment. Feeling the violent shaking, he wonders if they are experiencing a massive earthquake. Rushing over to Joe, he demands to know what on earth is going on. But the doctor simply points toward the window, warning him that their time has officially run out. Just then, a monstrous creature with a colossal eye appears, staring directly in through the glass. Joe grimly explains that this monstrosity is none other than the newborn child of the mother. The creature whispers a chilling question, asking where its target is, which inadvertently triggers Lin's combat reflexes. Demanding to know where its head is located, it stretches out its massive limb to unleash its devastating power. Kurt scrambles over to them, completely panicked, asking what the hell is happening. Crackling lightning begins to spark and surge violently from the beast's hand. Seeing the danger, Lin screams at the top of his lungs for everyone to hit the deck. The creature triggers an explosion, forcing Lin to shield them from the blast. Opening his eyes to survey the damage, he pulls Joe close, breathing a sigh of relief. He asks if she's all right, and she nods, noticing how fast his heart is pounding from the close contact. Lin quickly steps back, saying he's glad she's fine, but warning her that they can't let their guard down while that beast is locking eyes with them. Looking up, he wonders why debris is floating in midair, questioning if it's due to some intense electromagnetic field. Seconds later, the newborn beast unleashes its power once more, launching those charged debris stones forward to trigger another massive blast inside the complex. Dorothy dives out of the way, shielding little Maggie tightly in her arms. Kurt screams in frustration, asking what on earth is happening and complaining about how terrible their luck is. He yells out to check if Lin is still alive, but is met with nothing but a heap of collapsed concrete. Kurt lets out a frustrated curse, but just as panic sets in, a voice echoes from beneath the debris, telling him to stay calm. It turns out to be the doctor, who is dangling from a broken pillar and calling out for a hand. Helping her pull herself up, Kurt frantically asks where Lin has gone, while the doctor struggles to point out his location. But before she can answer, the colossal beast launches another sudden attack. Dorothy screams at everyone to run for their lives, while Corbin demands to know what kind of nightmare they are facing, only for the beast to be sliced wide open by a sudden flash of crimson energy. Joe instantly recognizes the distinct red hue of the attack, just as the massive beast reels back and crashes heavily into an adjacent building. Standing tall before the fallen monster is Lin, clad in his white armor, but this time adorned with striking red stripes instead of his usual blue. The camera pans over the complete devastation of the battlefield. Observing the feed, someone wonders if this is indeed the telekinetic beast reported by the rescue squad, the same creature that crushed their last surviving drone using levitated rocks. The onlookers are left anxious, desperately asking about their next course of action. Pop steps in to clarify that since they only just restored comms, getting a response from the bunker is going to take some time. A woman suggests they simply be patient since the scouts out there have their hands full, prompting her colleague to ask why they aren't preparing a search party to look for potential survivors. Pops shuts down the idea immediately, arguing that with the chaotic situation outside, their best move is to stay put and monitor the development. Right on cue, another massive blast rips through the active battlefield. Out of the billowing smoke walks Lin, now sporting a completely redesigned set of armor with extra horns of pure energy protruding from his form. Clenching his fist, he realizes he has pushed far past the red limit, tapping into a power that feels like long-lost embers suddenly bursting back to life. The child beast hurls another barrage of rocks, but Lin takes a steady breath in his monstrous form, crouches low to gather momentum, and launches himself straight through the oncoming projectiles. Leaping gracefully from one flying boulder to another, Lin deflects them right back at his opponent. As the creature struggles to redirect the rocks, Lin reflects on how these low-burning embers hold an eternal, silent spark. Meanwhile, the monster raises its arms to cluster dozens of boulders into a massive, artificial meteor, launching the devastating construct straight at him. As the massive threat hurtles toward him, Lin remains calm, knowing his inner spark is far from extinguished. Focusing immense energy into his fist, he envisions this spark as the mere catalyst for a raging wildfire that is about to consume everything. Lin smashes the meteor with a single, devastating punch, unleashing a shockwave that shatters the surrounding block as flying debris destroys nearby houses and batters the creature. Observing from a distance, Dorothy asks about the mysterious red figure. Kurt starts to answer, but Joe silences him, wondering aloud if this savior was a divine angel sent to destroy the monster, despite sporting a face that looked terrifyingly demonic. Lin descends to the ground as organic wings begin to unfold from his waist. He quickly realizes that this time around, he might have overdone it, leaving the building in absolute ruins. The parasite chimes in, reassuring him that it's perfectly fine since he's the only human capable of wielding such immense power anyway. Amused but annoyed, Lin refers to her as a mere bug and asks if she is finally ready to leave his body. Taken aback, the parasite playfully asks if he has some final words or questions for her. Lin replies that, in fact, he has a whole list of questions. Stretching her arms, she admits she's in a fantastic mood, all thanks to that lunatic doctor who fed Lin the core. So, if he wants answers, he better start asking right away. Lin starts by asking what the white armor truly represents, but before he can follow up with his next question, the parasite places a finger over his lips, silencing him and suggesting they take things one step at a time. She explains that the white armor is essentially a vacant vessel, a soulless body entirely driven by the lingering obsessions of its previous life, much like how Lin is currently chained to his past. Or more accurately, like Mo, who met his demise in a completely different timeline. Because time isn't linear for her, Lin's death would simply mean she abandons this timeline to jump into a new one. During this leap, the soul and consciousness travel with her, leaving Lin's physical body completely hollow. Since the soulless version of him becomes an empty shell, and that very shell might be out there fighting right now, Lin suddenly realizes why certain conflicts in his memory felt so bizarrely familiar. The parasite smiles, praising him for catching on so quickly. The realization hits him. He wasn't actually reincarnating all this time. He was actively leaping through different eras. Suddenly, the child beast begins shedding its outer skin, fueled by the core glowing inside it as a blazing flame ignites atop its head. Lin pieces it together, realizing that every single white armor belongs to a powerful entity that has traversed time. Xiaolu asks Barbara what they are searching for, and Barbara explains that since the scout-turned-monster brought a delivery package, they need to inspect its contents. Her subordinate hesitates, warning that messing with top-tier evidence will infuriate their boss. But they soon freeze upon discovering that the delivery package contains a severed head. The child screams out for its missing head, unleashing a devastating wave of energy fueled by the flame burning on its brow. Shielding himself with his arms, Lin struggles against the blast, wondering in disbelief if this monster is simply immortal. The parasite cryptically notes that this is no ordinary child and suggests asking it directly, leaving Lin to wonder why she's being unusually talkative. She casually reminds him that everyone is essentially a version of her and that time isn't linear anyway, calling him an idiot for not getting it. Lin snaps back, asking if this is really the moment for a philosophy lesson, questioning if she's just throwing a childish tantrum. The kid lunges forward with incredible momentum, and Lin is forced to acknowledge its staggering speed. Suddenly, the monster charges an electromagnetic blast in its palm, catching Lin completely off guard despite his enhanced form. Barely dodging the blast, Lin admits the monster is dangerously quick, but still boasts that it is nothing compared to his current state. Slamming its hand onto the earth, the child beast hoists giant stones and hurls them right at Lin. Lin suddenly finds himself hovering in midair, wondering if gravity itself is being manipulated. Before he can react, the creature drags him in and clamps its hand firmly around his throat. Feeling his body heat rapidly draining, Lin realizes the danger, wondering if they actually share the same source of power. The parasite manifests once more, noting that neither of them can completely drain the other, prompting Lin to groan about her constant interruptions. Glowing blue arms suddenly sprout from Lin's back, prying the monster's grip loose and hurling it across the field. A brand new armored figure manifests behind him, sporting a monstrous visage paired with a distinctly feminine form. Seeing Lin struggle, the parasite decides she has no choice but to take matters into her own hands. As Lin looks on in awe, she asks with a smirk if he really thought she'd just sit back and watch from inside his mind. She tells him not to be shocked, as securing a second core allows her to easily manifest a physical vessel. Unfazed, the child beast charges headfirst at the duo. But the parasite warns that such a reckless move will completely disrupt the local energy balance. Declaring she has no time to waste, she swings her leg upward, clashing directly with the monster. The monster immediately channels its unique power through the very tip of its foot. Lin shouts a warning about the gravity manipulation, but she dismisses his concern, stating that if they can't escape gravity, they'll simply rise above it, placing her hand on his chest. A surge of brilliant blue energy flows into Lin, instantly shattering the earth beneath their feet. As the heavy gravitational pull drags the parasite down, the beast lunges forward with an outstretched claw. But in a flash of light, a formidable sword materializes in the parasite's grip. Fierce flames once again erupt around the child's head. It narrowly evades the parasite's slash, but the blow grazes its shoulder, slicing the armor clean off that section. Peering through a pair of binoculars from a safe distance, an onlooker announces that they have successfully located Subject 13. When her partner asks if she is nearby, the woman confirms that her target isn't very far off. She notes that the current chaos makes retrieval difficult, especially since she has spotted an intriguing new target. The parasite remarks that this represents his true potential, muttering that fighting empty-handed was a complete waste of his talent. This leaves Lin wondering if his enhanced form holds yet another hidden capability. As the monster struggles to regenerate its damaged arm, the parasite manifests a giant scythe to match its arsenal. Taking off his hat, the mysterious man admits he never expected Number 13, the Holy Mother, to be pushed to such extreme limits. He had intended to exploit the chaos of the revelation to steal her powers and claim her head to track down the agency, but this turn of events has completely ruined his plans. When Arena offers to step in, he stops her, warning that it would blow their cover and that the logistics agency won't halt their operations for anyone. Nodding in agreement with Father Cross, she proudly states that they are, after all, the ones chosen by the Holy Spirit. Another woman wraps her arms around Arena from behind, pressing close and teasingly advising the priest to lighten up. She notes that since little Arena has been part of the prophetic association since she was a child, she deserves a bit of gentle patience, prompting an embarrassed Arena to ask where she thinks she is touching. When the priest mentions that Jinyu is running late, the woman explains that shaking off the persistent pests tailing them took some effort, earning a quiet thank you from the priest. Now that their group is fully assembled, he directs their attention back to the battlefield, declaring that the climax of their plan is about to unfold. The child beast lashes out with its scythe. Lin wonders if the resulting shockwave is meant to drag them in, but the parasite simply charges ahead, calling out to him. He recalls how the creature previously used gravitational attraction to trigger a massive blast, realizing it's attempting the exact same trick, and yells at the parasite to hold back. Caught off guard as she closes the distance, the parasite is forced to desperately block a relentless barrage of strikes with her sword. The immense repulsive force unleashed by the scythe hurls the parasite backward across the field. The creature immediately leaps up from the crater, bringing its weapon down in a vicious strike aimed directly at her head. Though startled by the sheer speed of the assault, she is unable to evade and takes the hit head-on. The monster's scythe slams deep into the dirt, but to its surprise, its target has completely vanished. Looking around for his targets, the beast sees Lin holding the parasite safely in his arms as he remarks that while the kid is fast, compared to his own speed, the child is trailing by at least 500 cosmic velocities. Getting back on her feet, the parasite notes that this power belongs to the child's true essence, not an empty shell, which Lin admits he can already feel. This particular opponent is significantly stronger than any white armor they have faced before. Father Cross explains that while a vessel is meant to be a hollow shell, when filled with a soul, they often lack true harmony. That was his exact realization the very first time he laid eyes on Number 13. Because she exists simultaneously as a divine child and a hollow vessel, her soul remains disconnected from her physical body. Yet, she possesses powers far exceeding a standard white armor, occupying a strange space between the two. Joe wonders if she is merely imagining things, but given the stakes of the situation, she silently begs her test subject not to let her down. Lin takes a moment to steady his breathing, refusing to let panic take over. He notes that whenever she released her attractive force, certain parts of her body would turn a stark white. In contrast, the bronze-colored sections of her form seemed to channel the repulsive force. With that realization, the mechanics behind the monster's powers finally click in his mind. Lin recalls the parasite's earlier advice to burn through the enemy, suggesting they dial up their destructive output right now. Echoing his words with a sly grin, she agrees with the plan and asks Lin to reach his hand out to her. Lin is caught completely off guard by what she does next. She guides his hand directly between her breasts, leaving a flustered Lin to demand what on earth she is thinking. An opening tears through her physical form, shaping itself into the hilt of a powerful weapon for Lin to grasp. The child beast lunges with its scythe once more, but a massive blade erupts from the parasite's chest long before the strike can connect. Lin pulls the massive sword free and effortlessly blocks the incoming scythe. The sheer force of his guard triggers an explosion that sends the stunned child flying. The beast crashes hard against the dirt, shielding itself with crossed arms as Lin rests the heavy blade casually over his shoulder, walking slowly toward it. The parasite slips behind the enemy, noting that since its left hand channels the repulsive force, they must focus their assault on its left flank, forcing the creature to rely entirely on its defensive repulsion. As the monster's scythe begins to twist, Lin realizes this is his golden opportunity to dictate the flow of battle, spreading his wings to speed forward. He decides to strike from the right instead, forcing the beast to use its attraction field to pull him in. Since the attraction power is strictly defensive, the beast has no choice but to try and divert Lin's incoming strike. This is precisely what Lin wants, as it confirms her body operates like a magnet following distinct energy currents. Using these magnetic streams as lanes of pure acceleration, Lin channels all his kinetic speed for one final, devastating strike. Lin's overhead strike hits home, triggering a colossal explosion that rocks the area. Landing back on the ground, he takes a slow, deep breath to steady himself. As the child beast gazes upward in disbelief, Lin's massive blade remains deeply embedded in its chest. The parasite immediately leaps in for an overhead slash, aiming to deliver the definitive killing blow to end the conflict. From afar, Father Cross prays for the protection of his chosen warrior, unleashing his signature golden pilgrimage technique. Beams of sacred light descend, sweeping Arena directly onto the active war zone. Jinyu checks in to make sure she arrived safely without any side effects, but Arena assures her she is fine before summoning her holy coffin. Just as the parasite's blade is about to fall, Arena draws her own weapon to intercept. She notes with amusement that facing her opponent feels almost like staring into a mirror. A protective eye patch remains firmly secured over Arena's eye, shielding her vision. Unsheathing her blade fully, she unleashes a swift, decisive slash aimed at the parasite. Watching her approach, Lin wonders who this newcomer is, assuming she must be a powerful superhuman. Right before their eyes, 13's physical form begins to break down. Arena snatches the exposed core. When the parasite lunges to stop her, Jinyu shouts a warning about an impending sneak attack. Spinning her sword with fluid ease, the girl effortlessly parries the parasite's desperate strike. With a powerful counter, she hurls the parasitic entity far across the battlefield. Lin leaps forward, catching her firmly by the waist before she can crash. Clutching the core, Arena confirms that 13 is secure and expresses her desire to retreat immediately, but Cross asks her to hold on. The priest notes that he has a clear line of sight to lock onto her. He instructs her to jump on his signal so he doesn't accidentally pull the surrounding terrain along with her. Lin watches in confusion as the girl crouches low, muttering about how annoying this rescue is. He demands to know why a human would risk themselves to save a white armor, but Arena ignores him and leaps high into the air. Cross orders Jinyu to ensure she catches the girl safely. Right on cue, the woman manifests mid-air, catching Arena in a warm embrace to welcome her back. Arena is mildly startled to find herself safely caught by Jinyu. While Jinyu reassures her about 13's status, the irritated girl quietly curses Cross for making things unnecessarily difficult. The priest retorts, asking if she would have preferred to crash into the earth, reminding her that his teleportation powers have their limits. Annoyed, Arena tosses 13's core straight to Cross. He notes that incubating a brand new vessel will take some time, while Jinyu continues to tease and annoy Arena. Holding the core gently, Cross whispers to 13 to be a good girl and rest during her transition. Since the head of the Prophetic Association warned them to tread lightly, Cross knows he cannot defy those orders. However, he remains deeply curious about the duo who managed to defeat 13. Meanwhile, Lin notes that their enemies have successfully fled. Surveying the completely shattered battlefield, Joe mutters that the thick, billowing smoke makes it impossible to see what's actually happening. Joe remarks that the conflict seems to have ended, while Corbin eagerly asks about the fate of the monster. The doctor reassures them that they appear to be out of danger, but Maggie is more concerned, demanding updates on Lin Mo's safety. Squinting through the dense haze, the officer calls out for Lin, desperately hoping the young man made it out alive. Lin suddenly steps out of the shadows, teasingly asking why everyone looks so miserable since he had to climb all the way from the 3rd floor just to find them. A short while later in the infirmary, Joe jokingly asks if Lin took a blow to the head, noting that his survival feels like a literal miracle. Lin nods in agreement, prompting Joe to instruct him to move his hand so she can examine his injuries. Insisting he is perfectly fine, Lin quietly whispers to her that there is no need for a checkup. Joe retorts aloud that a simple checkup won't hurt, before whispering back that they need to keep up appearances in front of the others. Jo remarks that their survival is nothing short of absolute good fortune. However, she points out that the intense shockwaves have ruptured the external pipes, meaning their heating system is officially out of commission. So after fighting so hard, they are right back where they started. Lin advises against such pessimism, pointing out that their current situation is actually far better than it looks. He reveals that during his climb, he noticed the blood nests had completely vanished, which means they can now safely explore the lower levels of the building. Acknowledging they are the sole survivors left in the complex, Lin emphasizes that now is not the time to mourn. Instead, they must scavenge the abandoned apartments for materials to shield themselves from the weather. He reassures Jo and promises to coordinate the relocation, but Jo suddenly starts trembling, staring at her phone and muttering that the agency has already tracked them down. Outside the facility, a heavy knock echoes against the side of a military transport truck. As the rear doors swing open, a soldier salutes Captain Pops, Sergeant Rhodes, and Corporal Lee, introducing himself as Secret Agent Zion White, dispatched to deliver direct orders from the bunker to apprehend the superhuman known as Lin Mo. Corbin mutters, wondering if this is the exact dirty business Lin had warned them about, while Maggie asks, hopefully, if this means their ordeal is finally over. Jo knew they couldn't breathe easy just yet. With the heater completely busted, the freezing hell outside was still a massive threat. Lin suggested that this was the perfect moment for them to relocate their entire base. It made total sense since they still had access to the lower levels, where the central heating was surprisingly still functional. But Jo pointed out that staying warm wasn't their only problem. They also needed serious defenses against external threats. Lin agreed and promised to do whatever she could to help. She then asked if Jo still had access to any self-defense gear in the security department, to which the officer nodded, thinking they might have some left. It turned out to be much more than basic gear, as Brooklyn's security force had upgraded their equipment right before the apocalypse, leaving behind a decent stash of weapons and tactical vests. If they utilized all of it, they could secure the whole facility, though whether these weapons would do any damage to those monsters was still a big question mark. Corbin chimed in with a sudden realization, claiming that a specific musical frequency could actually paralyze the monsters, proudly calling it the magic of music. Lin immediately shot down the idea as complete nonsense, and with Jo backing her up, Corbin ended up incredibly frustrated. Ignoring his complaints, the young man announced that he and Kurt would head downstairs first to scout the area, leaving Corbin begging them to just listen to him for a second. Lin told him to quit dragging his feet and wasting precious time, but Corbin pleaded for just one quick minute. With their actions being recorded, Mo suggested they stick to inspecting the lower levels, but Kurt insisted on carefully packing his guitar away first. Looking around the apartment, Corbin remarked that Lin was living a surprisingly lavish life compared to his own cramped setup in a tiny Seattle town, jokingly asking if Lin was involved in some shady, illegal business, which Lin quickly brushed off. In times like these, even a basic, ordinary lifestyle felt like an absolute luxury. The sudden onset of the Ice Age and the terrifying appearance of those white-armored beasts had made peaceful, daily life a distant dream. Lin stared out, quietly wondering just how long this fragile, peaceful moment would actually last. Deep down, everyone was completely exhausted and desperately needed some breathing room to recover. While relaxing in the bath, Jo stared at a card, realizing she needed to gather her thoughts and figure out her next move. Meanwhile, Maggie looked at a photograph of her father and Dorothy, reminding herself that no matter how bleak things got, giving up was never an option. Even if they were battered both physically and mentally, they had to do whatever it took to survive in this unforgiving world. For Lin, there were certain hard truths that could no longer be kept secret. He reached out to Corbin, who curiously asked what was on his mind. Mo warned him that what he was about to share with Kurt might sound completely insane and hard to swallow. His friend asked why he was acting so dramatic all of a sudden, but Lin firmly replied that regardless of how unbelievable it sounded, it was the absolute truth. Kurt jokingly asked if Lin had lost his mind while fighting those monsters. But Lin countered, asking if he really expected his childhood friend to suddenly turn into some kind of overpowered superhuman overnight without raising any questions. He pointed out that Kurt should have had some suspicion about this sudden transformation. The young man dropped a bombshell, explaining that he was actually a Lin Mo from an entirely different timeline inhabiting his dead friend's body, leaving Kurt completely stunned by this wild revelation. Lin admitted that he didn't expect him to buy this crazy story right away. However, since Kurt was a loyal friend to the original Lin Mo, keeping him in the dark would only make things harder down the road, and he wanted to be honest from the start. Corbin processed this and asked if it meant he was still fundamentally Lin Mo, just one who never had a loyal best friend growing up. Lin was taken aback by how easily he took it, but Kurt shrugged and extended his hand, suggesting they start fresh as he introduced himself as Kurt Corbin, Lin Mo's best friend. Lin chuckled at his casual attitude. Kurt then lit a cigarette and shrugged off the sci-fi explanation, pointing out that at the end of the day, he was still the same Lin Mo to him. He teased that, even if this Lin Mo had died and reincarnated into his friend's body, he probably just thought telling this dramatic story made him look incredibly cool. Lin shook his hand, introducing himself as Lin Mo, but quickly warned Kurt not to smoke inside his room, prompting a quick apology from his friend. Meanwhile, outside their building, a lone vehicle struggled to push through the heavy snow. Rhodes turned to Pops, calling him an old man and questioning why a simple rescue team like theirs was being forced to assist field combat agents. The old man paused for a moment, acknowledging that Agent White was on a tight schedule, but wondered if they shouldn't share vital intel before rushing in. White replied that they didn't have a second to lose. He knew what they wanted to ask, pointing out that, as a rescue squad, they must have already realized how little information they had been given about this mission. He revealed that another group of humans was actively trying to intercept and capture their target before they could get to him. Since explaining the entire situation would take hours, he decided to just hit the highlights. Right as the global freeze hit, the National Intelligence Bureau immediately triggered the National Crisis Management Protocol. Unfortunately, communication lines collapsed right at that moment, turning the protocol's execution into complete chaos. Pops noted that during all that madness, their team was left completely in the dark on standby, receiving zero instructions. However, he pointed out that the communications blackout wasn't some random technical glitch. White agreed, explaining that even if those monsters were incredibly powerful, there was no way they could have wiped out their highly secure backup communication systems. This was clearly sabotage by human hands. The commander mused that, looking back, the timing of the disaster and everything that followed was just a bit too convenient. White nodded in agreement, noting that they were lucky communications had finally been restored. Even so, both intelligence and biosafety agencies strongly suspected that this whole crisis was being orchestrated behind the scenes by a mysterious shadow organization. Rhodes chimed in skeptically, saying that if even the CIA and the National Intelligence Group couldn't find a trace of them, they must be ghosts. She mocked that unless these people didn't need to breathe to stay alive, he should save those fairy tales for kids. Having served in intelligence herself, she knew that even the most elusive shadow group always left some kind of trail behind. White corrected her, saying they weren't ghosts, and that SPARS was the official term for them. Rhodes asked if that wasn't the code name for their actual target, and White admitted that if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would also find the whole thing completely absurd. But the reality of the situation was staring them right in the face. With that, he reached up and pulled off a pendant hanging from his neck. When he showed it to the squad, Pops and Rhodes looked shocked and immediately offered their deepest condolences. White explained that while this Esper organization was incredibly stealthy, there was no doubt they were dealing with a hostile enemy. Pops quickly put the pieces together, realizing the High Command believed their target was actually one of these Espers. As he drove, he guessed that the Esper group was trying to recruit more of their kind, but apologized in case he was overstepping. White admitted his clearance wasn't high enough for the fine details, but conceded that Corporal Lee might be on the right track. Subject Zero was the only known Esper, making him their only lead, which is why the bunker wanted him. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, prompting Pops to ask what was going on as Lee called out to his commander about 2 survivors blocking the road in front of the truck. The captain glanced through the rearview mirror, muttering how strange it was, before deciding to step out and assess the situation himself. Approaching the duo, he asked if they were all right and introduced himself as a national intelligence agent, offering them assistance. The survivors thanked him desperately, begging for a way out because Brooklyn had become a living nightmare, all while White kept his hand on his weapon, listening closely. Pops admitted their situation was complicated since they were a combat unit on an urgent mission, but added that his duty wouldn't allow him to just abandon them, catching the survivors off guard. He explained they had somewhere to be, but offered to share some of the supplies from their vehicle. The civilians' expressions darkened instantly as they asked about the supplies. Suddenly, the girl drew a knife. Pops tried to reach for his sidearm, urging them to calm down, but they lunged forward to pin him down. Just as the girl went to stab him, precision sniper fire tore through her chest. White, keeping watch from a distance, had fired the fatal shots, quickly following up with a perfect headshot to the other attacker. Up on a nearby rooftop, another hostile was preparing to throw a Molotov, but White's sharp eyes had already locked onto him. The attacker went ahead and lit the fuse. Pulling his bolt back and focusing his crosshairs directly on the fiery bottle, the sniper fired, detonating the Molotov right in the attacker's hands before it could ever be thrown. Pops managed to free himself, landing a solid kick on one survivor and elbowing the other hard in the chest, allowing White to clean up the mess with another clean headshot. Pops drew his own handgun, landing a quick shot to the woman's chest before putting her down for good with a final bullet to the head. When another attacker rushed White with an axe, he calmly reached for the sidearm at his waist and unloaded a stream of bullets with absolute ease. The axe wielder collapsed as bullets shredded his limbs, and White finished him off with a ruthless shot to the skull. Pops called out that the area was clear, and his fellow soldier echoed the confirmation. Once they climbed back inside the vehicle, Rhodes immediately asked him a question. Pops asked what was troubling her, and Rhodes wondered aloud if those people even counted as survivors anymore, noting how easily the apocalypse drove people mad. She silently prayed that Subject Zero hadn't lost his mind in the same way. Corbin warned his buddy about where he had set up their gear. Meanwhile, Lin was busy sketching alongside Joe, who pointed out that the space would make a perfect greenhouse. Kurt joked that, to any outsider, it probably looked like they were pulling off a massive free shopping spree. To put their plan simply, the east wing of the third floor would become their indoor farm, while the west wing would serve as their living quarters. Since the upper levels were completely trashed, the third floor was easily their safest bet. The first and second floors would be rigged with deadly traps, turning the security room into their command center, though Lin still felt like their setup was missing a key element. Joe bragged that back in his younger days. He could have handled all of this with one hand tied behind his back, which Corbin immediately laughed off as pure boasting. The officer challenged them to head down to the garage and put his skills to the test, and Kurt happily accepted the old-timer's dare. Lin sighed at how childish they were being, but right then, Joe received a crackling radio transmission telling him he needed to report to her immediately. The young man asked what was going on, but the doctor simply told him he'd find out once he arrived. Following her orders, the young man made his way over and asked what she needed from him. Joe brought up their last encounter, reminding him of his claim that he had spotted others of his own kind out there. The young man nodded, confirming that she was indeed the one who had snatched the White Armor's core. Joe revealed she had something crucial to share, playing a recorded broadcast urging survivors not to lose hope or blame themselves during this harsh winter. Lin asked why she was playing this strange audio for him, but the doctor motioned for him to stay quiet and keep listening. The voice on the recording preached that, in ancient times, God sent a great flood to cleanse the world of its sins. It claimed the people had been brainwashed by a government that monitored their every move, arguing that modern financial debts were just chains forcing humanity to live in sin. However, God was merciful, promising that the pure of heart would soon receive his ultimate blessing. Meanwhile, Jinyu stumbled upon one of the white-armored beasts. She reached out, phasing her hand straight through its chest armor to pull out a massive rocket launcher from thin air, aiming it dead at the beast. With a single pull of the trigger, she fired, vaporizing the monster into absolute nothingness in the blink of an eye. The broadcast continued, declaring that these lost souls would find salvation in the end times, guided by the Holy Children. It proclaimed this frozen apocalypse was God's final judgment against a corrupt ruling power. As Corporal Lee listened in disbelief, Cross quietly activated his abilities, touching the girl's hand. The voice urged everyone to join their cause, promising that the Holy Sun would shelter them and wash away their sins, after which the priest would guide them to paradise. Joe paused the tape and asked if he had any clue what to make of that bizarre message. Lin shrugged, figuring it was just another classic, anti-government doomsday cult. He added that the blessing and Holy Sun they spoke of were likely references to powerful espers. Joe agreed, admitting that it was a highly likely possibility. However, this meant things had just taken an incredibly dark turn. For generations, conspiracy theories spoke of secret societies like the Freemasons or the Illuminati. But now, a group known as the Society of Prophets had emerged. Originally, they were a shadow cult hired to do the government's dirty work, but they eventually turned on their masters, infiltrating the Pentagon. In response, the government established the NLSB specifically to hunt them down. It was a dark piece of history that had been buried deep and was meant to stay forgotten forever. Yet, this supposed wiped-out cult of prophets had managed to crawl back into the light, thriving in the chaos of this ice age. Lin wondered aloud if sharing all this didn't violate classified protocols, considering her background in the biosafety department. Joe explained with a sigh that she unfortunately had an old associate who happened to be an intelligence officer. Or, well, a former one. Somewhere far away, Rhodes suddenly let out a loud sneeze, causing Lee to ask if she was catching a cold. The woman clarified that the Society of Prophets had been violently wiped out, not just disbanded, and since the NLSB was far sharper than the CIA, she had a strong, crazy theory. She suspected that this Esper-powered Society of Prophets actually crossed over from an entirely different dimension, making them interdimensional ghosts, much like Lin. The young man was stunned by her deep knowledge, wondering if she was somehow eavesdropping on everything using that glowing headpiece. Joe blew out a puff of smoke, teasingly calling their deep bromance sweet and touching, which made Lin defensively shout back that it was just a pure friendship bond. The doctor got back on track, warning that if this theory held up, the Society of Prophets likely already had Lin on their radar, meaning they now had a dangerous threat to prepare for. She then nudged him, asking if he was going to stand around all day or actually help move his belongings, including his favorite ashtray, prompting Lin to mutter that this was the real reason she called him over anyway. Lee switched off the radio and admitted it made perfect sense why the intelligence agency had no records on them if they were indeed dealing with the Society of Prophets. He then turned to Rhodes, asking if there was some massive cover-up. The woman replied that it went far beyond a simple government secret. It was deeply tied to the highest echelons of the National Intelligence Cabinet itself. But the High Command definitely had their own hidden motives. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand clamped firmly over her mouth. Pops warned Sergeant Rhodes to keep her mouth shut, reminding her that she had been reassigned to the field division for a reason. White listened to a static-heavy transmission warning him that although comms were back online, the connection was highly unstable. The voice urged him to make it quick, confirming the Society of Prophets was indeed linked to the Espers, making the capture of Target Zero their absolute highest priority. To ensure the job got done without delay, the High Command had made a rare exception and granted him supreme operational authority. At this critical juncture, any form of pushback was viewed as a direct threat to the survival of the human race. Armed with absolute power, he was cleared to neutralize any threat by any means necessary and call in sleeper agents whenever he saw fit. Meanwhile, inside room 303, a hand raised a freshly prepared burger. Maggie wasted no time and took a massive, satisfying bite. Dorothy smiled, amazed at how quickly Lynn had managed to cultivate their crops, saying she never expected to enjoy a fresh burger in the middle of this mess. Lynn humbly downplayed it, explaining he had simply applied what he learned back in agricultural school, insisting she should thank modern science instead of him. Joe opened up the refrigerator, his eyes lighting up when he spotted a surprise bottle tucked inside. Dorothy explained that she found it while sorting through their stash, and knowing Joe was hoping for a drink, she decided to keep it chilled for him. Grateful, Joe thanked her as he poured some tequila into a glass, quickly slicing a fresh lime right down the middle. He prepped the traditional salt and handed the drink over to Mr. Lin. Lin looked at the glass, curiously asking the old man what exactly he was serving. Joe declared that a premium tequila deserved nothing less than the traditional ritual, offering the glass to his savior as a token of gratitude. He urged everyone to finally sit back, relax, and dig into the delicious meal. Lin accepted the offering with a smile, promising not to be a party pooper. He rubbed the lime juice on his hand, took the shot of tequila, and finished the classic routine by biting into the sour lime wedge. Joe offered a glass to the doctor as well, but she declined, explaining she preferred smoking over drinking. Meanwhile, Lin was already starting to look a bit green from the alcohol's kick. Dorothy noticed that Corbin was missing from the table, but Lin assured her that he was just keeping watch on guard duty. Dorothy volunteered to deliver his portion of the food, and though Lin told her not to trouble herself, the housekeeper insisted on helping. Little did they know, armed soldiers were quietly observing their peaceful dinner from the shadows outside. White ordered his team to prep for a quick communication check. He called it their initial alpha run. Back at the base, Rhodes confirmed she was online and linked to command, calling out to Bravo and Delta units. Pops, operating under Bravo, confirmed he was receiving her clearly, and Lee quickly checked in as Delta as well. With everything set, the veteran soldier decided to leave the radio operations to the younger recruit. Rhodes chimed back in, warning Pops and Lee that static interference was creeping into the line and she would need to recalibrate her equipment. They both try to question him, but Bravo quickly reassures them that the adjustments will be wrapped up in no time. Rhodes gives her nod of approval and lets them know she's already moved over to the private frequency. Pops is immediately suspicious of her secretive behavior, but Rhodes is more concerned about whether going in hot is even necessary, given that Target Zero hasn't shown any hostile signs, and their field agent is clearly holding back info. Bravo shares her suspicion that the top brass is pulling the strings here, and while he respects her instincts, as her captain, his main priority is keeping her safe. Despite his warnings, he isn't going to hold her back and simply tells her to watch her step, just as Rhodes pings him to confirm the setup is complete and officially kicks off the mission. Lin tops off Joe's glass with another pour and casually inquires if the older man has a daughter of his own. Joe opens up, admitting he once had a family, but it has been nearly 2 decades since he last laid eyes on his daughter. Stuck out in the freezing cold, he couldn't help but worry about her well-being, even as Lin warns the injured old man to cut back on the drinking. Joe then starts muttering apologies to his daughter for getting tipsy so quickly, which catches Lin off guard. The old man clutches Joe's hand, calling out to his daughter, Juana, in his drunken state. The familiar name catches Joe by surprise, but he decides to keep quiet and observe. With a heavy heart, the old man goes on, blaming himself for failing to shield his daughter and her mother from harm. Lin lets out a soft chuckle, prompting Joe to ask what's so funny, all while the old man continues desperately pleading for his daughter's forgiveness. Looking at them, the young guy can't help but think that if they weren't struggling to survive this frozen wasteland, they would actually look like a real, cozy family right now. But the warm moment is instantly shattered when the power abruptly cuts out, plunging them into darkness. Lin suspects a generator failure, but Joe's sharp instincts tell him that this is no ordinary blackout. Instantly rising to his feet, Joe grimly announces that their time is up. Lin watches him in confusion, asking where the old-timer is heading, but he gets no response. With fury burning in his eyes, Joe simply draws his blade and slides it out of its sheath. Over in the apartment complex, White finds himself blocked by a massive barrier, confirming that they are indeed in the right spot. Once the corporal manages to pry open the maintenance shaft, they decide to head inside. Bravo pushes forward, letting HQ know they've successfully reached the 3rd floor, while Rhodes demands a video feed to monitor the situation. She orders them to split up as planned, sweep for any civilians, and lock down the primary target. White points out that with only 3 of them on site, they must stay ready to back each other up, suggesting they skip any military formalities given the high stakes, a plan his squad mates readily agree to. With their roles set, the team disperses, and White begins his ascent up the staircase. Up on the third floor, Joe slips on his mask, waiting in the shadows to launch a stealth attack on the unsuspecting soldiers. Lin whispers to ask what's happening, but Joe admits he is completely in the dark as well. Hearing this, the young man keeps quiet and keeps his eyes glued to the corridor ahead. Joe glances back at him with a silent, affirming nod. Suddenly, Corbin bursts into the room, sounding highly panicked because a major situation has just unfolded. A squad of heavily armed guys just breached the area, and they certainly aren't here to make friends. Lee reports in to confirm his safety, with Pops quickly chiming in to say he is secure too. Out of nowhere, Joe suddenly drops to the floor, his face still concealed by the mask. Pops instantly raises his rifle to cover him, and Lee wastes no time aiming his weapon as well. Joe doesn't utter a word, leaving the tense soldiers trying to figure out if they are dealing with a harmless resident. Pops tries to de-escalate by claiming they are with the National Rescue Team, while Lee radios command to report contact with local survivors. The captain then reaches out to place a reassuring hand on Joe's shoulder, promising him they are only there to rescue them. But Joe scoffs at the offer, repeating the name of the National Intelligence Bureau's rescue squad with pure sarcasm. Mockingly, he asks them exactly when an organization like theirs began doing charity work. Remembering his distinctive mask, Rhodes is grateful she has a working connection as she runs a quick database search and hits a match. She immediately alerts Bravo that this guy is definitely no ordinary civilian, prompting her commander to ask for clarification. Known as Machete, this former NSLB operative once tore through San Diego cartels, literally using the traffickers' own guts as ropes, before breaking out of prison to get recruited for Black Ops. Unsheathing his sidearm, Pops mutters that the guy is basically one of their own kind. Mocking the phrase "one of them," Joe slides his blade from its sheath in a flash, slicing through Pop's hand as he roars about his stolen jade. The deadly strike slices off 2 of Pop's fingers, but the swordsman doesn't stop, lunging forward once more as he blames them for stealing Juana. Pops desperately catches the incoming blade with his bloody, injured hand, while Joe furiously demands how he could ever compare them. Lee tries to get a clean shot at Joe right past Pops, shouting at his captain to get down before squeezing the trigger. However, the round simply bounces off Joe's heavy-duty mask without leaving a scratch. Joe boots Pops backward, swiftly pulling a kunai from his belt and throwing it straight at Lee. The throwing blade cuts through the air with lethal speed, striking Lee with pinpoint, fatal accuracy. White attempts to radio Bravo and Delta for an update, but his comms are completely dead, leaving him wondering what's gone wrong. Suddenly, Lin materializes right behind him, dryly commenting on how people still find the energy to home invade even in a brutal blizzard. White reaches for his sidearm to shoot, but by the time he pulls the trigger, Lin has already vanished into thin air. Lin's voice echoes, calling him nothing more than a loud, obnoxious trespasser. White states his credentials, declaring himself an elite NSLB operative tasked with bringing Lin Mo in. Flickering out of sight once more, Lin leaves behind mere afterimages, mocking the arrest. He finds it fascinating that amidst a global deep freeze, White's only priority is hunting him down, questioning if this is about maintaining post-apocalyptic order or if there is a darker secret they are keeping under wraps. Spinning around to take another shot, White warns Lin to stop playing games because he won't hesitate to put him down. Lin playfully challenges him, telling him he'd better pray. His aim is actually good enough to connect. Responding to the taunt, White fires his sniper rifle, switching the weapon into its high-tech perfect accuracy mode. Lin easily weaves through the incoming fire with his supernatural speed, closing the distance instantly to deliver a crushing blow to White's head. The force of the strike knocks the focus eyepiece right off White's face, sending it clattering to the floor. Lin frowns, realizing his clean headshot somehow missed its mark, while White catches his breath and remarks on how close that was. He brags that his sixth sense has always been top tier, guessing that Lin is probably baffled as to how he avoided getting his neck snapped. In reality, his danger sense had mapped out the exact path of Lin's incoming strike beforehand. To put it casually, he could probably predict if Lin was about to pass gas just by watching the way he shifted his hips. Deeming him a freak, Lin demands to know who he really is, but White merely flares up his abilities and reminds him that he already introduced himself as Xeon White, the National Intelligence Bureau's elite esper. Over the radio, Rhodes frantically tries to reach Alpha, complaining that his tactical feed has gone completely dark. Failing to get a response, she lets out a sharp whistle, contacts HQ, and immediately demands backup. Lee is in a full-blown panic over the open channel, screaming for immediate medical evac and reporting that both he and Pops are down. A volley of throwing knives suddenly rains down on them, embedding themselves deep into their armor and tactical vests. Joe stalks toward the wounded pair like a predator, even as Lee desperately tries to keep his gun trained on him. But to their horror, the formidable warrior suddenly vanishes from their crosshairs entirely. Before they can react, Joe is already standing right behind them like a ghost. Just as he is about to strike, a sudden barrage of stones pelt him from the shadows, giving the duo a saving grace. In the chaos, Lin ends up crashing right into his old buddy Joe. He realizes he let his guard down a bit too early, just as a monstrous beast suddenly breaches the room. Lin glances down to see who he ran into, and the unmistakable smell of booze tells him it's none other than Old Man Chow. Helping the old-timer to his feet, Lin gestures toward the injured soldiers and asks who they are. Pops weakly begs them to just listen to his explanation regarding who they actually work for. But their conversation is cut short when the massive beast stomps its heavy foot, shaking the entire room. Lin points toward the monster, stating they need to neutralize this threat before talking. Pops quickly radios base, asking if this thing is an empty shell and confirming they have officially made contact with it. The beast's eyes lock onto Pops as it charges up a devastating electrical blast, but White pulls back on his invisible threads, commanding it to halt in its tracks. Zeon clarifies to the beast that Lin Mo is their primary target. He locks eyes with Lin, giving him a cold, warning glare, while the young man grits his teeth, bracing himself for what is clearly going to be a brutal showdown. He carefully sets Joe down on the floor and murmurs a quick apology. Promising the old man that he still owes him a proper drink, Lin begins his terrifying transformation into his monstrous state. White remarks that while he expected nothing less from Subject Zero, witnessing the transformation firsthand is still quite a spectacle. Sensing his familiarity, Lin demands to know if Zeon holds answers about his true nature. Before he can get an answer, the beast lunges forward to seize him. But Lin simply triggers his speed acceleration, watching the massive attack crawl toward him in absolute slow motion. Realizing this tight space is no place for a brawl, Lin channels energy into his fist and shatters the sound barrier, successfully deflecting the massive strike. The sudden sonic shockwave catches the beast completely off guard. White is left stunned, questioning if Lin actually just used a physical sound barrier to swat away the attack. Taking the initiative, Lin lunges at them, dragging the beast along as they both crash through the third-floor window. He hammers against their protective shield, testing to see if it's pure energy, right before they slam into the earth below in a massive cloud of dust. Pulling himself up, Lin mutters that this is going to be a headache, considering the beast itself possesses unique abilities. However, it's that annoying force field that poses the real challenge. Yet, as his eyes spot some nearby chains, he realizes he still has a card left to play. He resolves to take down the commander first, even as White smugly tells him to throw in the towel because all his efforts are useless. Crouching low, Lin sprouts his glowing energy wings and horn, knowing his sheer speed is his greatest asset, and roars. "I won't know unless I try." He blasts off the ground with incredible force, tearing up the pavement behind him, but White swiftly evades, reminding Lin that his sixth sense had already predicted the exact path of the strike. The beast's forearm shifts into a razor-sharp blade as it readies itself to counterattack. White taunts him, stating that Lin isn't the only one who can move like lightning. The lightning-fast strike connects, leaving a nasty gash on Lin. Shocked by the speed, Lin tries to process how he got hit. As the massive beast closes in for another round, Lin realizes that despite its bulk, its mobility is terrifying. The beast thrusts its blade forward, aiming to decapitate him, but is startled when Lin narrowly avoids a fatal neck slash. Catching the sharp edge with his bare hands, Lin mutters that the strike was way too close for comfort. White aims his firearm directly at Lin's head, advising him to stop struggling because hauling a dead body back in this freezing weather is going to be a major hassle. Lin scoffs at his arrogance, reminding White that he's just a lackey for the Bureau and questioning if his superiors would even permit him to be killed. Suddenly, sharp stone fragments begin levitating off the ground, catching White off guard as they coalesce into a solid structure. Lin slaps the gun away from his face just as the shards solidify, sprinting straight toward the newly formed weapon. White tries to realign his target, but Lin is already grasping the hilt of the stone sword, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave right behind White, who is left utterly baffled by the sudden surge of power. The moment Lin's fingers wrap around the grip, violent arcs of lightning begin to crackle all around them. A pale, ghostly color starts spreading across a portion of his face. He wrenches the shard blade from the earth and spins it, extending the hilt to reveal that it's actually a deadly spear. Clad in striking new blue and white armor, Lin readies himself for the real battle. Thrusting the butt of his spear into the frozen dirt, Lin declares that round 2 has officially begun. White realizes the intelligence reports were dead on about this guy. Lin's rapid evolution is alarming, and if they don't stop him now, he'll become completely unstoppable. Deciding he needs to wrap this up before Lin grows any stronger, White raises his arm, declaring he's ready to put some effort in. The beast shapes yet another blade from its arm, sending a flurry of energy waves slicing toward Lin Mo. Observing the incoming projectiles, Lin recalls the doctor's words about blue indicating absorption. He spins his spear rapidly, creating a defensive barrier that soaks up the strikes. Instantly, his weapon begins to glow crimson, shifting his entire suit of armor into a brilliant deep red. White watches in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend the sudden transformation. Winding back, Lin hurls the fully charged spear at breakneck speed, decimating the ground as it flies toward his targets. White realizes to his horror that Lin didn't just evade the energy slashes. He actively converted them into raw power of his own. Seeing the deadly projectile locking onto his white armor, he braces his defenses to take the hit. The spear impacts the energy barrier head-on, slowly bleeding its crimson energy into the shield. Lin explains that the clash of fields will cancel both out, pointing out that his spear, crafted from black shards, can replicate their exact force field once it absorbs enough juice. But unlike harmless bubbles, this cancellation triggers a violent backlash, culminating in a massive explosion that sends the beast crashing down behind White. The soldier is left reeling, wondering how his high-tech white armor was so easily bypassed and disabled by the impact. Recalling the injured beast back into his containment field, White tells it to take a breather and rest up. He then looks at Lin, asking if he's still eager to keep going. Lin responds that he isn't foolish. While he might not have a counter for White's prediction skills, without his giant pet, White is completely toothless. A pet? White repeats, sounding slightly amused by the insult. Lin points his weapon, declaring a stalemate, but White scoffs at the word, wondering if Subject Zero has completely misjudged the situation. He points out that Lin should take a good look at his own reflection, given how closely he now resembles those very abominations roaming the frozen wastes. Even so, while Lin believes they are at a deadlock, White has no intention of playing fair. With a smirk, he yells out to his hidden partner to finally make a move. On cue, his associate begins strumming a guitar in the background. Lin glances back as the familiar chords hit his ears, just as a giant speaker begins to blast at full volume. Clutching his temples, Lin groans, asking what the hell is happening as a splitting headache hits him. The blonde figure continues to strum, raising their voice to sing a melody. Lin can feel the parasite inside him, fighting violently against the frequency. But as the lyrics of Wake Me Up, When September Ends ring out, the entity is forced out of his body. It detaches and drops onto the cold floor, leaving Lin completely separated and exhausted, his eyes closing as he tries to reach toward the source of the music. Suddenly, Corbin steps into view and firmly grabs his hand. White grumbles that he took his sweet time, prompting Corbin to apologize and ask if he missed all the fun, to which White merely nods. But with the objective successfully secured, White shrugs it off and formally thanks Agent Corbin for the timely assist. Kurt casually waves off the gratitude, telling him not to sweat it. Just half an hour prior, a drowsy Kurt was dozing off in the monitoring room before pulling up the security feed of the hostile agents breaching the perimeter. Not long after, the door to the security booth was suddenly thrown open. White had a firearm trained directly on Corbin's head, utterly terrifying the young man who had just been jolted awake from his nap by 3 armed intruders. Kurt frantically raised his hands, stammering that he wasn't hiding any illegal substances anymore and had cleaned up his act ages ago. White began chanting a bizarre sequence of trigger words, putting the young man into a hypnotic trance as he muttered about the bad boys' squad. When White prompts him for the weapon authorization code, Corbin robotically responds with 21 and confirms he is fully operational. Lee asks in confusion what they are witnessing, but Bravo explains that these are specialized Black Ops field agents. Essentially, they are the covert operatives assigned to the notorious Bad Boys unit. Having finished the activation sequence, Corbin's head drops heavily onto the keyboard, leaving him slumped over in front of White. Bravo tries to figure out the source of the interference, asking if Rhodes was behind the lock, but Lee is just as clueless. Rhodes denies any involvement, explaining that while the equipment is ancient, she has no remote access to it, suggesting it's likely a technical glitch. Out of nowhere, Corbin snaps back to attention, fully conscious. White reiterates their core objectives. They need to secure Subject Zero, Lin Mo, and evacuate any remaining survivors as planned. However, since they still need their exact coordinates, Corbin pulls out his device and tells them to hold on a moment. Given the blackout, both the target and the civilians have likely changed positions, making a split search their best option. He points out that their standard arsenal won't be enough to bring down Subject Zero, but he has a specialized method, though he needs to retrieve a specific item first. Meanwhile, Maggie asks what's happening and why Mr. Lin had to leave so abruptly. When Maggie uncovers a hidden camera, Dorothy anxiously asks if it belongs to those beasts, but Corbin quickly dismisses the idea. Zoe spots Maggie rummaging through Corbin's personal lockbox, prompting an immediate apology from Maggie just as the doctor steps over to investigate. Inspecting the device, she confirms it's indeed a surveillance camera. And shocker, it features the official seal of the National Intelligence Bureau. Without hesitation, Corbin draws his weapon and orders the doctor to put her hands up. Dorothy demands to know what he thinks he's doing, but Corbin ignores her, revealing that the doctor is actually the high-ranking commander of the Anti-Bioterrorism Task Force. Joe observes dryly that it seems he wasn't the only one playing the villain here, but Corbin yells at the doctor, warning her not to mess with their only hope. The moment the doctor reaches inside her coat to pull out a sidearm, Corbin pulls his trigger. The freshly fired round whizzes through the air, only to drop harmlessly onto the floor right in front of Joe. While Dorothy and Maggie shrink back in terror on the floor, Joe keeps calmly walking forward without missing a beat. Corbin warns her to freeze, stating he won't hesitate to shoot to kill next time, so she'd better keep her hands visible and slowly spin around. Joe sighs and complains that modern field agents are always so incredibly aggressive, running a hand through her short hair. She questions if the primary target was actually her own research subject, and if Corbin was merely playing the friend card to keep tabs on him, even though the boy likely has no memory of it. Corbin acts confused, demanding to know what she's rambling about, just as the radio crackles with urgent reports that Alpha is down, and both Bravo and Delta are wounded. Corbin reports to command that he has secured the survivors, suggesting they route the casualties to his location since they have a qualified doctor on site. Bravo inquires about their current state, relieved that despite the severe injuries, everyone is still breathing. He reassures him that their wounds have already been stitched up, so there's no need to panic as the worst of the danger has passed. Joe asked Rhodes if they could switch to the private frequency, which only left her wondering what channel he was talking about. Joe told him to just be grateful, though Corbin couldn't help but question what he actually meant by that. Confused, Corbin demanded an explanation, pointing out that she was nothing more than a rogue agent who had betrayed them. He wondered aloud if this sudden, extreme cold snap was somehow connected to those rogue operatives, questioning her true intentions. Joe bluntly called them out as the real traitors while loudly bringing up Project Europa. Hearing the name of that classified project caught Corbin completely off guard. However, the doctor clarified she was talking about Jupiter's second moon, a place researchers once believed was the prime candidate for harboring alien life in our solar system. She pointed out that it was a completely frozen world, asking if the connection was starting to click for him. Seeing how New York had turned into an icy wasteland, she questioned why he thought their higher-ups chose that specific code name for the project in the first place. This whole situation had absolutely nothing to do with space exploration or NASA. Instead, it was tied directly to the Society of Prophets. Losing his temper, Corbin lashed out, aiming his weapon directly at her face and telling her to shut her mouth. Joe casually asked if the operative was in some kind of rush, but Corbin made it clear that she would be a corpse by now if her research on Subject Zero weren't so valuable. Muttering something Joe couldn't quite catch, Pops glanced toward the corner of the room, keeping his expression entirely blank. Without warning, Corbin struck her across the face. He contacted headquarters, stating he was bringing Alpha back and telling them to get ready to process the survivors. Seeing this, Joe couldn't help but ask what exactly had him so terrified. Outside the building, the first light of dawn was finally beginning to break. Lynn was completely tied up, and one of the soldiers joked that he looked like a neatly wrapped package. Lee expressed concern about what might go down if the guy regained consciousness, but Corbin quickly brushed his worries aside. He assured him that even if he did wake up, he'd be completely helpless and unable to access his abilities for some time. They had pumped him full of enough insulin to keep him sedated, a trick they picked up directly from that traitorous doctor's findings. Corbin told Lee to carry him, and the young soldier complied, silently apologizing to his tied-up, unconscious buddy. Turning to his superior, Lee asked what their next move was going to be. Instead of answering, Pop simply demanded to know why he had enlisted in the National Intelligence Bureau in the first place. The corporal was confused by the sudden interrogation, but Pops was starting to suspect the kid was wrapped up in something incredibly dangerous. White checked in on everyone's wounds, announcing that he actually had some encouraging news for a change. The primary comms line was back up, and they had established contact with a hospital shelter, even if it was a good distance away. Lee thanked him, saying that was great, but White stopped him, saying there was one last detail to clear up before they departed. He asked if anyone had crossed paths with those hollow, shell-like monsters inside the apartment building. Lee shook his head, and when White questioned the lieutenant, he got the same answer. They hadn't run into anything unusual besides the local residents. White expressed his appreciation, thanking the rescue squad and telling them it was an honor working together before they packed up to head out. Cross questioned why Jinyu hadn't made her move sooner, to which she explained that once the lights went out, she realized there were rats hiding among the sheep. To make matters worse, she spotted a wolf lurking among those rats, so she decided to let the chaos play out before stepping in. Hearing that, Cross noted that he and Arena had already handled their side of the job perfectly. Jinyu slipped her glasses on, declaring that this operation was being carried out in the name of the Holy Father. With that, the transport truck sped off into the distance. Inside the cramped vehicle alongside Joe, Corbin, Dorothy, and a sleeping Lynn, little Maggie cried out for her mother, confused about why her big brother was tied up and asking what was wrong with Uncle Joe and the nurse, while Joe distracted himself by asking the old man when she had changed her hair. Pointing her finger right at Corbin, Maggie demanded to know why they were being treated so harshly if they weren't the bad guys. He was taken aback as Maggie pressed further, asking what they had done to her favorite guitar-playing brother. Dorothy gently tried to explain that he was still Kurt, but the little girl stubbornly insisted that this man was a completely different person. The sheer absurdity of the moment made Joe burst out laughing. An irritated Kurt snapped to ask what was so funny, but the doctor calmly noted that children often have the clearest vision when it comes to the harsh realities of their nation. He nodded in agreement, joking that the title Guitar Brother actually suited him, though Corbin took it as a massive blow to his pride. Spotting a wisp of smoke, Rhodes called out to her father, calling him out for picking up his bad habit once again. Lee tried to ease her mind, explaining that she shouldn't worry because the sergeant was just feeling a little on edge. When Rhodes asked about his own condition, Lee brushed it off, saying his scratches were nothing compared to what the sergeant was dealing with. After all, a soldier who can no longer grip a weapon is just as useless as a nation that fails to protect its own citizens. Rhodes announced she was going to log the survivors' details, prompting Lee to question if such bureaucracy was really necessary right now. Meanwhile, Jo was stunned to find her old friend standing right in front of her. Rhodes asked if she was indeed Jo Shuya, but Jo playfully remarked that it had been forever since she'd seen Joanna, noting she had definitely put on some weight. Without another word, she tossed a tablet straight toward Corbin. Jo teased her, asking if she got busted down to field duty and was still stuck in logistics, or was it called the rescue squad now? Instead of answering, Rhodes drew her weapon and pointed it right at her, leaving Jo to complain about why everyone was so trigger-happy today. She bitterly asked who she thought was to blame for her current mess, adding that she foolishly believed they were friends and regretted ever trusting Jo in the past. Jo quietly asked if she had failed to find the answers she wanted, reminding her that they both fully understood the danger from the very beginning. White peered through the window, urging Rhodes to cool her head because they had a motorcycle fast approaching from behind. A nearby security camera locked onto and tracked the high-speed pursuit. Jin-Yu pinned the throttle on her bike, activating her special abilities to pick up speed. Staring back, Rhodes wondered what kind of monster they were dealing with. There was something deeply unsettling about the whole scene. She couldn't understand how anyone could survive riding like that in such freezing conditions without feeling the cold. Jo quickly warned the group that their pursuer was an Esper. She explained that they absorb surrounding energy to keep their body temperatures incredibly low, prompting Rhodes to ask if they could actually function at absolute zero. The doctor nodded, confirming that their bodies had completely adapted to freezing environments. Even while steering the bike, Jin-Yu pulled a revolver from her chest, tuned it, and quickly drew a second weapon. She aimed the glowing, energy-charged gun at the truck and fired, triggering a massive blast that sent the heavy vehicle tipping over. The entire surrounding area vibrated violently from the force of the detonation. Tossing the burnout weapon aside, Jin-Yu clicked her tongue, realizing she had slightly missed her mark. Lee panicked, wondering if they'd just been hit by a grenade, but Pops yelled at him to step on the gas because she was rapidly gaining on them. Unfazed, Jin-Yu raised her gun once more, lining up her next shot. White flung the back doors open and began firing wildly at her bike, but Jin-Yu simply recharged her weapon, terrifying him with its sheer destructive potential as she unleashed it in his direction. The resulting explosion flipped the truck completely over, sending it crashing through the thick smoke and straight into a nearby building. Rolling out of the smoke on her bike, Jin-Yu dragged her foot along the asphalt to bring her ride to a halt. Pulling out her revolver again, she admitted to herself that she might have gone a bit overboard, seeing how the truck had plummeted off the bridge. As the overturned truck managed to settle back onto its wheels, Jin-Yu's weapon suddenly began to crack and crumble to pieces in her hand. Jin-Yu muttered in annoyance about her gun's durability wearing out so fast, just as Irina radioed in, asking for an update and mentioning she and the priest had wrapped up their end. Jin-Yu replied that she still had to secure the package, prompting Irina to wonder why such a simple task was taking her so long. Jin-Yu complained that absolutely nothing with this target was going smoothly, though her partner simply teased her for being lazy. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained tightly bound and gagged. Rhodes groaned, saying she'd lose her mind if she had to go through that again, before checking to see if everyone was still in one piece. Jo noted that trying to handle Manhattan while navigating through the wealthy elites was never going to be an easy ride. White quickly cut in to check on the status of Subject Zero. Corbin confirmed he was secure, prompting Rhodes to ask the agent if he only cared about the asset, ignoring everyone else in the vehicle. Checking on his companion, Jo asked if he was holding up, to which he replied he was fine, but immediately inquired about the safety of Miss Perez and little Maggie. Fortunately, both Dorothy and Maggie had made it through the crash unscathed. White coldly asked if Rhodes was failing to grasp the reality of the situation. He reminded her that her sole objective was to transport Subject Zero to the bunker, while any other complications fell entirely on her squad's shoulders. Confused by his attitude, Rhodes demanded clarification as she scrambled toward the driver's compartment. She called out for both the rookie and the old-timer to see if they were alive. Lee replied that he was all right, aside from a few minor scratches on his face. As she frantically shouted for Pops, she noticed a metal spike had driven straight through his tactical vest, but the veteran told her to take it easy, joking that he'd survived far worse back in Iraq. He assured her he wasn't about to die just yet, but wanted to know what lay ahead, noting that his failing vision was picking up multiple figures illuminated by headlights. Pointing toward the massive swarm of white-armored creatures, Pops dryly remarked that this was exactly the kind of nightmare scenario he was talking about. White confessed they were in deep trouble, admitting he'd never seen so many hollow husks gathered in one place, but suggested they could still manage if they kept their cool and targeted them strategically. He asked if Corbin's amplifier was up to the task, but Corbin snapped back that the volume didn't matter since his guitar was already completely wrecked. White yelled that they'd have to stick to old-school methods, then ordering everyone to start shooting the monsters down. Corbin asked if there were any spare guns left in the vehicle, but Rhodes told him to search it himself as she walked over to Jo, who curiously asked what she wanted. Rhodes sliced through the doctor's cuffs, shocking her by offering assistance to someone branded as a traitor. Corbin demanded to know what she thought she was doing while throwing a medical kit to Joe, warning her not to get any funny ideas since he still hadn't forgiven her lies. However, the crisis demanded that she focus on what she did best, treating her father's severe stomach injury. Joe admitted she couldn't perform the procedure alone and needed an assistant, prompting Dorothy to step up since she had medical experience, though she needed someone to look after Maggie. Maggie confidently chimed in that she was a big girl and could take care of herself without any supervision. When Corbin offered to watch over her, Maggie flatly rejected him, leaving him to mumble that he'd just go back to hunting for guns. Joe requested to be freed so he could watch the kid, prompting Rhodes to ask if he was that famous headline uncle, which he denied by explaining he was just a humble guard and that they couldn't afford to play by the rules when mutual aid was the only reason they had survived that terrible building. A pale monster suddenly lunged at Lee through the vehicle's window, but the quick-thinking agent pulled a blade from his tactical vest, stabbing it through its hand and neck, allowing Rhodes to thrust her shotgun forward, tell him to cover his ears, and blow the creature's head to pieces. Pops weakly joked that he hadn't planned on needing a doctor twice in one day, while Joe urged Dorothy to keep pressing on the wound to stop the bleeding, but Dorothy couldn't halt the flow, forcing Joe to realize a major artery had been severed and that things were looking grim. Jinyu materialized out of nowhere behind White, who spun around, cursing his own forgetfulness about their pursuer, only to watch in disbelief as she drew a katana directly from her chest, confirming she was another Esper and forcing him to raise his weapon as she closed the distance. Dorothy tried her best to apply pressure so they could safely extract the spike, but it wasn't doing enough to stop the blood. Joe pointed out the danger of her technique, but she froze in realization as a vivid flashback of her helpless childhood washed over her. Deep down, she knew she possessed the exact knowledge needed to turn this crisis around. Keeping Lin Mo in mind, Jinyu charged at White with her blade, forcing the soldier to activate his heightened sensory abilities with both eyes wide, allowing him to barely dodge her lethal swing. Even though he escaped with his life, his firearm was completely shattered by the sheer force of her strike. Jinyu smiled, calling his special gift fascinating and asking why a saint would ever waste their blessings on a common sinner. White scoffed at the concept of sin, saying such religious terms only worked on simple-minded folks. He declared himself an atheist and accused her of being a puppet for the Society of Prophets whose only target was Subject Zero, while Jinyu calmly asked if he'd prefer to settle this in a language he understood, questioning if he had any desire to return to his origin. White demanded to know what she was getting at, but she pointed out that, as a fellow Esper, he knew deep down that he never truly belonged to the NSLB. In fact, he didn't even belong to this entire reality and must still have precious memories or people he wanted to protect. Hearing those words, White couldn't help but recall everything he had left behind. He questioned his own motivations as a memory surfaced of a female officer asking if she could ever work alongside him again. Lowering his weapon, White admitted she had a point, but noted that while some were already gone, there were still survivors left to protect. Therefore, his allegiance didn't matter, because his only goal was to shield those he cared about, and he refused to let Subject Zero go. As Lin Mo lay there completely out cold, a stray bullet casing dropped right onto him. Joe and Corbin fired in unison at an approaching monster while the guard yelled at Maggie to plug her ears. Seeing Joe, Kurt checked on the status of the rescue unit, but the doctor ignored him, looking down to rip away Lin Mo's tactical vest. Kurt grabbed her wrist to stop her, but she snapped at him to look around, pointing out the army of monsters outside, waiting to make them their next meal. With a powerful Esper hunting them down on top of that, they were in way over their heads. Multiple rounds tore directly into Jinyu's chest, but she didn't even flinch. She kept marching forward with her sword, leaving White to curse as his shots failed to stop her, when Jinyu suddenly paused in realization, declaring she had found the spot before driving her katana through the ceiling above to drop directly in front of Lin Mo. She looked up, highly amused and excited to see the group desperately trying to protect him. Joe yelled at Corbin, demanding to know why he was freezing up at a time like this. Just as one of those pale creatures grabbed Jinyu's leg, Corbin decided it was time to fight fire with fire. Jinyu reacted instantly, driving her blade straight through the creature's skull. Seizing the momentary distraction, Corbin jammed a syringe of insulin directly into Lin Mo's neck. Jinyu was standing close by when the creature's dark blood splattered across her clothes. Suddenly, Lin's eyes snapped open as he began violently thrashing around inside his straitjacket. She announced that she had come to reclaim their long-lost saint. As Lin Mo glared at her through his gag, Jinyu hesitated, suddenly recognizing his face just before a massive shockwave blasted her backward. Dropping to his knees, Lin Mo wondered why he felt so completely drained and why he was wearing a mask again. Joe yanked the mask off his face, explaining she'd just given him a dose of glucose and asking if he felt any better. Lin Mo tried to deflect by complimenting her new haircut and saying it was great to see her, but Joe warned him to stop dodging the question. She slapped him on the back of his head, asking if his brain had completely shut down. Lin stood up as his stomach let out a loud rumble, complaining that his energy levels were still critically low. Joe complained that she had nothing left to give, urging him to snap out of it since all of their survival rested entirely on his shoulders now. The pale monsters kept shrieking as they advanced, but their heads were quickly popped by accurate gunfire. Joe cursed under his breath, complaining that the sheer volume of these creatures made them nearly impossible to keep down. Lin asked if anyone had any sweet snacks on hand, but Joe scoffed that he was already at the age where he needed to worry about diabetes. The doctor realized that almost all of their glucose supplies had been abandoned back in the flat, meaning he wouldn't be able to fight, while Lin complained that his head was starting to spin. Right then, little Maggie pointed proudly toward a chocolate bar. She explained that her dad had left it for her, but since she wasn't hungry, she was willing to share. Lin felt a pang of sympathy knowing the truth about her father, but shook his head, saying he couldn't take her father's parting gift. Maggie insisted he take it, saying good kids are supposed to help people, while Dorothy did her best to patch up Pops under Rhodes' doubtful gaze. Knowing they had no choice, Lin agreed to eat the chocolate Maggie offered. Staring at the brand on the wrapper, he muttered that it was bringing back some incredibly dark memories. Shaking off the thoughts, he scarfed it down anyway, noting there were far more pressing matters at hand. Joe found himself standing directly in front of one of those pale beasts. Hearing a dry click, he realized he was completely out of bullets and cursed his terrible luck. Lin suddenly dashed ahead to shield his friend, startling Joe as he spun around. With a simple clap of his hands, Lin triggered a shockwave that completely turned the beast to dust. Dumbfounded, Joe wondered if a single clap had somehow generated a supersonic barrier effect to vaporize the target. Lin grinned, admitting that he was really starting to love this incredible rush of power. The rest of the creatures visibly recoiled, terrified by the overwhelming display of force. Lin casually stepped right through the remains of the shattered beast. Seeing the horde of monsters shaking in absolute terror, he sensed something strange about their behavior, wondering why they were suddenly fleeing from him. White stood frozen in shock, trying to wrap his head around why the vicious creatures were suddenly running away. A message flashed on his tablet, warning him that his deadline had expired and demanding an immediate status report, but he replied that he had run into some serious complications. Watching them run, Jinyu noted with amusement that even soulless, hollow husks were capable of feeling pure terror. Knowing they used to be human, it was only natural for them to fear the strongest holy child, leaving Lin to wonder about her true identity. Han Jinyu introduced herself and invited him to join their cause, claiming it was a mission handed down by the sacred girl through their lord. Lin instantly turned her down, claiming he had far more urgent matters to attend to, while realizing this must be the anti-government cult the doctor warned him about. Jinyu recalled her instructions from the pastor, who told her that capturing him was her top priority. With a sigh, she brought her hands to her chest, stating she had no other choice, and reached into thin air to pull out another shattered katana from her spatial dimension. Lin stared in surprise, wondering if her power allowed her to summon weapons directly from her body, and what those strange, void-like cracks in space actually were. Apologizing to Lin Mo for what was about to happen, Jinyu dashed forward with both katanas, swinging the black sword upward to slice him in two. Lin was caught off guard, questioning if she possessed multiple abilities, but as he noticed the crumbling shards, he realized that wasn't the case. Snatching one of the floating shards out of the air, he prepared to hurl it, deciding it was time to test his luck. The thrown projectile detonated on impact, triggering a massive explosion across the battlefield. Lin watched in shock, wondering how her body had completely absorbed the blast and if those cracks led to an alternate dimension, while Jinyu casually remarked that she had never had a hole in her stomach before. She asked with a smirk if that attack was merely him testing the waters. After all, based on the pastor's warnings, the young man's true strength was supposed to be far greater than this. Lin asked if she was trying to bait him, even though he knew deep down she was absolutely correct. Joe observed the fight, realizing things looked grim for Lin. Despite moving around just fine, he had only recovered 13% of his strength. This meant the parasite slumbering inside his body had not yet awakened. Lin realized that fighting another Esper wasn't just about raw power. It was a tactical clash where specialized abilities served as the ultimate trump card. He warned her not to push her luck, while secretly worrying that since he couldn't use the black fragment, his best trump card was gone, leaving him vulnerable to any unpredictable tricks she might have. Having already messed up once, he couldn't afford to make another slip-up now. At this point, the tension was so thick, it felt as if a pair of invisible hands was slowly tightening around his throat. Jinyu lunged forward with a swift kick, but Lin managed to dodge it just in time. Without wasting a second, both of them dashed toward one another again. She was surprised that he successfully evaded her mid-air assault, realizing this fight had moved beyond mere speed. Lin noted that she didn't just move like a serpent. Her strikes were venomous and precise, leaving him with no choice but to try and overpower her with a direct punch. The collision of his fist unleashed a violent shockwave across the battlefield. Yet, Jinyu emerged from the impact completely unharmed. Lin stared in absolute disbelief as his arm literally passed straight into her chest. Jinyu teasingly remarked that no one had ever entered her body in such a way, which made Lin realize her ability was spatial manipulation. Lifting her feet, she leaned in closer to Lin, mockingly asking how much deeper he wanted to go, while Lin realized he couldn't deploy his sound barrier at such close range. She admitted she had been highly curious about him, finding something strangely familiar in the way he looked at her. Before Lin could react, she pulled him into a tight embrace, whispered that he was the speaker, and then violently blasted him backward. The force of the impact shattered Lin's arm, but just then, the pastor's voice cut in, ordering Jinyu to halt her actions immediately. With the base securing the NSLB and keeping a tight grip on the head of number 13, this was her ultimate opportunity to act, bypassing even the speaker's direct orders. However, since the speaker had received a new revelation, they were guaranteed to cross paths with Lin again soon. Jinyu sighed, complaining that the best moments are always cut short, and they would have to end their fun for now. Teasingly sticking her tongue out, she promised that next time, she would personally teach him the teachings of the prophet. With that, she struck her twin swords together, triggering a massive blast that blanketed the entire area. Lin tried to peer through the thick smoke, only to realize she had completely vanished, leaving behind an unsettling feeling. Zhao rushed over, asking if he was all right and what had just happened, to which Lin replied that he was fine and they were out of danger for the time being. Just then, the sound of rotors echoed as a helicopter began its descent from the sky. As Lin wondered about their next move, Joe pointed out the chopper landing right near White, who smirked, noting they had finally arrived. The helicopter touched down, its massive blades slowly coming to a halt. Armed soldiers poured out, commanding Alpha 1 and 2 to secure the civilians while the rest executed the primary plan. As they loaded Pops onto a stretcher, Rhodes demanded to know who they were, only for a soldier to politely introduce them as colleagues and thank them for a job well done. Rhodes looked back in surprise, while White stood at attention, saluting and admitting he hadn't expected his superior to show up in person. Frank calmly acknowledged White's efforts, offering a brief word of appreciation for his good work. Suddenly, the bright tactical lights from their weapons flashed directly into Joe and Lin's eyes. The doctor questioned why the security department was handling a bunker mission, let alone bringing top-ranking officials, while Lin stood by, utterly bewildered. The soldiers announced that Subject Zero was secured under the command of Frank, the head of strategy and decision-making, alongside Barbara, the director of biosafety, who remarked that this turnout was quite surprising. Joe called out to her old acquaintance, Barbara. Barbara coldly shot back that she'd see her in hell, making it obvious where her loyalties now lay. Joe muttered that her showing up alongside that bald idiot from the Department of Fools was a terrible sign, prompting Barbara to dryly ask if her reputation was really that awful. Frank cut in to de-escalate, explaining the precise reason behind his and Barbara's presence. He stated that Subject Zero, the Esper, Lin Mo, was crucial to unraveling the truth behind the freezing incident. Lin began to ask what any of this had to do with him, but Joe quickly cut him off, warning him not to buy into Frank's lies. She revealed that his only real goal was to revive and push forward with Project Europa. Barbara frowned at the unfamiliar name, demanding to know what secret project the bald man had been keeping from her. Frank looked genuinely taken aback, demanding to know how Joe had even heard of Project Europa. The doctor smirked, realizing her guess was spot on, while Lin asked if she had just baited him for info, which she proudly admitted. Frank muttered that despite her leaving intelligence, they couldn't legally execute her because of her service to the nation. But from the shadows, a silenced sniper rifle was already aimed directly at her. But Lin reacted instantly, blocking the bullet to protect his friend. Frank stood frozen, completely stunned by Lin's reflex speed. Lin told the doctor she should wear a helmet next time she tries to bait information out of someone, to which she playfully replied that she knew she could count on him. Lin remarked that trying to silence her for hitting a nerve felt straight out of a cliché movie. Barbara grabbed Frank by the collar, demanding to know if the entire freezing incident was tied to Project Europa, and why he had kept her in the dark. Frank coldly told her she would find out eventually, but not today, ordering the guards to escort her out while Barbara loudly protested his authority. Joe warned Lin to watch his step, pointing out that his body was already pushed to its absolute limit, with dark veins visibly pulsing along his arm. Lin knew that if he were at full strength, sweeping these soldiers aside would be a breeze, just as Frank ordered his men to capture Joe. He was somewhat relieved that the other civilians were safe, even if they were being escorted to a shelter. Suddenly, Lin recalled his solemn vow never to run away from a fight again. He grabbed Joe's hand and told her to hold on tight, to which she wryly asked if they were about to repeat their crazy stunt. As the soldiers opened fire, Lin vanished in a flash, leaving nothing but a blur in his wake. Frank stood dumbfounded by his speed, while Barbara broke free from the guards, calling him a bald idiot and reminding him that she had warned him about Lin's velocity, which he had completely ignored. Frank turned around, muttering that Joe must have sustained injuries during the escape. But before he could finish, Barbara kicked him straight in the groin, snapping that without Subject Zero. Their entire operation was finished. Doubled over in pain, Frank wheezed, asking if they should launch a pursuit. Barbara snapped to forget about them and returned to the bunker, noting there were far too many secrets they still needed to uncover first. Lin leapt across the city skyline with Joe in his arms, crashing straight through a glass window. They landed heavily inside a quiet apartment, where a cold corpse lay nearby. He coughed up some blood and asked if she was all right, to which she assured him she was fine. However, his own condition was growing critical as blood began to trickle from his eyes. Joe began rummaging through the nearby supplies, assuring him he would survive, while Lin asked what she was looking for. She tossed a milk carton to him, and as he caught it, he noticed the liquid was frozen solid. When he asked where she was finding all this, Joe excitedly declared they had just hit the jackpot. She pointed out that the body on the floor had been dead for quite some time, clearly killed by a gunshot wound to the chest. As for the culprit, it looked as though the two had taken each other out in a fierce struggle. It seemed the survivors had turned on each other over resources, but they should actually thank them, as this tragedy turned out to be their lucky break. A bittersweet Lynn remarked that someone else's misfortune had become their fortune once again, prompting her to ask if he was feeling all right. But the young man shrugged it off, saying he was just remembering his past. She gently reminded him that the past was behind them now. She lightly slapped his stomach, telling him to stay focused and eat up, leaving Lynn to ask what she was planning next. Joe dumped onions, potatoes, and the frozen milk straight into a hot pot. She noted that finding ingredients made perfect sense since they had broken into a Chinese restaurant. But if he wanted to complain about the menu, he should take a look at the two cold bodies on the floor. Lynn muttered that he had nothing against the food itself, but throwing everything into a single pot like that was just bizarre. She argued that cooking everything together saved fuel while thawing the milk, but Lynn countered that she had a highly distorted view of efficiency, wondering if she simply didn't know how to cook. Joe snapped back that she was a medical doctor, not a gourmet chef, so cooking skills weren't in her job description. She shoved a cooked potato into Lynn's mouth, muttering that the world was ending and he was still being a picky eater. As a mysterious figure watched them from the shadows, Joe noted that given his current state, this was the fastest way to restore his calories. The hidden girl whispered to herself, trying to keep her fear at bay. Joe urged Lynn to eat up fast because this wasn't a romantic date and the weather was freezing, but Lynn immediately spat it out, complaining it was boiling hot. She noted that while Lynn's body was adapting to the freezing climate, she was freezing to death, and her protective suit was running out of power and needed a quick recharge. Suddenly, Joe's eyes narrowed as she caught a movement behind Lynn. Wasting no time, she slid her hand into her jacket and whipped out her pistol. She demanded to know who was hiding, warning her test subject not to move an inch. Terrified by the weapon, the intruder panicked, tripped over the corpse on the floor, and accidentally fumbled her baton. The falling baton landed right on her own head with a soft thud. Joe walked over, demanding to know her identity and why she was spying on them, but the tearful girl pleaded that she was harmless and definitely not a monster. She explained that she was just a fellow survivor named Penny, who had come to forage for remaining supplies. Penny added that she had spotted their fire and came to investigate, offering them shelter at her nearby fortress if they had nowhere else to stay. While Joe suspected a trap, Lynn stared closely at the girl, recognizing her face as Penny continued to plead her case. But then, she gasped, finally getting a clear look at Lynn's face. She realized it was Lynn, the guy who used to live in the Fang apartments and buy cigarettes from her shop, identifying him instantly by his distinct earring. Lynn chuckled at the cigarette mention, finally placing her as Penny from the local convenience store and feeling relieved to see a familiar face. She grabbed his hand, overjoyed that he survived, mentioning she had heard about the monster attack on his building, while Lynn inwardly noted her usual chatty nature. Penny guided them down into a nearby subway station, prompting Lynn to ask if this was the fortress she had boasted about. It served as an excellent bunker where survivors hid from the horrors above, though Joe quietly remarked that hiding underground didn't protect them from the transmission's harmful effects. It was clear they had modified the station for survival, which Penny explained was all thanks to their station chief, causing Lynn to wonder who this leader was. Joe pointed out some fresh graffiti on the walls, and Lynn casually replied that since this was Brooklyn, street art was to be expected. But she clarified she was looking at a very specific, newly painted eye symbol, wondering about its meaning. Penny hurried them along, while Joe stared at the eye symbol, muttering that she had definitely seen it somewhere before. Lynn apologized to Penny for causing her extra trouble. As they entered deeper, they passed writing on the wall stating that the Son of God would deliver them from the apocalypse. Penny offered to introduce them to the rest of the group. After she explained they were on New York's G subway line, Lynn quietly noted that the atmosphere felt incredibly off. Just then, a praying woman looked up, asking if Penny had returned with newcomers. Penny claimed she had brought enough supplies for the month, but her friend warned her about the dangers of leaving, even if it was to serve the divine child, while the red-haired girl simply asked for the chief's whereabouts. A woman in heavy leather boots approached them from the darkness. Penny greeted the station chief, who wore a beret tilted over one eye and was flanked by heavily armed, masked guards. The chief asked sternly if Penny had disobeyed orders and sneaked out of the hideout again. Penny quickly explained that she only wanted to complete her quota because her brother was ill and she wanted to pull her weight. Shifting the subject, she proudly pointed out the new survivors she had brought back. She added that they were her old neighbors, while Lynn quietly wondered if this station chief was some kind of self-proclaimed local dictator. Joe nudged him, telling him not to jump to hasty conclusions just yet. The station chief stepped closer, acknowledging their arrival, but insisting they adhere to the standard inspection procedures. As soldiers surrounded Lynn, he tensely asked what was going on, but the chief reassured him it was a routine check, prompting Lynn to ask what she planned on inspecting. She shone a bright flashlight directly into his eyes, visibly astonished to see his pupils were perfectly round. Gasping in awe, she declared it was a miracle and ordered everyone to kneel and welcome the Holy Child. Lin looked around, utterly baffled by what was happening. Joe whispered that they must belong to the Society of the Prophet, and while Lin agreed, Joe noted they didn't seem hostile and might be a different faction altogether. The chief declared they had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, believing the savior would bear the holy ring in his eyes. Ever since the apocalypse began, they had been cowering in this underground station, convinced that the world had forgotten them. Meanwhile, mindless monsters continued to stalk the shadows nearby. She admitted she had lost faith in God until she saw the robed figures, witnessing a true miracle and laying eyes on the saints for the very first time. Following that incident, they joined the prophets, dedicating themselves to sheltering the wounded while the saints continued their divine mission. Even so, the survivors lived in constant fear and anxiety. But before departing, the high saint prophesied that a savior carrying the sacred ring in his eyes would eventually find them. They had waited in doubt, never expecting the prophecy to come true today of all days, bringing much-needed hope to these desperate survivors. Lin muttered about the concept of hope, knowing it was the rarest commodity in this desolate world. Just then, Penny stepped forward, offering a plate of food to their newly found savior. He stared at the plate, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Even the food served to him had eye symbols carefully drawn on it. The chief explained that providing the Holy Communion was their sacred duty, urging him to keep his strength up since he was their sole protector in this apocalypse. Joe remarked that they risked everything just to gather food, serving the Society of the Prophet under the guise of saving lives, to which Lin muttered that it was pure hypocrisy. One of the attendants whispered that supplies were running dangerously low and they needed to ration the food immediately. But the chief quickly silenced her, whispering that now wasn't the time, and they would handle it later as they needed to keep their savior happy so he would protect them. Lin realized that the chief, Penny, and all these survivors had been utterly brainwashed by the prophets, and his arrival was only reinforcing this dangerous lie. Feeling frustrated that his presence was being manipulated to fuel their delusions, he decided it was time to leave and called out to the doctor. Joe waved him down, whispering to be patient because even if he tried to expose the truth right now, none of them would believe him. Lin sighed, quietly admitting that he already knew that. She actually trusts this clever guy, believing he wouldn't do something incredibly foolish. So she tells the doctor to just have faith in him because he definitely has a plan. Joe skeptically asks what exactly that plan is. Before they can argue, Lin walks up to the leader. She introduces herself as Hannah and asks how she can assist him. The young man boldly claims to be the beacon of her faith, and she immediately nods in agreement. He then kindly asks if there's any way he can help them out. Faint smoke drifts slowly across the dim train lights. Joe remarks that his grand plan is apparently to build a food cultivation chamber in the subway, restore power and heating to save everyone from freezing, and even expand the platform. She sarcastically suggests they should start calling Lin a benevolent saint. Lin retorts, wondering when being called kind turned into some sort of insult. Joe fires back, saying he was already incredibly gullible for getting revived, but actually helping this society is just pure naivety. However, the young man surprises her by calmly stating that the doctor is actually mistaken. Lin goes on to explain that they were the ones who took a leap of faith with him first, and it wasn't just pure kindness driving him to help. With her medical knowledge of the human body, she knows that activating abilities burns a massive amount of energy, which is exactly why they established the sacred communion. He then asks if she remembers their very first meeting, pointing out that he would have literally collapsed from exhaustion if she hadn't stepped in. He warmly reminisces that, back in those days, she had beautiful, long, and soft hair. Joe cuts him off instantly, smacking him on the head and warning him to stop trying to change the topic. Lin clarifies that his goals align with what the Prophet Society wanted to achieve, but with one key difference. These people would actually work alongside them. Instead of relying on lies and taking advantage of others, he is building on the genuine kindness she once hoped to see. This explanation only makes Joe lose her temper with him. Lin promises to cut the jokes, while she snaps at him to get straight to the real issue. The young man admits that while he might seem incredibly naive on the surface, the truth is quite the contrary. Even after the world ended, he kept placing his trust in people, never anticipating that history would just keep repeating itself. He wonders if things would have been different if he had trusted Ming Ming enough to tell her the seeds had sprouted. Perhaps she wouldn't have aligned with Luo Delong. Zhao quietly remarks that there's nothing weird about having a passion for farming. He carries on, explaining that after some deep soul-searching, he realized that all these horrors feed on the vulnerability of humanity during the end times. This chaos has left everyone fragile and on edge, driving many to look out only for themselves. But he refuses to let himself sink to that level. Joe points out that humanity's inherent weakness is exactly why unity is vital. She adds that at his age, he should focus on bringing people together because keeping productivity alive is the ultimate key to surviving this apocalypse. She grabs him by the collar, emphasizing that true power lies in people sticking together. Leaning in incredibly close to his face, she whispers that she is right there, ready to take action. She reassures him she won't actually do anything, though her perspective of him has shifted. Lin, looking a bit nervous, mutters that she is standing way too close. Just then, Penny bursts in calling out for the saint, only to trip over her own feet and crash onto the floor. Scrambling back to her feet, she excitedly announces that they stumbled upon something mind-blowing beneath the subway. A hidden maintenance tunnel they uncovered right after the power came back on. They initially dismissed it as a simple service tunnel, but going deeper, it quickly became clear that this was nothing like a standard subway structure. Lynn curiously asks if it's some sort of door, wondering what could be behind it, and the doctor confirms his suspicion. As Penny continues to babble endlessly about doors, Lynn whispers to the doctor that the NSLB must have set up camp here, to which she simply complains about how loud everything is. Stepping up to Penny, he gently spins her around and instructs her to warn the others to stay away for now while he goes to check out the mysterious door. While Joe retrieves a dropped agency ID card, Lynn tells Penny to sit tight and wait for their update. As the door slowly verifies the card, the doctor grumbles about how sluggish ancient tech is. Lynn asks if this facility was abandoned, and she explains that while she is technically retired, this isn't even her card. It belongs to Rhodes. This makes Lynn wonder how she got it without a car, suddenly understanding why her old coworkers seem to dislike her. Joe chuckles, saying you have to fleece the sheep whenever the chance arises. Lynn politely gestures for her to go in first, earning a compliment for his manners. Scanning the room, Joe notes that while the power grid is old and manual, it fortunately runs on its own independent generator. Lynn asks if she has any idea what this facility is, but she admits she is clueless too, suggesting they explore further to find some answers. Peering through the metal grates, the young man runs his finger across the surface, pulling back a thick layer of dust. He observes that this place must have been locked up for ages. There is no freezing ice or absolute silence here, leading him to wonder if some sort of backup heating system is still active deep underground. Lynn remarks on how bizarre this location feels. The doctor agrees, pointing out that although the equipment is dated, the overall layout feels surprisingly modern. As the young man wonders about the facility's purpose, the doctor is stunned to discover a control room packed with NSLB monitors. Lynn asks if this is an NIA base, and Joe explains that they cleverly hid a secret outpost right inside a public utility facility. This makes Lynn dryly wonder if the entire national budget got dumped into this place. Ignoring his comments, she immediately starts typing away on the computer console. When the system prompts for a protocol code, she pauses to search her memory, suddenly spotting something unusual on the screen. With a sudden realization, she inputs the code for Project Europa. The terminal lights up, confirming that the authentication is successful. To the doctor's utter surprise, the computer immediately starts preparing for a system-wide update. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, she abruptly stands up from her chair. The progress bar crawls to 11.3% before suddenly leaping all the way to nearly 80%. Once the process completes, the newly activated Icebreaker project system announces that they are ready to defeat the freezing temperatures. When Joe asks what the purpose of this project is, the computer issues a warning that all voice inquiries are currently being monitored. It explains that the Icebreaker Initiative is a branch of Project Europa, built to track anomalies in the freeze and guide agents with the most efficient strategies. Because it is linked to the massive ICE network, it is only booted up in the Brooklyn sector, leaving several advanced features currently offline. Muttering that they can defeat the freeze, Joe quickly figures out that the NIA has their hands all over this. Lynn finishes her sentence, realizing that these people knew the global freezing disaster was coming long before it actually happened. Furious, the doctor slams her fist onto the control panel. She fumes that the NSLB kept such a massive secret, proving that absolutely nothing has changed. Who knows how many innocent lives were sacrificed just to keep this classified? Lynn notices that Joe is acting far more emotional than her usual logical self, making him suspect her history with the NSLB is deeply complicated. From this frozen apocalypse to the espers and those lifeless, empty husks, every single mystery is starting to connect. Lynn glances forward warily, trying to read Joe Shuya's troubled expression. He softly asks her what is on her mind. Zhao brushes it off, claiming she was merely recalling some old memories. Lynn silently realizes that despite spending so much time together, he still barely knows her. Underneath her brilliant, logical, and mysterious exterior, Dr. Joe Shuya is actually quite vulnerable. When she catches him and asks why he's staring, a flustered Lynn quickly covers up by claiming he was also reminiscing. Before things can get awkward, the terminal suddenly blares a loud warning alarm. Lynn lets out a sigh of relief, thanking the system for the timely distraction, while Joe instantly orders the computer to status report. The monitors show the railway transit tunnels packed with countless civilians. Confused, Joe wonders what on earth all those people are doing there. She is stunned to see even Barbara mixed in with the crowd. The system chimes in, estimating their arrival at the platform in about 30 minutes. Joe wonders why Barbara would lead such a massive crowd here, and if it somehow connects to their sudden activation of the icebreaker system. She decides it's best to go down there and ask her face to face. When Lynn asks where she's headed, she explains she's going down the tunnel to meet her old buddy and get to the bottom of this. The young man insists on tagging along, pointing out she might need protection if they run into those empty husks. The computer warns them that the tunnel's temperature is dangerously low, advising them to equip protective hazard suits, noting there are 2 functional units ready in Zone B. Lynn is impressed by how smart the system is, while Joe dryly asks if this is where the budget went. However, she realizes she's the one who needs to swap suits, as her current suit's power is critically low. Lynn starts to ask why there's a suit for him as well, but his question is abruptly cut off when a briefcase smacks him right in the forehead. Joe claims he looks much less silly in the gear, but Lynn insists he has already acclimated to the freezing cold, making the suit completely redundant. She explains that keeping a stable core body temperature is crucial for his systems, warning him that if his internal heat drops, he will end up as a literal human popsicle. She unzips her suit while lecturing him on how these hazmat suits offer maximum protection in extreme weather, remaining incredibly lightweight and customizable. For someone like Lynn, wearing it means preserving body heat when his special abilities are not actively running. The suit monitors his vitals in real time to prevent him from burning out his abilities. Meanwhile, Lynn is completely distracted, staring at the undressed doctor and wondering about the tragic story behind the scars on her body. Catching him staring, Joe spins around and sharp-tonguedly asks if he even heard a single word she just said. Lynn is secretly admiring her figure, prompting the doctor to ask if he's lost in some daydream. She looks down, suddenly realizing exactly where his eyes have been wandering. With a calm but dangerous look, she turns to Lynn and says she fully understands now. Since his superhuman powers haven't curbed his normal human urges, she notes she'll keep his specific tastes in mind. Before he can even enjoy the moment, he is sent flying through the air, completely overwhelmed. The doctor sternly orders him to hold still, promising this will only take a second. She then presses down on his chest, plastering some adhesive strips over it. Lynn winces, asking what she just stuck on him. The doctor explains that they are actually specialized repair patches. Using them covers up the prominent NIA logo on the suit, as civilians might panic seeing it, and they need to keep a low profile. He notes that it fits so snugly it feels like a second skin, and he can immediately feel his body warmth being sealed in. With Joe gripping her pistol tightly, Lynn steels himself, fully prepared for a fight. As they make their way down, he casually asks when she cut her hair so short, but Joe skillfully evades the question, all while a hidden security camera silently captures their movement. Suddenly, an emergency broadcast crackles over the loudspeakers, instructing all brothers and sisters on the west track to immediately relocate to the east side due to a temporary closure. It thanks them for cooperating and prays for the Holy Spirit's blessing during this brutal winter. Hannah asks Lynn if the message went through clearly, and the young man expresses his gratitude. Apologizing for overstepping her bounds, she curiously asks if there is some hidden danger on the west track. Lynn realizes that bringing up the secret NIA agents would only spark unnecessary conflict, so he quickly spins a lie, stating they should avoid the area because of a toxic gas leak. Hannah readily accepts this warning from their revered holy son. He gently reassures her that the shutdown is only temporary, and everything will return to business as usual once their investigation is complete. Reaching into her pocket, she pulls out a small device and hands it to him, explaining that since he is heading into danger, he should take this radio, which is pre-tuned to the main control channel for direct communication. She points out one more thing. The makeshift tape on his arm has started to unravel. Placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, she reminds him that the entire community has placed their complete trust in him. Unlike the other self-proclaimed holy figures who only sought sacred communion, he was the only one who genuinely went out of his way to help them. Lynn smiles and tells her to rest easy, promising he has no intention of abandoning them. With that, she carefully secures the tape back onto his arm. She whispers a prayer, asking the Lord to guide and protect both the Holy Son and Joe on their dangerous journey. As they walk in pitch darkness, Lynn points out that the power in this sector has been completely cut. The doctor tells him to stay alert, warning that they are closing in on the target location. Lynn stuffs his flashlight into his mouth to free his hands. Baffled, Joe asks what he's up to as the young man starts tinkering with the electrical wiring. Reaching over to the backup generator, he proudly mentions he picked up some handy engineering skills in a parallel world, successfully bringing the train car's lights back to life. Lynn jokes that this ancient setup is exactly what you'd expect from a New York subway, but the doctor corrects him, noting this is actually a brand new line. Suddenly, she hushes him, pointing ahead. Lynn gasps at the bizarre sight of hundreds of people standing completely motionless in the shadows, as if waiting for a signal. Joe mutters that the crowd is mostly made of ordinary civilians, deeply troubled by why they are standing there like lifeless statues. Scanning the frozen faces, her eyes lock onto Barbara hidden in the crowd. But Barbara's eyes are completely hollow, devoid of any signs of life. Joe calls out to her, demanding to know why she brought all these civilians here, but Lynn quickly grabs her, warning that something is deeply wrong with this picture. At first, the crowd was just standing on the platform, but now they have all slowly turned to face them directly. There is definitely some sinister force controlling them. Without saying a word, Barbara's legs begin to twitch unnaturally as she starts shuffling straight toward Joe. Suddenly, her head splits wide open in front of Joe, revealing that she is nothing but an empty shell monster. Jo freezes in pure horror as the face of her dear friend mutates into a hideous, zombie-like creature. The moment Lin spots the monster, he yells a warning to the doctor, but before the words can even leave his mouth, Jo unloads her gun directly into the creature, taking him completely off guard. Having emptied her entire clip, Jo slickly ejects the spent magazine, slams a fresh one in, and cocks her weapon with ruthless efficiency. Jo mutters that she's gotten a bit slow, prompting an incredulous Lin to ask if she seriously calls that lightning speed rusty. He then nervously asks if her former colleague has actually turned into one of those things. Jo shakes her head, explaining that her friend hasn't actually turned. These are just empty shell mimics engineered to trick human eyes. Suddenly, all the mimics split their heads open, and Jo gasps as a blinding, radiant light starts emanating from them. The monsters then crack open their chests, releasing a massive, blinding flash that forces both Jo and Lin to shield their eyes. Squeezing her eyes shut against the glare, Jo is suddenly hit by a memory of her former comrades warning her never to look back, leaving her wondering what this hallucination is. In her memory, Barbara smiles, saying it fits perfectly, while Rhodes proudly presents it as the birthday gift they all pitched in to buy for Jo. He laughs that the birthday cake is actually a fake 3D printed model, jokingly apologizing that their stingy department refused to approve any budget or time off for a real party. Faced with this cheap but heartfelt gesture, Jo simply smiles and thanks her friends. Back in reality, Lin grumbles that no matter how incredibly fast his reflexes are, he still can't outrun the speed of light. But as he blinks open his eyes, he is utterly dumbfounded to see that every single mimic has transformed into identical copies of Jo Shuya, all screaming at him that they are the real one. Lin rubs his temples, muttering that things are about to get seriously messy. With dozens of Joes shrieking that they are the genuine article, Lin is left completely dazed and confused. Suddenly, the real Jo rips an earring straight from her earlobe and hurls it directly toward him. Snatching the flying object out of the air, Lin realizes it is indeed the doctor's signature earring. Clenching his fist around the earring, he silently thanks the doctor for providing a clear beacon. Even in this crisis, she remains incredibly brutal and uncompromising with her own safety. Charging straight into the sea of hundreds of mimics, Lin mutters that while the doctor is completely insane, her methods are undeniably effective. Leaping off the ground, he glides forward, obliterating every single clone of Jo in his path, casually noting he knows that these empty shells bleed bright blue blood. Jo complains to Lin, asking if he has some bizarre fetish, because thanks to his reckless fighting style, she always ends up absolutely drenched in blue monster blood. Lin sheepishly apologizes to her, but she responds by tossing another object straight into his open palm. He catches it, realizing it is the matching half of the earrings. When Lin tries to ask why, she brushes it off as a gift, explaining that she had been meaning to throw them away 3 years ago anyway. Since she can't wear them as a pair anymore, she might as well dump them on him since there are no trash cans around. He dryly thanks her, muttering that her logic basically makes him feel like a literal garbage can. Jo looks away, a trace of hesitation in her eyes. Noticing her somber face, Lin wonders if there is a deeper, unspoken story behind those earrings. However, he shakes the thought away, prioritizing their immediate mission to discover why these monsters are down here. Jo snaps at him to stop daydreaming and help her search, prompting Lin to ask what exactly they are hunting for. She explains she is searching for a core vesicle similar to the one that got absorbed into his body. This makes him wonder what kind of secrets the agency has uncovered about these cores. Jo asks if he recalls the hive-type empty husks that wrecked the apartment complex, pointing out that they didn't possess any core. Lin nods, remembering that only the prime progenitor body of Subject 13 had an active core. He wonders if these coreless empty husks are just offspring generated by a far more dominant creature. Jo confirms this, explaining that the parental host constantly spawns new minions. Looking back at the monsters they just fought, they are clearly coreless descendants. If there was any trace of a core in them, they would have easily detected it already. Lin doubts this simple explanation, prompting her to ask what exactly he is implying. The young man admits that their presence in this specific tunnel feels highly suspicious. They behave as if they are following specific commands, yet only coreless descendants separated from their parent host can perform mimics, suggesting someone intentionally planted them here. Suddenly, an ominous voice echoes down the path as someone approaches them, coldly demanding to know what kind of sick joke they are playing. She demands to know if they were the ones behind the chaos, while Lin, immediately recognizing her, lets out an annoyed groan, prompting Jo to ask who this woman even is. Irina complains that some mimics had finally appeared, but these two completely ruined her entire plan, which was incredibly frustrating. When Cross contacts her to ask what went down, Irina immediately barks back into her communicator. She screams that she gets angry, just thinking about how those two stole the mimic she was supposed to finish off. However, the voice on the other end of the line points out that the duo was more than capable of handling the situation. She snaps back, arguing that one of them is nothing more than a normal, weak human. Losing her patience, Jo aims her gun at the girl, calling her a rude little brat. Taking a sudden deep breath, Irina realizes that she's looking at Subject Zero and wonders aloud what Jinyu was even doing, though the priest replies that her luck simply ran out today. Cross warns Irina to keep her cool, reminding her that the chief specifically ordered them to avoid direct contact since he has his own strategy in play. Annoyed by his constant nagging, the girl yanks off her earpiece, complaining about how her entire setup was already ruined. Fueled by sheer rage, she throws the earpiece to the ground and stomps it to pieces. Readying her blade, she grumbles about how everyone always tries to boss her around. She didn't give a damn about their plans anymore. All she wanted was for these two to move out of her path. With that, Irina lunges forward, aiming her sword straight at Lin. Joe tries to stop her by firing a volley of bullets, but the girl's insane agility allows her to easily weave through the gunfire. While the doctor grumbles about wasting precious ammo, Lin Mo steps in and blocks the incoming sword strike with his bare hands. Irina grits her teeth in frustration, glaring at his dark, transformed state. But Lin Mo fully embraces the transformation, stating that if she's looking for a fight, he has no reason to back down. With that, he shifts completely into his monstrous battle form. The dark mask fuses directly into his facial features. Irina notes that he looks different from their previous clash, pointing out his new hair and armored body, while even Joe watches in awe, wondering if her test subject has triggered another evolution. Lin himself is puzzled, sensing that this transformation feels entirely different from the previous two occasions. The parasite manifests, perfectly integrated with his suit in its most complete state so far, though it quickly warns him that they aren't the only ones wielding such power. Lin, however, simply asks if the parasite has finally decided to show its face. Irina sprouts a tail from her waist, flashing a mischievous, cat-like grin as she boasts about how things are finally getting fun. She shifts into a panther-like beast, daring him to show her what he's truly capable of. As she lunges forward, Lin can't help but wonder if combat is the only thing that occupies her mind. Realizing that some crazy people never change, even at the end of the world, he shapes his hands into razor-sharp claws. Irina pulls a pistol from her vest and fires at Lin, all while holding her sword firmly between her teeth. The young man casually deflects the oncoming bullets, slicing them to ribbons with his claws on pure instinct. Irina dares him to survive if he has the guts, while Lin playfully dismisses her as a mere stray cat. Their clash quickly turns into a high-speed duel of evasion, with Lin constantly testing her patience. When Irina strikes again, Lin senses a strange, invisible armor protecting her. He lunges with his claws, aiming a solid strike directly at her chest. But the outcome catches him off guard, as his strike is blocked by that familiar barrier yet again. The parasite instantly recognizes the sensation, noting that this was the very defense that shut down its previous assault. It warns that this is no ordinary shield, but Lin cuts it off, reminding the parasite that they need to focus on the fight. Irina grabs the sword back from her mouth to deliver a vertical slash at his right leg, following it up with a swift kick toward him. Joe calls out that she has figured out the nature of the shield, prompting Lin to ask how, but the doctor explains she hasn't just been sitting back and enjoying the show. She explains that an electromagnetic force operates between the molecules, preventing impact and deflecting incoming bullets instead of just blocking them. Essentially, her superpower is the ability to manipulate this molecular force at will. Her insane speed and mobility back up this theory, as she is likely manipulating the force between herself, the ground, and even the surrounding air. Lin asks her to hold that thought, noticing that his own fingertips are spinning and beginning to glow a bright red. He asks the doctor if this molecular force is actually a form of energy, and she confirms it can indeed be converted. The young man smiles, realizing he finally knows exactly how to shatter her defense. Ju notices his reckless attitude and internally urges him to wait, wondering what crazy plan he's cooking up. As Irina lunges at him once more, Lin parries the blow directly with his glowing red claw. At that moment, he confirms his theory was spot on. His opponent performs a full spin, attempting another heavy strike. Backing off, she mockingly asks if he's given up on dodging, but Lin, showing a scar over his eye, simply glances back and asks if she's ready for what's next. Warning her that it's now his turn if she can't hold out, he charges forward with his glowing crimson claws. Irina is caught completely off guard, getting struck before she can even process his move. Even with her defense active, she realizes his overwhelming speed has created what look like clones striking her from behind. She realizes these are afterimages from his extreme speed, shocked by how fast he's moving as his body turns entirely red. With even his face flushed crimson, she panics as she feels her own energy being siphoned away, realizing Lin Mo is draining her power like a vampire. Watching from afar, Joe analyzes the scene, explaining that when certain materials face intense mechanical stress, it triggers a piezoelectric effect, separating charges and polarizing the crystals. To put it simply, this reaction generates raw electrical energy. Her shield boosted the molecular forces to turn attacks into mechanical stress, keeping her opponents weak as long as her defense held strong. Now, Lin Mo's claws grow larger and sharper, because this rapid friction allows him to siphon and absorb that very energy. Essentially, her ultimate defense had backfired, turning into a trap that drained her dry. The young man declares that in this world, there is no such thing as an unbreakable shield. Irina curses him in frustration, screaming about how he always manages to ruin her operations. Lin demands answers about this plan, asking what she is plotting, if she is controlling the mindless husks outside, and how they relate to the freezing. But Irina just smirks, realizing he is completely in the dark. She tells him that if he wants answers so badly, he should see them firsthand as she injects her parasitic veins into him. With that, Irina links her own parasite directly to Lin Mo's system. The young man suddenly snaps his eyes open, finding his consciousness drifting as a ghost-like entity. Lin wonders if he is seeing Brooklyn before the deep freeze, though it looks different from his memory, before his eyes lock onto a pistol lying nearby. A man named White is holding a gunshot victim in his arms, leaving Lin to wonder how he became a cop and who this dying woman is. As a young girl stands before White, Lin realizes it is Irina, whose connected parasite has dragged his mind into these memories. He then notices a strange door standing right next to the girl. Stepping through the doorway, Lin overhears a voice telling Irina that they are leaving the station servers to her, reminding her that these people are worth more to them alive. Irina simply nods in agreement with the instructions. Suddenly, a figure glares in Lin Mo's direction, muttering about some rats slipping in, which makes Lin panic, wondering if these are more than just simple, static memories. To his shock, the hooded stranger is an alternate version of himself, who mockingly addresses him as Mr. Thief. Lin is baffled, wondering how a mere memory could actively talk back to him, especially since this man is another incarnation of himself. When Lin demands to know who that monster truly was, the figure simply asks if he doesn't already know the truth. Lin realizes the truth but remains deeply confused, knowing this figure was the original owner of his current body in this world, wondering how he could possibly still be alive. The alternate Lin smiles, asking if he really thought transmigration would just wipe his soul out of existence, apologizing for the disappointment but confirming he is very much still here. He pulls back his hood, revealing a face that leaves our protagonist completely stunned. The man explains he took over the empty shell Lin left behind, noting they've met much sooner than he had initially anticipated. Noticing the scars match those of Luo DeLong, Lin wonders if this projection and conversation are all part of his rival's grand design. The stranger doesn't mind sharing, knowing Lin is powerless to stop him, as he slips behind him, digs his claws in, and declares he's going to speed up the freezing process. Sinking his claws deeper, he apologizes but says his time has run out, telling Lin Mo to consider this pain as a parting welcome gift. Lin suddenly snaps back to reality, realizing he has returned to the present as Irina stands there, repeating that he knows absolutely nothing. Without wasting a beat, he delivers a powerful kick, sending Irina flying back. The annoyed girl demands that he at least let her finish her sentence. Instead, he cold-bloodedly points a gun at her face, leaving her shocked as she wonders when he managed to steal her weapon. Lin Mo demands straight answers, warning her to cut the games and explain exactly what she meant by speeding up the freeze. Irina is stunned, asking how he even knows about that, but Lin firmly repeats his warning, telling her this is her absolute last warning to answer. Irina smiles and agrees to talk, mocking him to keep his finger steady on the trigger and not to flinch. She reveals that their chief wanted to fast-track the global freeze, though he never explained the reasoning behind it. When Lin demands to know why, Irina shrugs, stating she only cares about getting the time reversal she was promised to settle some old scores, paying no mind to the cultist's ultimate goals or what happens once the world freezes. Joe remarks dryly, calling it a classic case of out of sight, out of mind. Irina counters, asking if they truly believe the world will just end if they don't step in. As the doctor references the inevitable doomsday prophecies, Irina points to the rapid freezing around them as undeniable proof of the planet's final days. Zoe recalls that the subject claimed everyone would die anyway, asking Lin Mo what he plans to do. Lin retorts, asking if the answer isn't completely obvious. Even if it only buys them a few more days of survival, they absolutely have to stop this faction. Irina scoffs, asking if they really think they have a shot at stopping them. Amused, she asks what brilliant plan they could possibly have cooked up. Joe asks if their great plan is just brainwashing helpless refugees to use them as slave labor, but Irina coldly questions what's wrong with that. She argues that those fools deserve to serve, believing the weak must always submit to the strong, blinded by their own false hopes. She finds the whole concept of defending them highly amusing. Lin pulls a radio from his pocket, asking the person on the other end if they heard everything clearly. Irina's smirk instantly vanishes in surprise. The young man tells Hannah to speak up if she's there, and her voice crackles through, calling out for the Holy Son. Lin asks if she managed to record the confession, and she confirms she got every word. She adds that she broadcast the recording through the station's central control to every platform on New York's G-Line, ensuring everyone heard the truth. Lin looks at Irina and asks if she wasn't just wondering how they planned to dismantle the Prophetic Society. He explains that the first step is exposing their lies to the people, shattering the false hope they had manufactured. All around the stations, furious civilians rip off their masks, stomping on them in absolute anger against the cult. Hannah, too, tears her cult bracelet off her wrist. Joe compliments him, admitting her test subject is surprisingly clever for pulling that off. Lin wonders why she always makes him feel like an idiot, but jokes that this cleverness is just the benefit of living a second life. Irina suddenly bursts into laughter, prompting Joe to ask what's so funny, only for the girl to reply that they are already far too late. Muttering that they talk way too much, she suddenly begins to emit an intense, blinding light. Joe panics, wondering how she has any power left after Lin absorbed it all, but Lin is just as clueless. 30 minutes prior to this, Hannah had asked Lin if he had any other requests, while the silent young man realized she had seen through him but kept quiet. He told her he had a question and asked for her honest thoughts, which she agreed to give. The young man then asked her if she truly believed in the Society of Prophets. Though Hannah initially claimed that she and all her followers believed, Lin urged her to stop lying, knowing she understood his real question. Hannah was taken aback as the weight of his question hit her. Deciding to be completely honest, she admitted she didn't trust the society at all, but she did trust Lin Mo. She explained that because many of the refugees were devoted believers, she had to play along to maintain order and prevent total chaos. She mocked her own title of station chief, finding it ironic that a former stripper in a revealing outfit was trying to play the hero and keep the peace. Lin assured her she was incredible, saying there was nothing ridiculous about trying to help people using whatever influence she had. He added that the station would be in ruins without her, and since she also wanted to free her people from the cult's grip, they were on the same side. All they needed to do now was expose the cult's true intentions, promising her he would handle the details if she cooperated. Finally, he asked her to stop calling him Holy Son and just use his real name, Lin Mo. Back in the present, Lin realizes she is trying to escape using the same trick as before. Joe joins him in unleashing a barrage of gunfire at maximum speed, intent on neutralizing Irina by riddling her with bullets. But as a blinding light erupts, Lin suddenly shouts for them to stop firing. Both of them watch in shock as the brilliance of the light expands rapidly. A massive explosion triggers a second later, with Lin quickly grabbing Joe to shield her. The blast throws them both to the ground, landing side by side. While Lin recovers from the shock of the blast, Joe sighs in relief, noting that was a dangerously close call. As she gets to her feet, Joe asks what just happened, and Lin reminds her of what he mentioned after their last battle. It was that same teleportation trick. Meanwhile, out in the frozen ruins of the city, Cross trudges through the snow while carrying Irina's heavily injured body. While Irina remains silent, Cross mentions that Grace can easily heal her wounds, prompting a rare, surprising apology from the girl. Instantly snapping back, Irina flips him the bird, warning him not to get too ahead of himself. She explains she is only sorry for losing to the black-haired punk, warning him not to tell Han Jinyu, who would never let her hear the end of it, but Cross simply advises her to rest. Back at the station, Lin is struck by an uneasy feeling as he looks at the crowd ahead. The vibe is completely different from what he anticipated, with the subway refugees looking utterly defeated and downcast. Lin attempts to approach them, but notices they back away, making him realize with a heavy heart that they are actually terrified of him. Joe asks if he's figured out why they're acting this way, and the young man slowly nods. Lin explains that this reaction is natural. When people's core beliefs shatter, they spiral into paranoia, suspicion, and unrest, especially in a world that is already ending. He adds quietly that he has seen this exact psychological spiral play out before. Addressing the crowd, he states they now know the truth, that the mindless husks were sent to attack their base, setting up false saints to enslave them. An angry survivor scoffs, asking why they should trust Lin when he is just another self-proclaimed holy son, though a young girl quietly begs them to stop talking like that. Lin replies that he completely understands their skepticism, though internally he admits this deep-seated distrust is going to be a major obstacle. He assures them that he is nothing like the cult leaders and has zero intention of trying to control or enslave them. When a man challenges Lin Mo to prove his words, a woman tries to quiet him down while Joe whispers, asking if they should use force since the crowd is turning hostile, but Lin immediately shoots down the idea. He explains that using violence might solve the problem for a brief second, but it would only breed deeper resentment, destroy whatever trust they had, and make things worse. Joe sighs and asks what his next move is if they can't fight. She warns that this despair will break the survivors, and Lin grimly notes that they will fall apart from the inside, just like he once did. Suddenly, Hannah fires a gunshot straight into the air, yelling for the crowd to quiet down. Even our protagonist is startled by her sudden, bold action. Once again, she urges the crowd to settle down, stating she has something vital to address. She reminds them of the old promise that when the end times arrive, a Messiah will rise to save them. She admits she used to wait for that day, but suggests that perhaps the true Savior has been walking among them this whole time, unnoticed. She warns that if they refuse to open their eyes, they will remain blinded by the cult's deception, failing to recognize the real help standing right in front of them. Curious about what's going on, Lin asks Joe what Hannah is up to, but Joe is just as clueless. Fortunately, Hannah manages to quiet the crowd down by preaching about God's absolute love for his followers. She tells them that no matter how reckless or misguided they might be, the Lord still loves them, and her message seems to hit home with everyone. This instantly puts the anxious believers at ease. The thick cloud of panic and suspicion that filled the room slowly starts to clear. And it was all because Hannah's words actually resonated with them. Seizing the moment, she poses a final question to the crowd. Who is their true savior, their real Messiah? She reminds them of how the Lord showers his children with blessings. He provides sustenance when they starve and shows them how to cultivate more for themselves. And in the freezing cold, he warms them by bestowing the gift of fire. She argues that if there is a man among them who has accomplished all of this, he must undoubtedly be the Messiah sent to deliver them. Hearing her speech, Lin finally connects the dots and realizes what Hannah is trying to pull off. He stays silent, but the silence is broken when someone in the crowd suddenly screams that Lin himself is the chosen savior. The red-haired girl steps up, pointing out that he was the one who fixed their heating and resolved their food crisis. Hannah jumps on this, declaring that she was absolutely right, especially since our MC also unmasked the fake prophets who were exploiting the Lord's name. He is their ultimate beacon of hope in this dark world. Just like that, the entire crowd begins to revere the young man standing before them as their divine savior. Watching all of this play out from afar, Joe is genuinely impressed by how masterfully Hannah handled the crowd. It's obvious she knew exactly which strings to pull, and her confident smirk says it all. The chaotic crisis is finally averted, and peace is restored. Lin walks up to Hannah, thanking her for stepping in to save the day, but she casually brushes it off as no big deal. However, she still has one crucial question for him. Who exactly is she talking to right now? Is it Lin the ordinary human, or the glorified Messiah everyone is worshipping? Suspecting this might be a trap or a test, Lin decides to play it safe and replies that he's just an ordinary human being. Hannah offers a soft smile, admitting that he really is a cut above the rest. She shakes his hand, noting that she actually owes him a thank you as well. Before she goes, however, she has a vital warning for him, prompting Lin to ask what she means. She explains that sometimes the only way to get through to the masses is to speak their exact language. This cryptic advice leaves our protagonist scratching his head in confusion. Hannah clarifies that since most of the refugees here are highly religious, they can only be guided through faith, meaning they have to seize these opportunities whenever they arise. Joe chimes in, remarking that fools only perceive pain and hopelessness when looking at a drama. Meanwhile, the wise can see the underlying reality of the situation and use it to lead the foolish. Hearing this unexpectedly deep insight from Joe makes the MC raise an eyebrow. Since when did she become such a philosopher? Hannah then excuses herself to attend to some urgent matters, and the MC bids her farewell. Once she's gone, Lin turns to Joe and asks if she isn't misunderstanding the whole situation. She throws the very same question right back at him, leaving him completely tongue-tied. But enough distractions. It is time to get back to the task at hand. Joe looks at Lin and asks what their next strategy should be. The refugees are calm and composed, making this place temporarily safe. Even so, this fragile peace could easily shatter with the slightest mishap. Lin smirks, saying that knowing her, she probably already has a backup plan for this. She reveals she discovered a disaster protection bunker nearby, though she has never personally set foot inside. It's equipped with its own power grid, medical wings, and full supplies. Basically the ultimate shelter for an apocalypse like this. Joe asks if he wants to check it out, and Lin agrees that it sounds like a solid plan. Suddenly, an urgent distress signal broadcasts across the area. The broadcast is from a young girl named Maggie, and she sounds terribly injured. Recognizing her instantly, both Lin and Joe panic upon seeing her in such state. She cries out for help, pleading that terrifying monsters have captured her parents. We cut over to Chinatown, where the atmosphere feels surprisingly calm and quiet. Inside a messy bedroom, a smartphone starts buzzing repeatedly, announcing a new notification. A groggy figure emerges from beneath the blankets, complaining about who could possibly be bothering him on New Year's Day. Yawning sleepily, he picks up the call, and we see that it's none other than our main character. It turns out to be Joe, who sarcastically comments on how rare it is for him to actually pick up his phone. With a grin, she teases him about being highly proactive lately as Chinatown's premier private investigator. While pouring himself a hot cup of coffee, he dryly asks if she is trying to be funny. Slightly annoyed, he tells her to stop playing games and get straight to the point, since she obviously has another job for him. He reminds her that he doesn't work on holidays and threatens to hang up on her. She screams so loudly into the receiver that it nearly blows our MC's eardrums out. Panicking, she begs him to stay, promising it's a major emergency that will take only a few minutes to solve. Annoyed, he snaps that he doesn't care about her excuses. Every single time she promises a quick case, he's the one who ends up taking the fall. Joe apologizes profusely, but insists this is a genuine crisis, offering a sweet deal. If he takes the case, she will wipe out his entire debt. To sweeten the pot, she reminds him that none other than the dangerous Luo DeLong is currently hunting him down. Hearing this, his attitude changes instantly. He asks where they are meeting, and she tells him the usual spot. The scene shifts to a quiet corner of a restaurant. Our MC and Joe are sitting across from a rather anxious-looking man at a table. The man introduces himself as Kurt Cobain, mentioning he works as the manager for the famous influencer, Ming Ming. He tries to butter up our protagonist with compliments, but Lin cuts him off, telling him to get straight to the point. Kurt explains that Ming Ming is a rising streamer who has already amassed a massive following of 500,000 subscribers. They were in the middle of planning a major promotional event for her channel. However, she suddenly went completely off the grid. Even the NYPD couldn't find a trace of her. Left with no other options, he hopes Lin can track her down and slides a massive envelope of cash across the table as an advance. When they pop open the briefcase, the sheer amount of cash inside leaves both Lin and Joe completely speechless. Kurt begs them, saying the scheduled live stream absolutely cannot be canceled, which makes the MC stand up with a heavy sigh. Looking down at the desperate manager, Lin declares that he'll accept the job and get to work right away. Without wasting any time, the trio heads over to the streamer's apartment to search for any clues about where she might have gone. When they reach the door, Lin smoothly whips out his lockpicking tools, which instantly makes Kurt break into a nervous sweat. Once inside, they begin tearing the apartment apart for evidence, making the uptight manager feel highly uncomfortable. They soon uncover her personal diary, containing an entry where she wrote about spending the new year back in her home country. The manager is absolutely devastated to learn she would abandon her duties like this. He begins wailing in despair, sobbing over her sudden, irresponsible getaway. In total desperation, he clings to Lin's leg, begging him to do something, but Lin flatly declines. Kurt slips up and mutters that without this stream, he won't be able to pay the detective fee, which instantly ticks Lin off. Kurt realizes too late that he spoke his thoughts out loud, and the damage is already done. Once again, Joe steps in and plays the debt card to persuade him, leaving him with no choice but to take the case. Relieved, the emotional manager asks if he's truly on board, and Lin demands twice his original rate as compensation. The scene cuts, and Joe asks if the new outfit looks right on him, with Kurt nodding in agreement. I have to admit, this hilarious situation cracked me up. Furious, Lin demands to know why he has to do this instead of Joe, but she claims she's simply too built for the part. He grumbles that she's clearly setting him up, but she laughs it off, claiming she would never do that while applying thick makeup to his face. With the stream only minutes away, we see the hilariously bad, overly pale makeup job they plastered on him. With all the absurd preparations complete, they finally hit the broadcast button. Wearing an incredibly awkward smile, Lin welcomes the audience to the special New Year's stream. As the broadcast goes on, our hero surprisingly aces the role, acting like a perfect lady. He sweet-talks the viewers, thanking them for donations and keeping the chat thoroughly entertained. Suddenly, Kurt gasps, realizing he forgot a massive detail, prompting Joe to ask what went wrong. He reveals he had arranged an exclusive backstage meet and greet with Ming Ming's top donor. The catch is, this top fan is a notoriously dangerous mob boss from the Yamaguchi Syndicate, and he is already waiting right inside the studio, none other than the infamous Luo DeLong. Terrified of being recognized, Lin desperately tries to shield his face from view. Stomping over to Kurt, Luo bellows, demanding to know where his beloved Ming Ming is. Incredibly, he doesn't recognize our heavily made-up protagonist at first glance. Staring at Lin, Luo asks who this random woman is, just as his henchman runs up holding out a phone. He notices that the live stream shows Ming Ming actively broadcasting, which leaves him utterly baffled. Glancing between the screen and the made-up MC, the truth finally clicks in his brain. Raging, he demands to know who this imposter is, while Lin can only stay frozen and silent. Realizing his beloved idol might just be a dude in makeup, tears of betrayal stream down Luo DeLong's face. His henchmen draw their weapons, ready to execute our MC for pulling such a scam, but the flashback abruptly cuts off. We snap back to the present reality. Lin stands up from his seat, muttering to himself that this was indeed the ideal timeline. He walks over to a massive glass containment tank, asking the girl suspended inside if she agrees. Floating inside the tank is Test Subject 13, codenamed 13 the Fool. If they want to save the future of humanity, they will absolutely need her unique abilities. As the chapter concludes, the test subject slowly opens her eyes, locking her gaze onto our protagonist. Cutting back to the NSBL refugee camp, medical staff aboard a landing helicopter shout instructions to treat the critically injured first. An elderly man is hooked up to a respirator while a medic calls out his AB-positive blood type. A young girl cries out for her grandfather, though the accompanying doctor gently reassures her that he'll be fine. A stern, bald commander arrives on the scene, barking orders to fortify their defenses against any roaming monsters. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, "Hey, Baldy!" causing him to turn around with an annoyed sigh. He turns just in time to see a high kick aimed straight at him. The blonde girl screams that he still owes her some serious answers, but he manages to intercept the kick just inches away from his groin before waving his guards off so they can have a private chat. She glares at him, demanding explanations for what is truly going on. Realizing his hand is still clamped firmly on her leg, she snaps at him to let go already. As the two lock horns in a petty argument, another soldier walks up, calling out for Agent Cobain. He hands over a fresh ID card to the young man, explaining that now that he's officially active, he's been issued a new identity. Cobain looks pleased, thanking the soldier as he takes the card into his hands. However, staring down at it, a wave of worry washes over him. His name is still listed as Kurt Cobain, and for some reason, this deeply troubles him. He quietly asks the white-haired soldier how much of his memories as a sleeper agent were actually real. This existential question completely catches the white-haired rookie off guard. Realizing he might be oversharing, Cobain quickly backtracks, saying he knows the kid is a good guy who probably doesn't even know the answers. As he walks away, Cobain tells the rookie he's going to file his report and instructs him to just forget they ever had this talk. But before he can slip away, the white-haired boy calls out to him one last time. The boy softly admits that he actually understands the doubts Cobain is struggling with. Even though he knows he's on the right side, he confesses he also wrestles with his own past. A life he once abandoned, wishing everything that has transpired was nothing more than a bad dream. He is about to elaborate when they are interrupted by a new arrival calling out a greeting to Cobain. A young woman who looks remarkably like MASH from Fate/Grand Order steps forward, apologizing for the interruption and introducing herself as Marguerite from the NYPD. Blushing furiously, the white-haired boy stammers an apology for not noticing her sooner, but she politely smiles, telling him there's no need to be so formal. Still red-faced, the boy mutters that being overly polite is just a lingering habit from his old days. She explains that she heard rumors of survivors being rescued from Brooklyn and wanted to check on them personally. The boy informs her that the civilians are currently undergoing medical checkups, but promises to let her know the second they are cleared. The white-haired boy is deeply moved by her dedication, but she simply replies that duty demands it. We are living in highly desperate times, after all, and someone has to step up and take charge. She is about to continue her noble speech when she suddenly lets out a cute sneeze, catching Cobain's attention. He asks if she's catching a cold, but she quickly assures him she's perfectly fine. Shivering slightly, the lookalike asks if he isn't feeling frozen in this weather. The young man shakes his head, claiming he doesn't feel it at all. He's apparently become completely numb to the freezing temperatures. Marguerite glances away, murmuring that she hopes she can adapt to this harsh new world as well. Behind them looms the iconic Statue of Liberty, now buried in ice. A structure that would only freeze solid at a mind-boggling 150 degrees below zero. The scene cuts to another location. We are taken deep inside the heavily fortified underground bunker of the NSLB. The white-haired rookie enters a private office to deliver his findings to the commander. Gesturing for him to come in, the bald commander instructs him to lock the door tight. Immediately, the glass walls and doors transition into a completely opaque state for privacy. The commander notes that Code Zero has escaped, but says there's a far bigger issue at hand, prompting the boy to reveal that he found what they were looking for. Meanwhile, the suspicious blonde girl quietly approaches the locked office from outside. Reviewing the files, the commander asks if this is the extent of his findings, and the boy confirms he could only salvage these documents from the Brooklyn underground ruins. Frustrated, the blonde girl mutters to herself that she is definitely getting her answers today, no matter what. Inside, the young agent mentions he managed to gather supplementary intel from some local operatives. Crucial evidence has been recovered, and it would cause mass panic if the public ever got wind of it. Glancing at a highly classified document, the commander sighs, admitting he was already aware of the threat. The notorious Project Europa, a classified operation proving that this global freeze isn't the first time the Earth has iced over. He quickly grabs his intercom, ordering Barbara to report to his office this very instant. A second later, the blonde girl kicks the heavy door wide open, boldly declaring she's already in the room. The commander asks if she's still demanding the truth about what's going on. In his hands, he holds the dark truths about Project Europa and the horrific beasts that emerged from it. The heavy security systems engage again, locking the room tight and frosting the glass. The commander starts by stating that these two are his most trusted operatives in the entire division. Under normal rules, they would never have clearance for these files, but the current crisis leaves him no choice. Tired of the suspense, she tells him to stop stalling, but he replies that he needs to gather his thoughts first. The fundamental key to this entire mystery is that this ice age is not an unprecedented event. Stunned, Barbara asks if the NSLB had advanced knowledge of the upcoming global freeze. The commander nods, confirming they not only knew, but had also constructed countermeasures in advance. And that preparation was Project Europa. The rookie admits he had no clue the project was tied to this freeze, making him highly suspicious of why the higher-ups kept it top secret. Knowing they actually have contingency plans, Barbara inquires about their current operational status. The commander explains that every government agency is completely paralyzed, forcing the surviving refugees to herd into these cramped temporary camps. The white-haired boy recalls seeing mentions of certain suspicious figures within the camp in his latest intelligence brief. To physically shut down a national core engine, someone would have to possess superhuman traits, much like Code Zero. Staring intently at the rookie, the commander asks if he has any other thoughts or queries. The boy quickly shakes his head, saying he doesn't. They likely possess deeper knowledge of Project Europa than anyone here, suggesting their organization had infiltrated high-level government offices from day one. The scene cuts briefly to an unfamiliar, overly polite official welcoming the arriving refugees with a warm, almost fake smile. Barbara then questions what their ultimate objective could possibly be, but the commander can only shake his head, completely in the dark. The partial files he recovered only contain vague references to the global freezing event. They are still missing critical pieces of the puzzle. The commander asks if the rookie managed to transmit any intelligence before Brooklyn was entirely wiped out, and the boy nods in confirmation. This gives him hope that they might finally reconstruct the tragedy through that agent's final transmission. We catch a glimpse of one of those pale, terrifying beasts, actively searching for a fresh host body to latch onto. A figure slips into the surveillance control room, and the female technicians on duty casually ask if it's already time for the shift change. The intruder flashes an eerie, chilling grin, replying that yes, their shift is officially over. It's immediately obvious this girl is bad news. The commander reasons that if the enemy went through the trouble of destroying Brooklyn to cover up a secret, it leads to only one conclusion. Whatever evidence that agent managed to smuggle out is the golden key to unlocking this entire conspiracy. The scene cuts back, revealing the two female operators lying motionless on the floor. The mysterious assassin immediately begins punching commands into the main security console. One of the heavy containment vault doors slides open, and a pale beast slowly turns its gaze toward the exit. A second later, the creature's body begins to mutate and divide down the middle, like conjoined twins separating. The horrific cellular division continues even as it steps out of its cell. Before long, it multiplies into an entire pack, prompting the assassin to smirk and find the sight quite amusing. She notes with a cold smile that these strange beasts bear a striking resemblance to her parents. She decides to unleash them to create massive panic in the base while she slips away to retrieve her target. Inside a specialized containment tube, the severed head of Test Subject 13 floats silently, looking as if she is fast asleep. Barbara, the commander, and the rookie stand before the capsule, staring intently at the floating head. The ultimate key to their survival. But looking at it only seems to spawn far more chilling mysteries than actual answers. Suddenly, a loud crimson siren blares through the facility, instantly putting all three of them on high alert. Before they can react, the heavy steel door of the lab is sliced clean open, catching the rookie's eye. Turning around immediately, he tries to use the key as a makeshift shield to protect the other two. Right then, the door blows apart in a violent explosion. And standing behind the smoke is none other than the assassin we saw earlier. She looks absolutely thrilled by the destruction, showing off her crazy, psychopathic side. Without wasting a single second, the white-haired guy pulls out his weapon and opens fire. But the girl deploys a high-tech shield, easily bouncing away every single bullet. Completely caught off guard, the boy wonders what kind of crazy tech he's looking at. With a creepy smirk, the weird girl tells him he shouldn't just stand around doing nothing. Two figures next to her step forward toward our trio, though they don't really look like hostile threats. The white-haired guy instantly picks up on this detail. He recognizes them as NSLB staff and can't wrap his head around how they ended up here. As the zombies keep pressing forward, the boy resumes his gunfire to hold them back. Cut to the concentration camp, where Marguerite is desperately gunning down hordes of zombies while shouting at Perez to find a safer escape route. The remaining survivors are thrown into absolute chaos, completely blindsided by this sudden onslaught. A mini-war erupts on the spot, with one terrified guy screaming and begging everyone not to shoot him. Another person panics, shouting that it's impossible to tell friend from foe anymore. Right at that second, something bursts out from inside his chest, instantly ending his life. Watching this horrific scene unfold, the boy who was just begging for mercy falls into deep despair. A woman armed with an axe swings at a survivor, who desperately pleads that he is still human and not a monster. But her ears are closed. She brings the axe down right in the middle of his head. At this point, she doesn't care who is a monster and who isn't. She has completely lost her mind. Completely driven mad, she turns her sights on Marguerite and Perez and begins charging toward them. She screams at the top of her lungs, shouting that only the ruthless can survive in this harsh world. Marguerite doesn't hesitate for a second and shoots the deranged woman down. The bullets hit their mark, sending her falling backward while she still mumbles for them to drop dead. This brutal encounter takes a heavy psychological toll on Marguerite. Looking at the sheer madness surrounding her, she struggles to comprehend how everything fell apart so fast. To make matters worse, more infected people turn into monsters and start closing in on her. She looks back at Perez and urges her once more to find a place to hide. Perez is worried and asks her what she plans on doing. Marguerite reassures her, saying she's still a cop and needs to fulfill her duty. With Marguerite covering her with warning shots, Perez makes a break for it. It turns out those creatures possess the terrifying ability to mimic human looks and trick their prey. Watching the chaos unfold, the mysterious man notes with satisfaction that they are closer to achieving their ultimate objective. For now, he decides to wait for even more madness to spread, since the perfect moment to step in hasn't arrived yet. The girl had successfully retrieved the severed head and handed some books over to the suited man to deliver to his superior. Once they have this crucial subject number 13, their long-awaited plan will finally be complete. Believing her job here is done, she feels she is free to take her leave. However, the man in the suit requests her to go stir up some trouble with the mimics in a different area. Though she grumbles about it, she ultimately decides to follow his orders. With a simple snap of his fingers, he triggers his power and orders them to move out. Meanwhile, Perez is still running for her life, desperately looking for a spot to take cover. She spots a potential hiding place and hopes it'll keep her safe from the horrors outside. Unfortunately for her, 2 mimics had already locked onto her location and were tracking her every move. Despite the danger, she keeps her composure and speaks softly to her daughter, Maggie. She tells Maggie to stay hidden inside, promising to return shortly, and the sweet girl agrees to stay put. Tears stream down her face as she tells her daughter what a brave, good girl she is. As she shuts the door to the hiding spot, she hears her daughter call out to her one last time. Facing the approaching monsters, Perez realizes that just hiding her daughter isn't going to be enough. She has to actively draw the monsters' attention and lead them away from the hiding spot. Breaking into a run, she deliberately makes noise to get the mimics to chase her. She could never risk them discovering Maggie, so she sprints as far away as possible. We then see a nearby phone screen light up with a notification showing a newly established connection. Peeking out, Maggie notices the phone displaying the strange notification. Trembling with fear, she slowly inches closer to the lifeless body holding the phone. Fighting through her terror, she carefully reaches her hand out toward it. Suddenly, the screen glows bright blue, indicating that an emergency contact has become available. This allows her to send out the distress signal that Joe and Lynn received earlier. In this desperate moment, begging for rescue is the only option she has left. Meanwhile, back at her spot, Marguerite is still fighting hard, continuously blasting the zombies. Fatigued and running on fumes, her ammunition is dangerously close to running out completely. With no options left, she starts praying, begging God to deliver them from this nightmare. Out of nowhere, a massive beam of brilliant blue light pierces down right above the monster horde. She looks up at the sky, completely baffled by what is happening. The beam detonates directly in the center of the mimics, blasting them away in all directions. Shielding her eyes from the debris, Marguerite watches as Lynn makes a dramatic, classic superhero landing. Back at headquarters, Joe was busy tracking down the exact source of the distress signal they had picked up. The system is able to pinpoint that the signal originated somewhere within Manhattan, but that location was still far too broad to be of any real use. Since the search area was massive, Joe presses the system for more specific coordinates. The system responds, stating the transmission came from near the security department. This clue makes Joe realize the exact source, knowing it's the facility that the bald guy oversees. She immediately requests a digital layout map of Manhattan. To narrow down the search, Joe starts marking potential spots where the sender could be. Once she finishes analyzing the data, she backs up the coordinates to her system directory. With everything ready, she forwards the detailed map over to our main character. He asks if the hazard suit will protect him, but she completely brushes off his concern. The automated voice suggests taking the emergency maintenance shaft to slip into Manhattan undetected. From there, they could navigate through the old, disused railway tunnels. Joe looks at our MC and tells him that she's done everything she possibly can to assist him. She adds that the rest is up to him, mockingly calling him her test subject before correcting herself and calling him their savior. Dropping into the zone, the boy wastes no time and starts shredding through every threat in sight. Marguerite slowly lowers her gun as blue monster blood sprays across the area. Completely stunned by the display of power, she stands frozen, unable to utter a single word. Having cleared out the area, the MC pauses and stands motionless in the silence. He slowly turns around to face her. Startled, she raises her weapon in defense once more, though she hesitates to pull the trigger. He calmly tells her that she has absolutely nothing to fear from him. Pulling off his mask, he reassures her that he isn't one of those abominations. Seeing his youthful face, she is left wondering if someone this powerful could truly be human. Suddenly, another wave of monsters begins to crawl out of the shadows around them. Sliding his mask back on, the MC instructs her to take cover behind him. He promises to handle this swarm while she stands back and stays safe. Watching his terrifying claws extend, Marguerite is left both horrified and amazed. The young warrior braces himself, ready to dive back into the fray. In the blink of an eye, he starts tearing through multiple enemies simultaneously. He does it so effortlessly that she is completely awestruck by his overwhelming strength. As his magnificent wings unfold, she can't help but wonder if she is looking at an angel. The scene shifts. We find Maggie still playing with the phone when a familiar voice grumbling about the locked door catches her ear. Turning to the heavy container door, she calls out, asking if it's our main character. Recognizing her voice, he tells her to take a few steps back from the door. Within seconds, he rips the thick metal door completely off its hinges. Hidden away, Maggie watches the display, still a bit startled by all the noise. But when the MC calls out her name, her fear completely melts away into pure joy. Spotting her safe and sound, Lynn lets out a sigh of relief. With a warm smile, he tells her how glad he is to find her unharmed. But his relaxed look doesn't last long. The little girl leaps forward and hugs him tightly, thanking him for saving her, while he playfully struggles and tells her to let go. Setting her down, she innocently asks what happened to the bad guys. As the MC looks puzzled, Marguerite chimes in to explain she means the monsters. Lynn smiles and assures her that he ran off all the bad monsters. She immediately looks up and asks if he's seen her mother. Looking away, he remembers he still has to locate both Perez and old Joe. Since their bodies aren't around, he assumes they might still be alive, but his first priority is getting these two girls to safety. When the MC asks Marguerite where the safest spot in the area is, she suggests Liberty Island. Since the surrounding water has completely frozen over, they can easily drive across the ice to reach it. Suddenly, their communication radio crackles to life with an emergency alert. The panicked voice warns that a massive creature is roaming the frozen waters, urging everyone to stay away from the island. As the warning repeats to stay clear of Liberty Island, the scene reveals several of the previously trapped beasts break loose, bringing the chapter to a dramatic close. A lone vehicle heading toward the Statue of Liberty breaks down right in the middle of the frozen lake, quickly getting surrounded by hostile creatures. Several of these monsters start chanting eerie, repetitive phrases. Inside, a pink-haired girl panics, saying she can't establish contact with Fort 7. She insists they need to find an escape route immediately. Her target is Liberty Island, and she is determined to reach it no matter what. Her partner warns her that the monsters are coming from that direction, meaning the island is likely crawling with them. He assumes this swarm escaped from the refugee camp and is now hunting them down. Also, inside the car is Mrs. Perez, who is desperately demanding to turn back, regardless of the danger. Joanna, the pink-haired girl, watches her outburst with curiosity. Perez reaches for the door handle, crying out that Maggie is out there waiting for her. The girl yells at her to stop, but Perez replies that she has to rescue her daughter. Joanna holds her back, telling her that stepping outside is nothing short of suicide. Overcome with panic, Perez begs to go back because her child is all alone. Furious at her stubbornness, Joanna clicks her tongue in annoyance. In the heat of the moment, she raises her hand against the hysterical mother. She slaps Perez across the face, calling her an absolute fool. She snaps that if Perez wants to get herself killed, she shouldn't drag them down with her. Recoiling, Perez tearfully calls Joanna selfish, which only frustrates and confuses Joanna even more. Perez points out that it was Joanna who dragged her into the vehicle in the first place. Through her tears, she explains that this forced decision separated her from Maggie. She mentions they had been incredibly lucky to evade the monsters up until now, and the only reason they even survived back at the apartment was because of Lynn's protection. They finally had a glimmer of hope, but Joanna's unwanted interference ruined all their progress. Glaring at Joanna, she asks if forcing her own choice onto others wasn't the real act of selfishness. Those words strike a deep chord within Joanna, leaving her utterly speechless. Taking a breath to compose herself, Joanna gently reminds her that they aren't the enemy. As members of the NSLB rescue unit, keeping people safe was simply their duty. On a personal level, she is deeply thankful to Perez for saving her grandfather, and her wish to protect her was entirely sincere. She admits she didn't foresee how messy things would get and offers a sincere apology for her outburst. Softening up, Perez apologizes for her harsh words as well. But her mind remains entirely consumed by thoughts of her daughter locked inside that cold container. Deciding to take a gamble, Joanna pulls out her radio transceiver to make contact. Over on Marguerite's side, the radio crackles to life again with Joanna's transmission, stating they are cornered but have rescued a civilian. Lynn instantly wonders if the civilian could be Perez, while Marguerite answers the incoming transmission. Joanna repeats her distress call, requesting backup for them and the survivor. Hearing the static, Maggie speaks into the radio, asking if it's her mom, and Perez instantly recognizes her daughter's voice. The two begin calling out frantically over the airwaves, checking if the other is safe. But the weak signal falters, and the connection abruptly cuts out. The line goes completely dead. Even so, knowing Maggie is alive and well brings massive relief to her mother. Now, their main goal is to simply survive and hold their ground. Suddenly, the driver yells out that they have a major problem on their hands. Without warning, the surrounding monsters begin acting highly erratic and agitated. The sound of a roaring car engine echoes in the distance, getting closer. Joanna asks what that noise is, and the driver confirms it definitely sounds like an incoming engine. Checking his rearview mirror, he notes that a vehicle is indeed speeding straight toward them. Listening closely, Joanna realizes the engine sound is incredibly familiar to her. A vehicle resembling a high-speed snowmobile is hurtling straight toward their stalled car. The rider guns the engine, pushing the vehicle to its absolute limit. Executing a sharp drift around their vehicle, she begins crushing all the nearby monsters. Once every single beast is cleared out, the snowmobile screeches to a halt right before them. Removing her helmet, the rider is revealed to be an awakened woman who smirks and comments that she made it just in the nick of time. She then steps off the snowmobile. The driver draws his gun instantly, keeping a close eye on her as something unusual grabs his attention. He can see a faint, ominous purple flame flickering around her hand. Joanna immediately recognizes her as the very same woman who had ambushed them earlier. Tension spikes as she begins pulling a massive weapon straight out of her chest, akin to Momo Yaoyorozu. Wearing a terrifying grin, she hoists a massive rocket launcher and aims it right at their vehicle. Horrified to see an RPG pointed at them, Joanna screams at everyone to jump out of the car immediately. The woman fires the projectile without a second thought. Though they manage to dive out at the very last second, the blast wave still catches them, tossing them through the air. Joanna lands heavily on top of Perez, using her own body to shield her from the flying shrapnel. Terrified, they look back at the devastation. The entire front half of the vehicle has vanished without a trace. This was no normal blast. She had used a micro black hole to erase the metal. Joanna pushes herself up and calls out to Lee, the driver, who weakly raises his hand to show he's still breathing. Although he answers that he is alive, they quickly notice that a portion of his lower leg is completely gone. Giddily tossing her dissolving weapon aside, she wonders aloud why their leader wants them wasting time wiping out mere mortals. She feels this cleanup chore is suited for Irina, despite her being currently out of commission with injuries. Hunting down things that look like humans simply isn't her idea of fun. Seeing her step closer, Joanna steps up to block her path, urging Perez to drag the wounded Lee to safety. Joanna unloads her weapon, but the woman easily bats away every bullet using her sword. She coolly advises Joanna to stop resisting and just embrace her inevitable end. Striking a menacing pose, she mocks them, saying that no savior is coming to rescue them. Finding her gun empty, Joanna is left completely defenseless and panicked. Smirking, the woman chuckles that she's been babbling too much lately. She jokes that perhaps her advancing age is starting to make her soft. But before she can finish her sentence, a massive object slams into her from the flank. The crazy woman is sent flying through the air from the sheer force of the collision. The survivors stand dumbfounded, unable to believe what just happened. Another rescue truck had suddenly roared onto the scene and plowed right into her. Behind the wheel, Marguerite is shaking, wondering what on earth she just crashed into. Up on top, Lin notes with satisfaction that they made it in the nick of time. He had boosted the vehicle's speed using his abilities, which explains how they traveled so fast. This was a massive advantage. The specialized suit kept his energy levels stable even while boosting such a heavy truck. Suddenly, something catches his eye, prompting him to stare ahead intently. Standing right there next to Joanna and the injured Lee is the very person he came to find. None other than Mrs. Perez herself. Leaping down from the truck, he speaks to her, and she immediately recognizes his familiar voice. As he pulls off his face mask, she cries out his name in sheer relief. Joanna immediately recognizes him too, addressing him by his code name, Code Zero, but he gestures for her to relax. He jokingly asks if pointing weapons at their savior is standard NSLB protocol. She was naturally wary, seeing two high-level awakens show up out of nowhere and wanted to secure her team's safety. Maggie suddenly pops out and questions why she is aiming her weapon at Lin. Seeing her little girl safe, Perez cries out in pure joy and disbelief. Lin looks directly at Joanna, reiterating that he is not their adversary. He asks if she genuinely wants to start a fight in their current situation. He points out that her injured companion is in desperate need of medical attention. Perez steps in to explain that they owe their survival entirely to Lin. Finally grasping the reality of the situation, Joanna lowers her gun. She anxiously asks about Sonya's condition, prompting him to ask what the issue is. Joanna explains that Lee desperately needs her help, as there are no other medical experts available on the island. She adds that Sonya is the only medical professional she can rely on right now. Realizing what an incredible coincidence this is, the MC immediately tries to get in touch with Joe. She answers the call, asking him what the situation is. Lin reports that he located the survivors, but one of the rescue team members is severely injured. Meanwhile, the battered villain manages to drag herself back up onto her feet, smiling creepily as she mutters that things are getting interesting. The new chapter opens with Joe trying to talk to the MC, though static heavily disrupts the transmission. He quickly realizes he can't hear her clearly through all the interference. Taking charge, he ushers everyone safely into the back of the truck while the girls thank him for the rescue. Lin firmly shuts the truck door behind them. It was finally time to make their getaway. He begins walking alongside the vehicle, focused on securing their exit. Suddenly, the crazy woman hurls her sword straight at the MC like a javelin. Our hero spots the incoming weapon just in time. He effortlessly sidesteps the deadly projectile. Standing right before him now is the enraged psychopath, absolutely boiling with anger. With a creepy, twisted smile on her face, she asks them where they think they are running off to. Our protagonist realizes he'd completely slipped his mind that this crazy woman was still around. She whips out a pair of pistols and screams that nobody is leaving this place alive. Lin yells at the top of her lungs, telling the driver to step on it and escape. Marguerite wastes no time, slamming her foot down hard on the gas pedal. The heavy truck instantly roars to life, picking up massive speed. Without missing a beat, the unhinged psycho starts blasting bullets at them. Lin smoothly evades every single shot coming his way without breaking a sweat. There was no way she could land a hit on him with such basic attacks. Her smug grin suggests that this confrontation won't be a walk in the park for the MC. A bullet whizzes past his cheek, and he immediately notices something off about its trajectory. He realizes she wasn't even targeting him. Her real mark was the sword he had tossed earlier. The round slammed directly into the flat of the blade, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. The sudden, massive blast detonates, sending the young man flying backward. The sheer force of the shockwave is so immense that the solid ground beneath the truck starts to crumble. Panicked screams echo from everyone trapped inside the vehicle. Lin is left utterly baffled by the sudden turn of events. She couldn't comprehend what kind of bizarre superpower this woman possessed. The massive crater blocks their escape, trapping the truck's rear tires in the deep gap. An exhausted Joanna sighs and asks what new disaster they are facing now. Marguerite peers out the window, trying to assess the chaotic scene. Things couldn't get any worse. They were precariously balanced right on the edge of a watery grave. The crazy woman leaps onto the roof of the truck, towering menacingly over the passengers. The shifting earth crumbles further, sliding the vehicle backward until it's dangling over the icy depths. With a cold gaze, she aims her weapon straight at the paralyzed Marguerite. Offering a cruel farewell, the madwoman readies her finger on the trigger. Lynn desperately lunges forward to stop her. Both Joanna and Marguerite feel their lives passing before them, though their panic is cut short. Right in the nick of time, our hero intercepts her with a brutal punch straight to the jaw. He seizes her throat, attempting to drag her off the vehicle completely. He slams her into the frozen ground with such incredible violence that the impact shatters the ice below. Standing over her, our hero stares down with eyes filled with pure rage. Baffled by his actions, she asks why he is risking himself for these weaklings. The truck tips back even further, driving the trapped women into pure panic. Perplexed, she reminds him that they are nothing to him and that he is still their sacred child. She insists that this is a truth he already knows deep down. He was never meant to be a part of this wretched world from the start. These words strike a chord with our hero, making him question if he truly has no place here. With a gentle smile, she addresses him as brother, claiming his real family is with them. Memories of the betrayal that started it all flash in his mind, sparking instant suspicion. He had already crossed the threshold of death once before. Though he was discarded long ago, the reality here is entirely different. The environment and the people around him now share a completely different bond. Now, he actually has individuals who genuinely look out for his well-being. Even if this world is nothing but an icy purgatory, he chooses to remain. With a decisive slam of his fist, the icy ground fractures entirely, bringing the chapter to a close. As the scene shifts, we witness a brutal elimination taking place. A red-haired girl desperately gasps, asking why this is happening to her. An apology is muttered while a blade remains embedded deep in her stomach. The cold-blooded assailant replies that it was a necessary sacrifice for survival. He twists the knife further down, completing the grim task and ending her life. As she collapses onto the ground, her final breath is spent calling him a traitor. With her dying breath, she keeps demanding an answer for his betrayal. The boy coldly replies that she should direct her anger toward this unforgiving, frozen world instead. Looting the supplies from her corpse, he notes that this haul will keep him fed for another month. An eerie change occurs as red, pulsing veins web across her pale face, hinting at a curse. Unaware of the shifting corpse, our protagonist fails to see a monstrous figure manifesting right behind him. Sensing a disturbance, he quickly spins around to face whatever is lurking in the shadows. A pale, grotesque creature suddenly lunges at Lin Mo, catching him off guard. The massive serpent bites down on his gear, quickly coiling its suffocating body around his torso. As he struggles to break free, the beast speaks, labeling him a traitor once again. Unhinging its massive jaws, it prepares to swallow our hero whole. Suddenly, we snap back to reality just as the MC delivers that crushing blow to the psycho. As he glances downward, another bizarre sight grabs his focus. Dozens of dark, slithering serpents materialize, reaching out to snare him. A swarm of them rushes forward, targeting the protagonist. A wicked grin returns to her face as she channels the summoning of these dark beasts. A sudden blast detonates right at the spot where our hero was standing. He leaps back just in time to avoid the worst of it, though the shockwave flings him a considerable distance. Dusting himself off, he remarks that this trick wasn't really much of a shock. Rising to her feet with snake-like features resembling Medusa, she admits that anyone who could wound Yelin deserves her undivided attention. Meanwhile, the vehicle is slowly slipping deeper into the icy waters below. Marguerite screams that they are sliding down and the doors are completely jammed from the crash. As the vehicle's onboard systems crash, they find themselves utterly sealed inside. Losing its balance entirely, the truck begins its final, terrifying slide off the edge. At last, the heavy transport tumbles into the dark void, prompting terrified screams from those inside. Witnessing the disaster unfold, our protagonist realizes things have gone horribly wrong. Lin screams for everyone to find a handhold while Maggie desperately grips her mother. Lin Mo powers up his protective armor, preparing to execute a desperate rescue mission. The vehicle plummets downward with terrifying momentum. Out of nowhere, its descent comes to an abrupt halt, leaving the passengers completely bewildered. It turns out Lin is channeling every ounce of his power, clinging onto a tiny piece of the truck's frame. From the inside, Lin notices that the vehicle is miraculously being pulled upward. Our protagonist lets out a guttural roar from the sheer physical strain of the lift. With a monumental effort, he successfully hauls the truck back onto solid ground. And honestly, it's a miracle the crazy woman didn't seize that perfect moment to slice him in half. Glancing upward, an ominous purple energy begins to manifest above their heads. The psycho's unnatural serpents slide forward, renewing their assault on our hero. They actually manage to pierce his defense, sinking their fangs through the metallic armor. The venom instantly takes effect, forcing him to drop to his knees as the sinister woman slowly walks over. She mockingly inquires if he is still blind to the reality of his situation. She tells him to take a good, hard look at his pathetic state. From her perspective, he's nothing more than a foolish kid pretending to be a savior. She reminds him that she had already warned him about this earlier. In the grand scheme of things, the passengers in that truck are completely worthless. She presents a cruel choice. Will he watch them drown in the deep ice, or let her lethal toxin consume him entirely? Meanwhile, the vehicle finally settles securely onto solid terrain. Joanna asks if Code Zero was behind their salvation, and Marguerite sighs in relief that they are finally out of danger. Our hero undergoes a dramatic shift, entering his terrifying berserk state. Surprisingly, he remains remarkably composed, showing an odd sense of curiosity. He takes a quiet moment to examine his own hand. Lynn questions the parasite inside him, but she clarifies that she merely tapped into the suit's latent energy. She points out that he owes a debt of gratitude to the formidable woman who gifted him the gear. Our protagonist inquires if she means Jo, curious if she harbors any ill will toward her. Dodging the question, the parasite urges him to focus on the immediate threat, gesturing ahead. Sprinting forward at breakneck speed, the unhinged woman is poised to launch a devastating attack on him. It wasn't a physical strike, but rather a high-speed missile she had summoned out of thin air. Lynn casually swats it aside, sending the projectile harmlessly off course. The rocket detonates in the distance, far from their current battleground. Well, safe for our hero, anyway. For all we know, that stray blast might have just flattened a nearby refugee camp. Staring at his opponent, he dryly notes that he keeps slipping up and forgetting she's even there. Amused, she comments on how fascinating his capabilities are. She wonders aloud if this is the very strength that brought down number 13. It makes perfect sense now why the speaker is so deeply intrigued by his existence. The way his power scales alongside his enemies is truly an enviable trait. While they were ordered to stick strictly to the script, she suspects the speaker would jump at the chance to claim this unique power for himself. This revelation leaves our protagonist deeply intrigued. The parasite chimes in, clarifying that the gift they are referring to is actually her. She continues, explaining that the speaker's direct orders were to leave him untouched and focus solely on the ordinary humans. But if he insists on getting in her way, she won't hesitate to break the rules. Disregarding her master's commands is a minor detail to her, and with that, she charges straight at him. Eager to gauge his power, she makes a direct, head-on charge. A straightforward approach our hero welcomes. An excited Lynn dashes forward to meet her, equally eager to put his upgraded abilities to the test. As she closes the gap, she slashes her legs through the air, carving an X-shaped tear. Treating the rift like an open doorway, she slips effortlessly through the tear. A split second later, she vanishes, rematerializing directly behind Lin Mo. He quickly spins around, attempting to raise a defense against the sudden strike. Regrettably, his reflexes aren't swift enough, and her strike connects heavily with his chest. This unexpected spatial displacement leaves our protagonist momentarily stunned. It appears those floating crosses act as gateways, giving her complete spatial mobility. The parasite chimes in to clarify that these are not simple portals, but highly advanced spatial rifts. Rather than a doorway, she's traversing a pocket dimension to bypass physical space and flank him. The atmospheric force inside these gaps is highly volatile, packed with destructive antimatter. This triggers a realization. Those grotesque slits on her skin are actually tiny spatial tears. Her entire arsenal is stored inside these pockets, explaining why her weapons dissolve immediately after use. Even the parasite has to offer some reluctant praise for her mastery over this technique. When the parasite mentions her power borders on the source, Lin demands to know what that implies. There is no time for exposition, though, because the madwoman is already launching another surprise attack from behind. He desperately attempts to pivot and brace for the incoming impact. The unhinged woman unleashes a devastating, close-range sword strike directly at him. For a second, she believes her blade has found its mark, only to realize she slashed nothing but empty air. Caught off guard, her eyes dart around to locate her missing target. Lin had actually jumped high to dodge the strike, leaving him perfectly positioned to retaliate. Using the space to build momentum, he readies a crushing kick. Grinning wildly, the madwoman welcomes the move, finding it absolutely ideal. She braces her defenses, ready to absorb the hit and follow up with a lethal counter. Utterly confident, she remarks that the foolish boy is basically delivering himself on a silver platter. A massive spatial tear opens directly above her, and he is flying right into its maw. The sudden turn of events catches Lin completely off guard. It was a strategic move he clearly hadn't anticipated. The tear expands to a monstrous size, threatening to swallow him whole as he curses in disbelief. His momentum carries him forward, making it impossible to halt his slide toward the portal. With a sudden shift, he crosses the threshold and tumbles directly into her unstable pocket dimension. Even though gravity doesn't exist in this realm, his own momentum keeps him hurtling forward. Sensing the imminent danger, he frantically scans the area for a handhold to prevent a fatal fall. He reaches out desperately, trying to anchor himself on any passing object. He manages to catch hold of a floating boulder, but it immediately begins to hiss and dissolve. This frustrating setback only adds to his growing annoyance. A sudden blast goes off, sending him tumbling backward through the void. He realizes too late that all the surrounding wreckage has already converted into deadly antimatter. Even entire shattered skyscrapers are suspended inside this chaotic void. The sheer scale of her capabilities is truly terrifying to behold. Peering into the lower depths, something grim immediately catches his eye. He spots the remains of people, their corpses completely eaten away by the antimatter field. These were operatives from different factions, trapped in this eternal prison. These soldiers had been deployed during the very first days of the global freeze. It was clear evidence that the Oracle had been pulling the strings from day one, dooming these men the moment the snow fell. A wave of anxiety hits Lin as he realizes he must find a way out before his own body dissolves into nothingness. Suddenly, a doorway back to reality materializes nearby, leaving him puzzled as to why it opened. Pushing his doubts aside, he launches himself toward the portal at maximum speed. Just as he crosses over, another shocking development catches him off guard. The moment he exits one tear, his momentum slingshots him directly into a second one. During his brief flash in the real world, the madwoman mockingly asks if he truly believed escape would be that simple. She promises to keep him trapped in this infinite loop until she gets bored, invoking some serious Loki-style torment. The rate of his fall begins to ramp up to an absolutely ridiculous velocity. He is now whipping through the tears at a pace that would easily liquefy an ordinary person. It is an incredibly brutal form of mental and physical agony, but the torment is finally drawing to a close. Drawing an enormous firearm from her own flesh, she notes that a situation this grand demands proper firepower. Her flesh molds into a lethal, heavy-caliber rifle designed to pierce armor. A split second later, a massive sniper rifle is fully formed and locked directly onto him. Our budget brand Medusa smirks, prepared to put an end to his journey right then and there. With flawless precision, she pulls the trigger the exact millisecond he materializes. An immense surge of energy thunders out from the barrel of her rifle. The high-velocity round travels along a flawless line, leaving zero margin for error. Seeing the incoming projectile, all our hero can manage to utter is a panicked gasp. The round itself seems almost sentient, crackling with an unnatural, concentrated force. A massive detonation occurs right in his face, engulfing him in a fiery shockwave. The force is devastating, easily overwhelming and shattering his protective plating. Lin is blown backward with extreme violence, sliding across the solid ground for several meters. Observing from a distance, the crazy woman smugly declares that size truly does matter. She rambles on about how a larger caliber brings her the ultimate satisfaction, leaving me completely baffled by her weird logic. Our protagonist lies motionless in the dirt, seemingly too battered to stand. Showing some dark humor, the parasite asks if he's still breathing or if he's ready to head toward the light. He grunts back a reply, confirming he's still among the living. Even as fragments of his shattered armor crumble away, he insists he won't lose consciousness. Staring at the broken debris around him, a sudden spark of inspiration hits him. Using his abilities, he commands the shattered fragments to levitate in the air. He has finally formulated a clear tactic to bring down his opponent. He conjures a heavy chain and snaps it directly down the center. In a flash, the metal coils around his forearms, giving him the look of a corrupted Kratos. The entity on his back bites down, slicing the dangling ends of his new weapons. Fully armed, he remarks that the only way to handle a wild beast is to chain her down securely. And just like that, our hero looks like he's about to practice some extreme bondage art. With everything set, he is fully prepared to bring this duel to a definitive end. His custom-made chain whips are fully prepped and primed for action. Our makeshift Medusa watches quietly from a distance, allowing him to complete his power-up. Lin remarks that he practically feels whole and ready. Flicking her tongue playfully, she comments on how incredibly intriguing his new look is. Lin starts whirling the heavy chains above his head like a deadly lasso. The psycho doesn't waste a second either, immediately prepping another high-caliber round. With a snap of his wrist, he hurls the chains directly at her. The metal links tear through the air at incredible speed, locked onto her position. She pulls her trigger simultaneously, sending both attacks hurtling toward a head-on collision. The two forces clash violently, detonating in a massive explosion right between them. While both escape direct damage, the resulting shockwave kicks up a gale force wind. Annoyed, she realizes her powerful shot was completely countered by his heavy chains. Even worse, the links remain undamaged and continue flying toward her with undiminished momentum. Panic sets in as she struggles to comprehend how her strike failed so utterly. The impact is immense, triggering another blast that slams directly into her. Our hero notes to himself that his weakness in long-range combat has officially been solved. However, a split second later, he spots another spatial tear right where his chain struck. True to her nature, she instantly exploits the gap and materializes right behind him. She presses her pistol right against his temple, followed by a chilling click. In the nick of time, he jerks his head aside, narrowly evading the point-blank round. He realizes she played right into his hands, acting exactly as he foresaw. His easy evasion catches her completely off guard. He was already facing her, weapons poised, making escape impossible for her this time. With a swift motion, the sharp tip of his chain lashes out toward her. The question remains, does she have enough time to slip away? With a smug smirk, she asks if this mediocre strike is really his best effort. Leaning back gracefully, she evades the lash, allowing the chain to pass harmlessly into a nearby tear. Full of pride, she boasts that as long as she has her portals, he will never lay a hand on her. She instantly conjures another gap directly above him. Coming down with a fierce kick, she yells that he is entirely outmatched. At this point, she is completely convinced she has secured the win. However, her overconfidence leaves a fatal opening, allowing Lin to snag her ankle with his chain. Before she can react, the metal links wrap tightly around her arms as well. Glancing over his shoulder with a calm expression, he quietly says that he finally has her trapped. Terrified, she realizes he actually sent his weapon through the tear to hunt her down. In a brilliant nod to Scorpion, Lin yanks the chain with a mighty shout, pulling the psycho right into his range. Powerless to resist, our budget Medusa is dragged backward through her very own spatial tear. Pouring every ounce of his energy into the effort, he drags her back to the real world, pulling her body flying straight toward him. Tightening his fists with everything he's got, he prepares to deliver his first truly devastating blow. The strike lands perfectly, burying itself deep into the center of the crazy woman's stomach. The collision is massive, sending a violent shockwave ripping right through her entire body. The force of the impact makes her cough up blood, splattering it directly onto our protagonist's face. In that instant, a strange shift occurs within his eye. Even though his physical form felt unfamiliar, the feeling was instantly recognizable, and suddenly, a voice calls out to him. As a woman steps out from the doorway of a nearby house, Lin freezes in absolute terror upon recognizing her face. It was none other than the fierce opponent he had just been battling. Spinning around, the young man can do nothing but lock his eyes onto her. The sheer sight of her standing there leaves him visibly shaken. Struggling to comprehend the situation, he notices her standing in silence, almost as if she is waiting for him to speak first. Suddenly, a man walks up beside the protagonist and warmly greets the woman, appearing to be her husband. The parasite emerges to explain that they are currently witnessing the woman's most private memories. Keeping his distance, he watches the unfolding events play out without stepping in. Intrigued by his reaction, the parasite questions why he looks so utterly shocked. After all, peering into another person's past was nothing new to him. He gazes at the memory for a brief moment, choosing to remain silent. As the memory progresses, she appears genuinely joyful, chatting happily with her spouse. Eager to get back to reality, the protagonist declares that he doesn't have any time to throw away in this place. Lest he forget, the real-world version of that woman is still actively trying to end his life. Annoyed by his lack of interest, the parasite asks if he has zero curiosity about who she actually is. This vision might hold the key to the Oracle's true agenda, along with other secrets. Specifically, the reason behind their intense fascination with the protagonist. That thought successfully sparks his curiosity. Focusing back on the memory, he points out that they already have this information, but she argues that he needs to grasp the deeper implications. Invoking Sun Tzu, she reminds him, understand both yourself and your foe, and victory is guaranteed. The parasite emphasizes that this is a rare chance, and deep down, the protagonist knows she is right. Their clashes with the Oracle Society are only growing more brutal by the day. A victory today does not secure their survival in the battles yet to come. Giving in, he tells her to proceed as she sees fit, earning a pleased response about his wise decision. Tearing open a portal right inside the memory space, she signals that it is time to move. Elsewhere in the past, a severely wounded individual slowly opens their eyes. It turns out to be the very same crazy woman from before. She was pregnant at the time, desperately trying to soothe the unborn child inside her. They had just survived a horrific car crash. Looking at the tragedy, the parasite puts on a show of mock sympathy. Puzzled, the protagonist questions how any of this connects back to the Oracle Society. She points out that every action triggers a reaction, and everything in existence is bound by fate. A strange presence manifests behind them, prompting the parasite to note that the trap is already set. An individual clad in bizarre, ritualistic robes steps forward to confront the injured woman. She appears to be an agent of the Oracle Society, clutching a mysterious urn in her hands. Spotting the container, the protagonist wonders aloud what kind of monstrosity is locked inside. As the vessel opens, a bizarre creature staring back with 4 eyes is revealed. Instantly alarmed, both onlookers realize exactly what they are looking at. It is another parasite, a perfect match to the one residing inside our protagonist. Bewildered, she questions why members of her own kind would align themselves with the Oracle Society. The robed woman lifts the parasite, addressing it reverently as the Holy Spirit, and commands it to fulfill its purpose. Noticing the helpless woman stranded on the floor, the creature begins crawling directly toward her. In her semi-conscious state, she has absolutely no idea of the horror that is about to unfold. Slipping past her lips, the creature successfully takes complete control of her physical form. Screaming in sheer agony, her body begins to twist and mutate under its influence. Her eye flashes a vibrant purple, signaling the awakening of her new abilities. At last, her physical vessel completely integrates the alien parasite. She appears to lose consciousness briefly as the pouring rain washes over her motionless form. Slowly, a faint tremor runs through her legs. As she rises to her feet, the protagonist notes that her injuries have vanished instantly, mirroring his own awakening. Looking around blankly, she asks what transpired, making it obvious to him that her past has been wiped clean. This realization leaves him deeply perplexed. How is it possible for him to witness events from her mind that she herself cannot recall? The logic behind this is completely broken. Chuckling, the parasite points out that the protagonist went through the exact same thing, even if he cannot recall it. Channeling a brilliant golden spell, the cultist trains her sights on the newly awakened woman. She commands her to journey through the gates of death and cross over to the other side. With a flick of her hand, she fires the energy blast, which pierces effortlessly through her target. The strike lands with lethal precision right against her neck. There was absolutely zero hope of surviving such a wound. The cultist remarks coldly that physical demise is merely a transition, not the ultimate end. She assures her that their lord will illuminate the path forward before the scene fades to black. Death is far from the final chapter. Echoing in her mind, those words cause the crazy woman to snap her eyes open. Strangely, she wakes up in an unfamiliar location, wearing different clothes and surrounded by strangers. She is completely disoriented, having no clue where she is or why some random creep is trying to lick her. His vile advances quickly trigger an intense wave of revulsion in her. Lashing out in anger, she stands up abruptly and delivers a hard slap across his face. Though highly disoriented, a sudden realization strikes her a moment later. Cradling her stomach, she realizes her pregnancy is gone, leaving her entirely distraught. The memory of the masked woman flashes in her mind, filling her with dread. That mysterious figure had definitely interfered with her body. She had cruelly taken her unborn baby. She was now trapped in a reality she could neither explain nor comprehend. With her old life shattered and stolen away, a bizarre new chapter was forced upon her. These fragments of her existence offered nothing but a hollow sense of void. Fuming from the slap, the man rages while a nearby woman tries desperately to pacify him. Lost to anger, he draws a firearm from his coat and aims it straight at her. With a twisted expression, he sneers that he is going to teach her some manners today. The woman remains completely motionless, offering no reaction whatsoever. To her, the concept of life had already lost all meaning. Pulling the trigger, he fires a round directly into her forehead, sending her limp body crashing backward. She collapses heavily onto a table cluttered with empty bottles. The scoundrel remarks that wasting such a gorgeous body would be a crying shame. In his twisted eyes, her lifeless form is far more compliant for his desires. Absolutely sickening behavior. He forces her legs apart, claiming that this silent compliance is how a proper woman behaves. Suddenly, glowing purple veins begin pulsing across the woman's face. Her eyes snap open, completely transformed into something inhuman. Reaching up, she reaches for the throat of the man, who gasps in pure horror to see her breathing. Despite the massive bullet hole in her forehead, she locks her grip on his skull with pure malice. Panicking, he screams to know why she isn't dead, as her monstrous Medusa traits begin to take hold. Wearing a sinister grin, she simply whispers for him to take a guess. In the blink of an eye, his physical form begins to rapidly decay. Antimatter floods the thug's system, causing him to detonate violently in front of his crew. The explosion sprays gore everywhere, painting the entire room crimson. Eyeing the terrified survivors, she notes she has finally discovered a cure for her lingering emptiness. Licking her lips, she prepares to purge the room in her own twisted, violent fashion. A fresh smear of blood stains the surface of the door handle. Standing just outside, our protagonist now fully comprehends the tragic history behind her transformation. While his own awakening was a complete fluke, this memory confirms that the Oracle Society is systematically manufacturing artificial awakened beings. Additionally, they appear to utilize connections to parallel dimensions, seemingly a necessary step in the fabrication process. If this hypothesis holds true, their journey is about to get exponentially more dangerous. The protagonist finds himself navigating a quiet corridor. Ahead, what looks like an alternate iteration of himself is conversing with an ally named Cross. Approaching the room, housing the crazy lady, the alternate says he is leaving her custody to him, prompting Cross to ask why he delivered her in person. The copy jokes that Cross acts like a charismatic priest capable of converting anyone, leaving the latter feeling a bit flustered. Realizing they need to resolve the situation, Cross steps inside to speak with Han. Suddenly, a bizarre phenomenon unfolds. The alternate version detects the observer's presence and speaks directly to our protagonist. This wasn't the first time Lin had experienced such a mind-bending event. He had previously witnessed his alternate self perceiving him across time. The alternate reveals they are destined to meet soon in the timeline, which will also be their final encounter. This piece of information leaves Lin thoroughly baffled. He struggles to comprehend that his future self is bound to cross paths with this copy. Noticing the confusion, the copy deduces that this version of the protagonist is merely a memory projection. He remarks that, ultimately, This construct represents their true state of existence. This declaration unnerves our protagonist, while the other reiterates the law of causality. Nothing escapes its predetermined path. Time does not flow in a simple, straight line. Their current coordinate is exactly 60 minutes prior to the Great Freeze. Right now, his past counterpart is likely witnessing the very beginning of the apocalypse. Because the past and present iterations can exist simultaneously, the flow of cause and effect can be flipped. This heavy revelation leaves the protagonist momentarily speechless and stunned. Breaking his silence, he demands to know what kind of nonsense the copy is spouting. Laughing it off, the copy apologizes, noting he forgot that the protagonist lacks the capacity to comprehend it yet. Ultimately, the truth of their situation is brutal. This version of him remains disappointingly weak. Irritated, the protagonist snaps at him to say those words again. The alternate tells him to relax, claiming he can read his mind perfectly. Currently, he is merely a hollow projection visiting this point in history. He lacks the physical substance possessed by the copy. He has no power to alter events here, even in his own past, bound by the strict laws of cause and effect, leaving him ultimately powerless. Realizing the original still doesn't get it, the alternate offers to illustrate his point. Pondering for a second, a perfect analogy comes to his mind. Just like the incident where he stood by powerlessly as Luo Delong tore him apart limb from limb. Unable to mount any defense, he had to passively witness his own demise unfold. It was an almost comical end, looking so incredibly weak and helpless. These taunts pushed the protagonist over the edge, causing him to lash out and curse his duplicate. Grinning, the copy praises his furious expression, finding it highly entertaining. He offers to share a bit more detail about the events that followed. The Luo Delong he proudly defeated was actually just a double from an alternate reality. He asks if the protagonist has managed to piece that puzzle together yet. If his crusade was for vengeance, then he ended up slaughtering the wrong target. Chuckling louder, he asks how it feels to realize his mistake. If blind vengeance is his only drive, he will keep striking down the wrong foes. Lin is left completely tongue-tied. Though words fail him, a deep rage burns inside. The double steps closer, offering a supposedly pleasant update. The original culprit who took his life has already been reduced to a hollow shell in the real world, which means the protagonist still has a chance to end him personally. Lin too claims he only wishes to assist his counterpart, asking for his complete faith. Leaning in close, he extends an invitation for the protagonist to join their cause. Lin stares back at his duplicate and coldly asks if that is his entire pitch. The duplicate senses a shift in the protagonist's demeanor. Lin points out that the attempts to bait him are far too transparent to ever work. Hoping to manipulate him through simple rage? Such amateur mind games are only effective on toddlers. He warns his copy not to make the mistake of underestimating him. Undeterred, Lin too mockingly apologizes for overstepping. The protagonist declares that his current self is no longer the helpless victim of the past. Luo Delong wasn't the source of the issue, merely a symptom triggered by the freeze. If the flow of time can indeed be flipped, then his ultimate vengeance must be directed at fate itself. This response amuses Lin too further, who finds the prospect highly entertaining. The protagonist deduces that his copy's goal is to hasten the arrival of the freeze. Determined, he states that putting an end to Lin Tu's schemes is his first step in defying the freeze. Maintaining his calm, the duplicate praises the protagonist's fierce resolve. He is glad to observe that the protagonist is growing, keeping his feelings firmly in check. This particular version is far superior to the other copies he has encountered. Confused by his words, the MC asks who these other versions are. Reaching into his robes, the alternate promises him a reward and pulls back his cloak, revealing a grotesquely swollen left arm, much larger than his right, as if mutated from excessive use. Showing his true, twisted nature, Lin too reveals a harsh truth. If an awakened wants real power, there is only one way. The parasite pops up, deeply impressed to see his arm has mutated, just like Don Zoe's. This sight sends the MC into a blind rage, giving his alternate the perfect opening to strike from behind, though our protagonist barely manages to spin around and block the sudden attack just in time. Leaning in to whisper, he murmurs the very philosophy Luo Delong stated at the start of their journey. The powerless exists solely to be consumed by the mighty. If he truly seeks supreme power, he must hunt and consume his fellow awakened. Stepping through a fresh gateway, the copy welcomes him to the brutal reality of natural selection. Cast into the vortex, those parting words echo endlessly in the protagonist's mind. He realizes he must locate this source of energy, just as his consciousness snaps back to the real world. Upon waking, he immediately senses a shift in his surroundings. He finds himself back in time, mere moments before he ever entered the woman's mind, leaving him highly confused. Once more, he winds up to deliver the final blow to put her down. But as his fingers curl, he hesitates, realizing that repeating his actions might lead to disaster. Following the exact same path could trap him in a never-ending cycle. Changing tactics, Lin opts to restrain her with his spectral chains rather than striking. Almost immediately, he begins to regret this sudden change of plan. Sprouting a razor-sharp blade from her hand, she lunges forward to run him through. Hysterical, she screams at him, questioning why he would dare lower his focus in the heat of battle. Bringing his arm up, the protagonist wraps his chains to form a makeshift buckler against her blade. The clash feels less like human combat and more like a duel between two apex predators. The sheer force behind each strike and block creates an immense shockwave of pressure. Thrill-seeking once more, she cackles that losing focus in a duel is a fatal mistake. Leaning in uncomfortably close, she promises that she will devour him whole very shortly. Her serpentine familiars begin slithering toward him, baring their fangs. With venomous hisses, they prepare to strike with fangs laced with deadly antimatter. In response, the protagonist summons a fresh volley of chains from behind him. Dozens of links burst forth to intercept the impending threat. The conflict splits into two distinct, high-stakes skirmishes simultaneously. On one hand, chains clash with serpents. On the other, he trades blows with the lunatic. Gradually, he gains the advantage, severing her serpentine minions one after another. This sudden shift in momentum catches her off guard. A trace of panic creeps into her expression as she feels her control slipping. Seizing the opening, Lin coordinates a multi-angled offensive. At last, the moment has arrived to conclude this clash for good. Summoning a swarm of chains, he simultaneously slams his palm directly over her face. He utilizes the metallic bonds to thoroughly pin down the hostile awakened. Will he actually go through with the dark advice offered by his duplicate? Grinning through her restraints, she asks what is holding him back. Does he intend to throw in the towel right at the finish line? Startled, he questions if she was also privy to his telepathic exchange. Since the voice vibrated within her own mind, she caught every single word. It was an ominous whisper, begging for blood and complete devastation. This realization sends a minor shudder down his spine. The lunatic mocks him, claiming he is no different from the rest, while the parasite shouts a warning about her deceit. Staring straight at him, she probes why he continues to stall. Lin retorts that she must remain alive for now. He has vital information to extract, demanding to know the whereabouts of the voice's master. The sinister voice invades his mind once more, urging him to sate his hunger with violence and destruction. The parasite speaks up firmly, declaring that questioning her is a waste of breath. She has absolutely no intention of cooperating. Mentally, he roars at the intruding voice, demanding absolute obedience. Though she mutters about survival beyond the grave, her physical form begins to break down. The crazy lady was actively attempting to detonate herself using her antimatter reserve. Left with no other choice, the protagonist unleashes his full power to terminate her quickly. Decapitated, her lifeless form collapses heavily onto the wet ground. In the distance, the transport vehicle carrying the survivors remains parked safely. Marguerite sighs in relief that the nightmare is done, while Joanna stares in absolute disbelief. Lin gazes down at the remains, which have shriveled into a hollow shell. His singular lead on seeking vengeance against the Freeze has dissolved into nothing. Yet, that dark voice lingers in his psyche, whispering of dark gratification. He looks questioningly at his parasite, who appears equally puzzled, confirming she wasn't the source. Every single action yields a consequence. Turning on his heel, he departs, knowing he must search elsewhere for his answers. But just then, a pale hand bursts forth from the hollow remains of her corpse. She isn't dead yet, leaving the protagonist with far more questions than he started with. As soon as that crazy lady stirred, Lin instantly realized she wasn't dead yet. Turning his head, he stays on guard to watch her next move. Slithering entirely out of her shell, she appears to be composed of slimy mud before collapsing onto the floor. Witnessing this bizarre sight deeply unnerves our main character. When she eventually struggles back to her feet, she projects a terrifying, snake-like aura. Her body starts expanding into a giant form, while the parasite points out that Lin had previously destroyed her brain. Even without a functioning brain, her physical body can still operate, transforming her into a mindless, empty shell that is far more dangerous. The creature now stands nearly 8 meters tall, strongly resembling the female Titan from Attack on Titan. Extremely annoyed, Lin demands to know why he wasn't warned earlier, only for the parasite to make a goofy face, smack her own forehead, and admit she just recalled it. Powering up his combat gear, he shrugs off the annoyance and resolves to take down this crazy monster once and for all. The parasite mentions that she hates to rain on his parade, but there is an important detail he is forgetting. His energy reserves were practically depleted because he had pushed himself to the absolute limit during the previous fight. He had to tread carefully. Sustaining his peak infinite state would be impossible for long, meaning he needed a quick victory. As he charges forward, she calls out that his ultimate trump card right now is his sheer velocity. Channeling his inner speedster, Lin dashes forward at breakneck speed while the giant shell summons a horde of serpents to block him. Slipping past the snakes with ease, he aims straight for the target, determined to finish the job. Bounding through the air in a couple of high jumps, he gets right up to the level of the monster's eyes. Once in position, Lin starts summoning his energy chains once more. Wrapping the chains securely around his forearm, he gets ready to land the deciding strike. Lifting his hand with fingers extended, he positions his palm to execute a devastating piercing attack. However, the giant monster seems to anticipate exactly what he is planning. Reacting with shocking agility for its massive frame, it snatches our hero right out of the sky. Caught completely off guard, he struggles to comprehend how the creature moved so quickly. A wider view reveals that the creature opened a spatial rift to grab him from his blind spot. With Lin completely immobilized, the beast parts its jaws, charging up a deadly antimatter cannon. This makes our main character break into a cold sweat. From this position, there was absolutely no escape route. Suddenly, the human's pickup truck begins speeding up. Meanwhile, we can see the destructive energy of the cannon reaching its peak. An attack of this magnitude could easily prove fatal for Lin. In the distance, someone chambers a round into a rifle and lines up a shot. The bullet strikes right near the monster's temple, which proves to be just the distraction they needed. Startled by the impact, the giant shell drops Lin, sending him falling back to the earth. He sticks the landing effortlessly, coming to a halt right near her giant feet. Glancing over, he spots the vehicle still speeding directly toward the battlefield. The marksman keeps her focus steady, keeping her sights locked on the giant shell. The monster retaliates by firing its antimatter beam at the oncoming vehicle. Though it misses a direct hit, the shockwave flips the car through the air. Because of the crash, the shooter is forced to leap out of the vehicle mid-spin. I must say, her landing was incredibly graceful and stylish. With a smirk on her face, she brushes herself off and teases that Lin is completely lost without her help. Lin is absolutely stunned to see who just saved him. The savior standing before him was none other than Dr. Joe. Smirking, she jokingly addresses him as her favorite little test subject. Lin remains completely speechless at the doctor's sudden appearance. Approaching her with a puzzled look, he demands to know what she is doing in such a dangerous place. Maintaining her playful tone, she asks if he isn't even a little glad to see her face. Without wasting a beat, he flatly denies it. Staring at the flipped vehicle, he inquires who on earth was behind the wheel. The AI system chimes in to take credit for the driving, leaving Lin quite impressed by its skills. Interrupting their banter, the system warns them that they have much bigger problems to focus on than chatting. There is a massive threat looming right over their heads. The giant creature kicks the ruined vehicle aside as it stomps menacingly toward them. Acting quickly, Lin grabs the doctor, pulling her out of the trajectory of the flying car. However, the flying wreckage was now hurtling straight toward the truck containing the rescued humans. The vehicles crash into each other violently, severely damaging the protective shielding. Marguerite and Joanna are tossed around inside the cabin, but luckily survive without major injuries. Fortunately, the structural damage isn't catastrophic, and things temporarily quiet down. Lin casts a concerned glance back, anxious about the safety of those inside. Inside, Joanna desperately inputs commands to unlock the doors, but the security system refuses to budge. Just then, a transmission notification flashes on her screen, suggesting the crash might have rebooted the comms. A voice over the radio asks if Gorilla is on the line and if she is still breathing. Being referred to as a gorilla immediately triggers her temper, and her angry response allows the caller to identify her instantly. It turns out the caller was Joe. Joanna snaps back that it takes more than a simple crash to kill her, leaving Joe visibly relieved to hear her fiery spirit is intact. But there was no time to celebrate, as the massive beast tears open a void in its torso to launch a fresh assault. Huge, monstrous serpents begin spilling out of its midsection, dropping heavily onto the frozen terrain. Joe opens fire relentlessly on the incoming horde, gunning them down in tandem with Lin's attacks. Over the comms, Joanna is taken aback when Joe suddenly offers her an apology, a gesture that feels completely out of character. Irritated, she yells back, accusing the doctor of trying to pull another fast one on her. Joe explains that she genuinely wants to protect everyone just as much as Joanna does, begging for her cooperation in this critical moment. When Joanna hesitates to answer, Joe calls out her name urgently once again. Sighing in frustration, Joanna mutters that she must be a fool to trust someone like her, but agrees nonetheless. Relenting, she asks what specific task she needs to perform to assist. Joe instructs her to retrieve a specific item secured inside the flipped vehicle. The cargo is located in the rear seat, but she'll have to dodge the lingering serpents to get to it. Scrambling out of her vehicle, Joanna retrieves a massive container and asks for further directions. The doctor tells her to unlatch the case, and Joanna is utterly shocked by the contents revealed inside. Lifting the heavy armament out, she questions if this isn't a highly classified, experimental prototype. She demands to know how Joe even managed to acquire such high-level weaponry. Joe simply cuts her off, telling her that now is not the time to ask questions. Taking a deep breath, Joanna readies herself and asks for her target. She aims the barrel at the giant, empty shell and asks if she should fire, but Joe quickly objects. Baffled by this answer, Joanna asks who she is supposed to be shooting at instead. The doctor calmly reveals that the weapon must be fired directly at Code Zero. Dumbfounded, the girl asks if this is some sick prank, but Joe assures her she is dead serious. Joe urges her to stop hesitating and put her trust in her just this once, prompting Joanna to prepare the shot. Fuming with frustration, Joanna snaps that she is washing her hands of whatever happens next. She warns that if this plan goes horribly wrong, the blame rests entirely on Joe's shoulders. Loading a highly unstable radioactive round into the chamber, she aligns her sights on our protagonist. She zeroes in directly on Lin's back, who appears to be standing perfectly still as if anticipating the impact. With a deafening blast, a vibrant green energy beam erupts from the barrel, resembling fell magic straight out of World of Warcraft. The projectile streaks forward at blinding speeds, tearing up the frozen ground in its path. Joanna screams a warning for Lin to brace himself, and he calmly notes that the moment has arrived. The green energy slams violently into Lin's back, seemingly dealing a staggering amount of damage. As the blinding light fades, our hero is nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Jo watches the empty space with a calm, unreadable expression, waiting to see the outcome. Her mind drifts back to their brief strategy session before the chaos started. The prototype weapon had been safely tucked away inside the vehicle's cabin. While Lin argued that taking down the immediate threat was the main priority, Jo counter-proposed using the weapon's raw output for him to absorb, seeing as he claims to assimilate any energy source. In theory, this meant his body should be capable of processing raw nuclear energy as well. She had challenged him, asking if he was daring enough to test his limits. Doing so might trigger a massive leap in his physical evolution. If this gamble paid off, the entire power dynamic of this battle would shift. Fusing nuclear potential with his own power would elevate him to an entirely new echelon. This upgrade would essentially shatter every remaining limiter on our main character's potential. Back in the present, an overwhelming, godlike aura begins to radiate from Lin's form. A satisfied smile plays on Jo's lips as she witnesses the transformation. Once again, her scientific intuition had proven absolutely flawless. Observing this spectacle from a safe distance, Joanna is completely awestruck. The display of raw power was nothing short of miraculous. Engrossed in the light show, she fails to notice two monstrous serpents creeping up on her from the rear. Before she can even process the danger, they spring forward to strike. She spins around and catches sight of the incoming fangs, but her reflexes are too slow to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Lin flashes past her, obliterating the threats in a single, effortless motion. Joanna can only stare in sheer disbelief and shock at the terrifying speed Lin just displayed. He turns to look at her, practically dripping with an overwhelming, godlike presence. Jo checks with the system to ensure all telemetry from this test was recorded, and the AI confirms it has, though it warns the reading might be slightly unstable. When the system offers to run a diagnostic, she declines, stating she has gathered sufficient data. Readying her weapons, she stands shoulder to shoulder with Lin. She asks if his speed has increased, and he confirms that boundless energy is surging through his veins, allowing him to tap into his maximum potential. This power constantly spills over as his body continuously generates it, boosting his speed to a level so unimaginable that Joanna remains completely shell-shocked by what she had witnessed just a moment ago. Tired of standing by, the giant shell finally initiates its counteroffensive. Lin advises Jo to grip onto him tightly, but she raising her high-tech firearm and refuses, claiming she can handle herself. He shoots her a perplexed look, slightly taken aback by her confidence. The beast slams its massive fist into the earth, triggering a violent tremor and a massive explosion of dirt. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Jo bounds forward and leaps high into the air, landing directly level with the monster's face. Using the flying rocks and debris from the blast as stepping stones, she advances closer to the giant target. Clutching her firearm tightly, she points the muzzle directly at the beast's forehead. With zero hesitation, she pulls the trigger and unloads her entire clip right into its face. The barrage triggers a massive blast right in the monster's eye, leaving the creature completely stunned. A secondary, much larger detonation goes off, sending Jo flying backward through the air. Showing incredible coordination, she stabilizes herself mid-flight and studies the battlefield below. Refusing to declare victory too early, she launches a volley of grenades and continues firing at the beast. The resulting blast grows even more colossal. It's honestly a miracle she managed to avoid getting caught in her own shockwaves. Lin catches up to her, noting that she has definitely upgraded her arsenal, but she replies that this is far beyond a simple modification. She explains that her special combat suit actually has his own genetic material and blood integrated into its fibers. Intrigued by this revelation, our hero asks her to elaborate on what she means. She details that her gear operates as an experimental multi-purpose weapon. Armed with this technology, even a normal human stands a fighting chance against a high-tier threat like this creature. With that explanation out of the way, she nonchalantly hands the reins of the battle over to him, catching Lin completely off guard. Excusing herself to attend to the wounded survivors, she warns him not to go and get himself killed. As Lin watches her walk away, the giant creature raises its massive foot to crush him under its heel. He is still grumbling about her cheeky farewell when the massive foot slams down, creating a spectacular burst of dust. However, before the impact could touch him, he catches the descending foot with absolute ease. This display of raw power visibly terrifies the beast, which is shocked to find itself physically overpowered by a mere human. Lin scoffs, asking how he could possibly lose his life to such an insignificant life form. With that, he begins to unleash a fraction of his newly augmented energy. Moving at blinding speeds, he streaks along the entire length of the giant leg, slicing it into multiple clean pieces. He doesn't stop there. In the very same fluid motion, he severes the creature's massive arm as well. Within seconds, our hero slices the giant beast like sushi before reaching in to rip out its glowing power core. As the severed pieces of the giant crash down around him, Lin stares quietly at the pulsing sphere in his palm. Memories of his alternate self welcoming him to the grim survival club flash through his mind. If he truly desired ultimate strength, he would have to feed on other awakened beings. The parasite manifests behind him, whispering temptation and asking what is holding him back. She urges him to consume the fallen creature, and his hand begins moving the core slowly toward his open mouth. By doing so, her soul and all her residual powers would become his to command. Yet, Lin hesitates, keeping the pulsing core hovering just inches away. He continues to study the glowing object as it beats rhythmically in his hand. He seemed genuinely torn on what to do next. He wonders which course of action would be the right path forward. The image of his alternate persona appears in his mind once more, echoing the demanding question, what is he waiting for? Suddenly, a bizarre transformation begins to take place within the core. It starts secreting a weird, fluid-like substance. Perplexed, Lin tries to figure out what is triggering this sudden reaction. He wonders why the core is splitting open entirely on its own. Suddenly, his own inner core begins to fluctuate wildly, leaving him caught in a volatile tug-of-war. He quickly realizes that the parasite is orchestrating this, actively fusing herself with the monster's core. Writhing in immense pain, he unleashes a guttural roar as the fusion process takes hold. Slowly, his awareness begins to slip into darkness. In the very next moment, his eyes snap open. He finds himself standing in a sterile corridor resembling a hospital hallway. Regaining full consciousness, the young man's eyes widen in surprise. He discovers he is firmly ensnared by a strange black substance. Realizing the parasite is behind this restraint, he struggles desperately to break free. He knows he must find an exit from this bizarre mental landscape immediately. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the gloom ahead. The mysterious person remarks that our hero has finally arrived. Straining his eyes, Lin tries to make out their features, but their face remains obscured by darkness. As the figure steps forward, she is revealed to be the same deranged woman he had been battling outside. At first, he worries he has traveled back in time once more, but soon notes the differences and struggles to make sense of his surroundings. The girl suddenly takes off running, prompting him to reach out and call for her to stop. He shouts for her to wait, but she completely ignores his pleas. Ultimately, their chase leads them into what appears to be an operating theater. Halting her pace, she stands motionless beside a medical gurney. Catching up to her, Lin is visibly winded from the pursuit. The girl sighs, murmuring that her life would have been entirely different had that tragic car accident never occurred. She notes she would likely be welcoming her newborn child into the world in a room just like this. Deeply perplexed, Lin asks what she is rambling about. Facing him directly, she asks if he has come to finish her off once and for all. Lin raises an eyebrow, questioning who else she is referring to. She offers a soft apology for her cryptic wording. Seeing his blank look, she deduces that he is completely unaware of the truth. The entity he destroyed outside was merely a physical vessel, while her true consciousness had been locked away inside this space all along. Trying to understand, Lin calmly asks if she suffers from a split personality disorder. Regrettably, she explains it is not that simple. Her internal identity and external vessel had always shared the same origin. Following her trauma, she sought to shield herself and fill her emotional void by choosing to retreat inward. She constructed a resilient shell to face the world, leaving a fractured core hidden deep inside. Though she watched her outer self commit terrible acts, she remained passive due to her self-imposed isolation, slowly letting her original identity be consumed by the monstrous exterior. Intrigued by his silence, she wonders if he actually came here for something other than her backstory. Spreading her arms wide, she invites him to deliver the final blow, stating that this is the natural conclusion to their struggle. It is simply the law of the jungle, where the strong devour the weak. A concept she assumes a survivor like Lin understands all too well. Lin tightens his fists, quietly repeating her words under his breath. He then points out that she has completely misread the entire situation, leaving her puzzled. He asks if she never once desired retribution against the people responsible for her misery. He reveals that he once walked a very similar path of despair. He had locked away his humanity to survive, operating entirely on primal urges just to stay alive in a harsh world. In such a state, a person becomes nothing more than a hollow shell driven by basic impulses, and that path inevitably leads to a cold, meaningless death. When he asks if this resonates with her, her expression confirms she understands perfectly. These were the exact trials he faced during his own awakening, and she is currently heading down the same tragic road. However, for those who are awakened, death doesn't have to be the final chapter. It can be a fresh start. He assures her that together, they have better alternatives. Reaching out, Lin extends an open hand to propose an alliance, bringing the chapter to a close as the supposedly crazy girl contemplates a very different path forward. Thank you all so much for watching today's recap. That closing scene was honestly a spectacular twist. Instead of choosing easy power by consuming his foe, Lin made a strategic decision to offer her a partnership. What are your thoughts on his decision? Do you believe he made the correct call? Drop your opinions in the comment section below. Catch you guys in the next video.